Hi guys, welcome to DaVinci Resolve 15. Of course, the first thing you want to do is to download this free video editing program and install it on your computer. To get DaVinci Resolve 15, you have to go to blackmagicdesign.com products/DaVinci Resolve. I put this link within your resources for this lecture. You can just click on it and get there. Now, when this video finishes playing, you will have the download button here. And of course, if you like, you can go through this page to see exactly what DaVinci Resolve 15 has to offer. It became quite a powerful program by adding the fusion effects and I would say the motion graphics if you like. From the button over here, you can click on download and you have two options. You can download the DaVinci Resolve 15, the free copy. It's fully functional, or you can download the DaVinci Resolve 15 Studio. The Studio version is mainly directed towards multi-user collaboration. You have a big office, you have many editors, colorists, and stories like this. And also it has certain very powerful effects that are enabled. This course will be based on the free copy of DaVinci Resolve 15 because we can all afford this one. So you can choose your operating system here. For example, I can choose Windows, fill all your information, register, and download. And of course, you want to unpack and install. Please, when you're installing, it will ask you for certain options. Check all of them. Make sure that everything is very well installed. I hope, guys, you installed DaVinci Resolve 15 without any problem. Now, you will have here two icons. The Resolve, that's the program itself, and the DaVinci Resolve project server. This is directed towards multi-user. So the program that you want to start is Resolve. Let's double click on it. This is the startup panel for DaVinci Resolve 15. For now, I would like you to create a simple project. So you have the option to use the untitled project. You can just double click on it, or to create a new project. Let's use a new project here. It's a bit nicer. And then you give it a name. For example, I'll give it Jumpstart. And you click on Create. So now it's going to jump directly to the edit page of DaVinci Resolve 15. Now, you have created your first project. This is the title here, Jumpstart. And you can see the title over here, Jumpstart. I want to give you an overview of how you would work in DaVinci Resolve 15. Actually, it's extremely organized. You notice over here, you have the workspaces. I prefer to call them pages. You have the media page, edit, fusion, color, fairlight, and deliver. You will start with the media page. This is where you populate your media pool, meaning you browse through your footage and drop it in the media pool. When you're happy with your media pool, you go to your edit page where you do all the editing. Notice that in this page, you have everything you need to do complete editing. Notice how the tabs over here are directed towards editing. Then you move on to the Fusion page, if you want to, of course. The Fusion page is where you will add visual effects, motion graphics, add some graphics. You have 3Ds and stories like this. It's very interesting. Now, sometimes it's not necessary to use the Fusion page because you don't want to add some visual effects or you don't want to do any motion. The next page is the color correction page. This is what DaVinci Resolve is very famous for. In this page, you will do all the color correction. Everything you need is just over here. And notice how the tabs over here have changed according to the page. If you have lots of audio editing, you're doing a great mixing, you're working on a movie, then the Fairlight is designed for you to do the audio editing. And of course, lastly is the Deliver page. This is where you are going to deliver all the editing that you have done and create a video according to your needs. So in the next lecture, we are going to start with the first page. That is the media page, and we are going to populate the media pool. In this lecture, guys, you are going to populate your media pool ready to start editing in the next lecture. How do you do that? To import media inside a project, you go to the media page. That's what the media page is for. Now, by the way, you have this bar here, this white bar. and you can remove it. You come to workspace, click on it, and you go to full screen. Now it's much better, just the menu on top. Now to populate the media, I would like to use the media storage over here. If you click on it, you de-highlight it, it disappears. You click on it again, it will appear. You have here the list of your drives and one drive that is mapped. Now, I would like you to navigate to where you have downloaded and unzipped your files from the previous lecture. For me, it's under the data drive. Click to scroll down on the arrow. Then it's inside DaVinci Resolve. I can even scroll down more on clicking on the arrow. And I have here media files and project. We focus on the media files. Let's scroll it down again. And you notice I have several folders here. Each one of them contains a certain video and one of them some music. You can select, for example, the assignment folder. This will be your assignment. And you can see all the videos over here. You know, just if you scrub through, you can see them in the preview over here. Okay, this is dynamic preview. And you can look at all your files. Fine. Now, you could, for example, select your videos, click and drag, and drop them inside the media pool. It will ask you if you want to change the frame rate. Please select change. Okay, that's better because we want to use the frame rate of the videos. Now, if you come back to the edit page, you will notice now in your media pool, you can see the videos over here. This is your media pool off. You don't see it. Now it's on, it appears. Now you can click and drag and start editing. But you notice they are very disorganized. We don't know which one is for which. Okay, let's organize them. I'll select from the media pool and press delete. So it will remove them from the media pool, not from your hard disk. How about if we can organize them in our project with the same structure, assignment, more stuff, and stories like this? You can select a folder, but if you drop it directly in the media pool, then it will put the videos here and not the folder. Now you notice here, there is master. This is the master bin or the master folder, the top one. And inside it, you can create more bins or more folders. So it will be very interesting if you can select your folders, click and drag and drop them over here. Better yet, you can click on the media file. You can come over here, select it from here or select it from here. I will select it from here and drop it inside your master. Here you are. Now that's very interesting because it has kept the same structure that you have for your folders here under media files. Now it's pretty neat. And then every folder contains its own videos and you know what you're doing. Now you might say, oh, but I can't see them all. I don't know what's inside. Well, that's very easy. Select the top one and shift select the last one. And Resolve will just show you all of them here. And this is very practical. If you go to the edit page now it notice it's very practical to start working. Or if you want to focus, for example, on startup, you will have your files here, your video files, and you can start editing. So actually, using the method of click and drag the folders under master will give you a very organized way to import your media. In the next lecture, we'll go to the edit page, use startup, and start editing. In this lecture, I want you to start video editing in Resolve. If you know about video editing, then you will have the chance to see how it happens in Resolve. If you don't know anything about video editing, then this is your perfect startup in creating a short movie. In the previous lecture, we decided to use the clips inside the startup. But let's arrange a bit our view here. This is lots of empty space. To reduce the media pool, remember this is your media pool, you can come to the icon here. It's an up arrow with a rectangle. You click on it. And you notice the size has been removed and whatever was down, this is the timeline where you're going to do the editing, has been stretched to the leftmost. Also here you have the list of bins. So we know we are in the startup. You can see it here. So maybe you can click on this button over here, bin list. The list disappears and it appears. Let's make it disappear. You can also make your videos a bit bigger. Okay, that will be cool. And then over here on the double arrows, you can sort them by anything you like that is listed here. I will sort them by file name. Please do the same. It will be easy to reference to the clips. If you point to a clip, you will notice that you can just move your mouse over the clip and you can preview it in the source monitor. If this scrubbing is not happening with you, come to the 3 points over here and make sure that live media preview is checked. Okay, and then you get this effect here. Now, to start editing and placing your clips in the timeline, of course, you need to create a timeline. I'll show you the most traditional way of creating a timeline first. You can come to File, and you have here the third option is a New Timeline. Or you can use the shortcut Ctrl-N or Command-N on the Mac. I will just select this option. So this is the panel of a new timeline. It has a start time code. Let's leave it alone now. You can give it a name. Of course, don't leave it on timeline 1. Let's call it first movie. And then the number of video tracks. We need only one video track for now, and audio track also one. Let's keep the audio track to stereo. And of course, it's an empty timeline. We didn't choose anything at all. Then you click on Create. Here you are. A first movie timeline has been created for you, and it's totally empty. It has video 1 and audio 1. These are the tracks. Now, before we start editing, first of all, I would like you to make sure that the auto select here, this button is called auto select. Make sure they are both highlighted on the audio and the video. In fact, always make sure they are highlighted. So this is not highlighted. This is highlighted. Also for your audio, make sure it's highlighted. Then you have your editing tools all over here for the timeline. Make sure that the snapping is on. So this is snapping, the shortcut is N. This is off, this is on. And surely make sure that the ring selection is on. Now we're going to start adding clips to the timeline and creating our movie. But how do you edit the clips? Okay, this is how we're going to do it. First, we're going to bring the clip into the source monitor. Remember, I already mentioned this is the source monitor where you view the original clips. Then we are going to set an in point and out point or mark the clip. Actually, in DaVinci, it will be mark in and mark out. And then when we are happy for the selection that you have taken from the clip, we can drop it in the timeline. We see several ways. So let's start doing that. I will take the first clip over here. If I wanted to open in the source monitor, I will just double click on it and it's just over here now. Now you can use the controls over here. You have this small indicator just here. You can click on it and scrub through and you can see your clip. As you can see, it's very easy. Another way to scrub, which is better than holding this small indicator here, is to click here and move left or right. Of course, you can play your clip forward. You can play it backward, you can stop, and you can go to the beginning and to the end, and you can press spacebar for the clip to play. So now we need to decide where this clip is going to start and where it's going to end, the portion that we want to use, and then drop it in the timeline. So let's scrub through. I will scrub through and decide, okay, maybe it should start when the guy is jumping just from here. It's a bit sensitive. I can't get it using the mouse. For that, you can use for now the left and right arrow. Left arrow will take you backward, right arrow will take you forward. So you just set the frame where you want the clip to start. Then you want to mark the in or to set the in point. Well, one way to do it is to come to this mark in over here and click. Notice now you have an in point over here. Well, actually it goes like this. In point is on the left, out point is on the right. Of course, beginning and end. We can scrub through more and decide where it's gonna stop. We don't need the whole clip. So let's say we stop it just over here, something like this. Okay? So you need to mark the out point now. So you can come over and click on this mark out. It will mark the out point. If you press spacebar, it will play the whole clip. That's not really what we want. We want to play only between the in and out point. For this, use the shortcut Alt or Option on the Mac and the /. Here you are. So it will play from the in point to the out point. So now we have determined our clip. We need to take this clip and drop it in the timeline. There are several ways to do that. First of all, you notice these two icons here. This is video only, this is audio only. Now, the best way to do this is to click and drag. And you notice you can drop it in the timeline anywhere you want. That's one way to do it, by the way. In our case here, we don't need the audio. The audio is totally useless here, just the guy making noise. What we need is only the video. So what you can do is click on the video and drag only the video, and you notice what's happening in the timeline. Only the video has been added. So of course you can position it anywhere you want, but I'm gonna snap it just in the beginning. Here you are. Now notice what happened over here. On the right, you have the program monitor or the timeline monitor. You notice you have first movie here, and this is the timeline monitor. It has exactly the same controls as the source monitor. You can play, and notice it's playing inside your timeline. And you can play backward if you like. But also, you can hold the playhead over here and scrub through just like this. Okay, and that is something that we will do very often. Fine. So I'm gonna take the playhead and put it at the end. Here you are. So the guy is dropping here. Let's go to the next shot and do in and out point also. I would double click on it to open it in the source monitor. And then I'm gonna scrub through to decide where it's gonna start. So let's say the guy is jumping, and we are going to start just from over here. Okay, notice it's pretty nice. Since this is the last frame of our previous clip, so we can start from here. It's quite nice. So you can use the icons here to click and mark the in point. But usually what we do, we use the eye for in point. So I press on the eye, it creates an in point, and then the guy runs, and he comes out. Okay, we're not gonna show him falling, just like this. And I press O instead of clicking on the mark out to create the out point. I can press Alt or Option on the Mac and / to play in between the I and O. Cool, I'm happy from that. So what I can do is to click on my video and go back to the timeline. But you notice in the timeline, I could do some mistakes and overwrite the previous clip. What will be nicer is to click and drag on the video and come to the program monitor over here. Notice you have some nice pop-up here. It's insert, overwrite, replace, stories like this. And one of them is append at end. And I like this very much. If you crop, here you are. It has appended it at the end of the timeline. Now let's go backward. Okay, for that you can use home if you like. Spacebar to play. Let's look at our two clips. Not bad at all. It's working very much with us. So now it becomes a bit repetitive work because it's very easy to do that. Let's go to the next clip. For example, this one. I will double click to open it over here. I'm into the habit of clicking this small rectangle. I like it. So you can do the same or use the other one. Here you are. I wanted to start just from here, energetic. I'm going to press I for in point. Now I will click on the indicator and just move forward here and decide exactly where it's going to stop. For example, let's stop it just over here. So that is O. I press O to put the in point. Now you want to view it, so it's Alt or Option on the Mac and / You're viewing between the in and out point. Cool. So I like it. So I click and go to append at end. This is how I like working. You can just drop it in the timeline if you like. Now the advantage here, it takes the player to the end of the clip. So I can have here the last frame of the previous clip because I want to add a new one now. So let's say this new one, we start from here. You can browse through the clip and so on. Guys are climbing. I mean, this is cool from here. I for in point. Go forward. Here you are. O for out point. Very happy. Click on it. Drag it. Append to end. And here you are. We're starting to work. Now here I have two clips. One of them is just normal. I press spacebar. It has normal speed. And the other one, I double click to bring it here. It's slow motion. So I want to put the normal one first, then the slow motion. So let's decide where the normal one is gonna, start. I'll just put it over here. Yep, this is interesting. I'll put the in point. Then I'm gonna use the right cursor to move to the right, and just from here, okay, I'm gonna put the out point. So it's a very small portion. Click and drag and append at end. Cool, I can see it here. Double click on the slow motion one, then come over and decide. You notice how the guy is his position from here. So I'm gonna take it just over here, similar. I for in point, move towards it. Now you can cut it anywhere you want. I'm gonna cut it just over here. I like it. Then you go to the video here. You notice here there is no video and audio. That's because this clip doesn't have an audio. You notice the other side, a small icon that says there is audio. So this one, just click and drag, append to the end. Cool. Let's press home to go to the beginning. Press space bar, and here you are. You can view your video. It's pretty cool. So actually, it's pretty easy to edit in DaVinci Resolve. I like it very much, in fact, and you can get some very good work done very easily. Now, if you would like to see only the program monitor just over here, you have this small square here. You can press on it and shows only one monitor. It's no more, two monitors, just one monitor, and depends what you are viewing, the timeline or a clip. It show you both. Okay guys, so you have achieved your first video editing. It was very easy. In summary, you bring a clip inside the source monitor, and then you put the in and out point using mark in, mark out, I and O, and then take it and drop it in the program monitor using append to end if you like to. In the previous lecture, guys, you created this rough cut. Of course, you need to refine the edits. And in the next section, you will learn very many editing techniques that will allow you to make this editing over here very precise. For now, let's have fun. Let's add some music and see how we can deal with the audio, just to get you very familiar with Resolve 15. Let's go to our list here, if you remember, and you have a bin called Music. Click on it, and you have here a music clip. If you hover, then you can see the sound waves. Here you are. And if you double click, you can practically edit it as in point and out point and decide exactly which portion you want to have. Cool. Let's look at the waveforms here. On top over here, you have the whole clip, if you like. Just like this, you can scrub through and decide what you want to use. And then on the bottom here, the two buttons is the left channel and the right channel. This, of course, is stereo. You hear from both channels. For this audio clip, let's go to the beginning, for example. And you notice that it starts with some blank over here. And of course, you can play it. You can hear it. If the sound that you're hearing is too loud, you can come over to this speaker over here and reduce the volume. You're reducing the volume of what you are hearing. You are not reducing the volume of the clip. So for me now, I just can put it in the middle here. It's okay for me. And of course, you can go to the beginning and press play to hear the music and decide, okay, where do you want to start? Of course, you can play it backward if you like to, or go to the beginning to the end. It's pretty amusing, by the way. Let's go to the beginning, and I want to scrub through and see exactly where I can start the music. Notice here there is a break. You can use it from over here if you like to. Let's add an in point. I press I, and then I will not add an out point because I don't know how long I need the music. I'm gonna just click and drop it inside the timeline. Now notice it's going on the audio, of course. Here you are. You can drop it over here. Now you can see the waveforms. If you can't see them, there is a nice button here. If you click on it, it says Timeline View Options. And here you have to switch it on to see the audio waveforms. This is off. You don't see them. This is on. You can see the audio waveforms. So our music is very long. So let's cut it. You can come over to the end and use, for example, the blade tool. Take the blade tool, just come over here and just click to cut it. Then you go to your selection tool, select the part that you don't want, and press backspace, and here you are, it's gone. Now, we have a lot of space here and we are using very little of it. You can zoom in and out. The keyboard way is to press Ctrl or Command on the Mac and press the plus sign on your main keyboard, not on the numeric pad. And minus, it will zoom out. So zoom in with the plus sign, with the Ctrl or Command held down, and the minus sign. But now, if you want to expand it so you can have the maximum view here, it's called Zoom to Fit. You can use the shortcut Shift Z on both Mac and Windows, and it will zoom in as much as possible to cover all your clips within the view of the timeline. So now you can go back to the beginning and listen to the music. Now, most probably it's very high, of course, because they give you the music that's very high, and then you have to adjust the volume the way you would like. To lower the volume, you can come to this thin bar over here. Notice when I point on the bar, the mouse pointer will become two arrows, one up and down. It means you can lower the volume or increase the volume. Okay? A negative value will tell you how much you have decreased, not the volume level. So now we are decreasing by 6, for example. That's very fine, you decreased it. But then if you don't like playing with this bar, I will introduce you to the inspector. You select your clip and you go to the inspector tab over here. If you click on it, it will open the inspector. Since you have selected your audio clip, it's going to deal with the audio. Select another clip, for example, it's going to deal with the video over here. Let's go to the audio, and then you notice the volume is over here. You can reset it. Okay, that's an easy way to reset, and you can decrease the volume or increase it the way you would like. I will decrease it just something like this. Okay, in fact, I can't hear it. I don't have my headphones, but you can decide what volume you want for your clip. Now, make sure this is almost in the middle, and you can play and decide if this volume is good enough for your video clip. Cool. I will stop pressing spacebar. You can also play with the clip pitch. You have a small equalizer here. I recommend you come and play with it and see exactly what happens. It's about fun. We don't want to be serious for now. We'll do some serious work later on. So we added the music. In the next lecture, what I would like to introduce you to is transitions. We are going to add transitions to the video and to the audio and see exactly how to work with. Let's have a bit of fun with the transitions. I will show you how to add transitions to your clip. I'm not going to develop on the whole subject because it's a big one. I will just show you how to add the easiest way. So what are the transitions in Resolve 15? If you come over here, you have the media pool, remember? Next to it, there is the FX library. If you click on it, it will open your toolbox and some effects later on we will see. If your toolbox is not twirled down, just twirl it down like this, and you can see video transition, audio transition, titles we see later, and some generators. Very easy to use. Now you notice it starts with the dissolve transitions. These are the most commonly used, but you have others that you can try. Of course, some of them are very hard on your system if you don't have high memory, but we can stick to the dissolve over here. You notice that the cross dissolve has a red tag here. It means this is the standard transition. If you right click here, you will notice there is set as standard transition. If you take the blur, right click, you can set it as the standard one. Okay, let's go back to cross dissolve and set it as standard. So how do we add the transition? Well, the easiest way to add the standard transition is to come to the edit point. Okay, so the beginning of the clip is the edit point. And then you can right click, and it will ask you how many frames you want to add the standard transition. In our case, is the cross dissolve. Let's choose, for example, 25 frames. This is almost 1 second for us. And if you play your clip now, your transition is done, as easy as this. Okay, let's play it again. Now, you might be wondering about this blue line here that has appeared. Don't worry about it. Later on, I will show you how to optimize and get this blue line all over. So now we added a transition in the beginning. Let's say you want to add a transition at the end. As simple as this, you come over to the edit point just near it, right click, it just asks you how many frames you want. You click on 25, 30, whatever you like. So you add the transitions using the right click near the edit point. But let's say you want to change transitions, you want to play around, that's not what you like. You don't want the standard one. Well, you can select your transition and notice the inspector here, you can open it. There are now settings for the transition that you have added. These are the standard settings for any transition. Its duration, the number of frames. You notice you can increase the duration or decrease it, of course. I'm going to put 1 again. You can decide by number of frames. You can decide its alignment. In this case, we are at the beginning of the clip, so it starts on the edit, of course. You can also change the video transition style just from here. It's so easy. You don't have to click and drag and do things. Now, the bottom one is about the cross dissolve. So notice here you have cross dissolve, and these are the settings for the cross dissolve. If you change, you go, for example, to center wipe, then the settings here will change according to the transition that you have selected. I'll go back to cross dissolve, and you can use several styles. Come and play with them. They are very easy to use, and it's fun. If things go wrong, you can care less. You select your transition over here and press backspace, and it's gone. Now you can add a new one. Here you are. Now let's say you want to add a transition just in the middle here. You select in the middle just over here. Good. Now you can right click and say add 25 frames. So it will center half of it on the left, half of it on the right. You can now select your transition and go and decide you want to put it at the center of the edit, the start of the edit, or maybe at the end of the edit. You can also increase the size or decrease it on both sides. That's very interesting and very useful. So I will reset the transition. It goes back to 1 second, 24 frames. Here you are, you add the transitions on the videos. So now let's look at the audio. How can we add the transition? Also, if you come towards the edit point, you right click and say add 25 frames. You have the default transition. If you come to audio transition, it's the crossfade at 0 decibels. If you play it, now I don't know if you can hear it, but on your computer it should be very nice. Same for here, you can right click, 25 frames, you added the crossfade. So actually this is how you add transitions, and this is how you can edit the transitions. Later on in the course, we are going to make transitions a very complicated business, and I will show you how to create some very powerful transitions. Before starting to add titles, there is a small setting I would like you to do. It will help you to preview your titles and your transitions in real time. Now, if you come to playback here, you have the option of render cache. You have the option of not rendering cache at all, do it the smart way or the user way. The user way is defined by certain settings that we'll see later on in the course. But for now, I would like you to set the render cache to smart. When you set it to smart, it will decide where it has to render to get you a preview in real time. And then you start getting these blue lines here. It means you will be playing in real time. Now, how do you know that you're playing in real time? Look at the small circle over here. Okay, it's now grayed out because it's not playing. If you come to your timeline and press the space bar, you will notice that it will go to 25 and it is green. Our videos are in 25 frames per second. And since it's green, it means it's not skipping any frames. It's playing in real time. So please guys, go to playback and make sure that the render is set to smart. In the next lecture, we start adding some titles. In this lecture, guys, I want you to have fun with titles and lower third. And you will see how easy it is to add titles and lower thirds in Resolve 15. So let's start. Titles are added from the FX library, and I'm sure you already saw them. This is the titles here. You start with simple titles. These are text titles. And the one that have this kind of icons like a thunder, it means they are fusion titles. Some of them are very taxing on the system, but as soon as you render, they will be very beautiful. Let's start with a left lower third. You can choose a middle lower third or right one. So I'll start with the left. The way to add it to your timeline is to click and drag. Of course, don't drop it on your videos. That will not make sense. You will drop it on the track above. Notice how a new track, video 2, has been created when I just put it here. For example, you can drop it here or anywhere you want it to start appearing. I will drop it just after the transition. In your preview, you notice you have a title, the first line, and another title, second line. So you want to edit it. Very easy. Just select your clip and you go, of course, to the inspector. So the first one is title for the first text or the upper text. And if you scroll down with your mouse here, you will notice you will have another one, which is the title for the second line. So let's change here and let's write video editing in Resolve 15. Or actually, you can write any text you like. Have fun. Here you have all the settings for this title. It's like a word processor with certain positions and scaling and rotation if you like to. You can change the font I'm sure you already know that. You can change the size if you like. Okay, you can even come over here and type a figure. Here you are. Let's say 100 only. And of course, you have the tracking, meaning the spacing in between the characters. Okay, I will undo this one. That's cool. And of course, you have the font style, the uppercase, lowercase, whatever you like. And you have the position. You can position it, move it if you like to. Okay, on the X and the Y. That is if you want to. Usually this is a nice position. You can also zoom it. That's like a scale. It's very easy. Here you are. For example, let's stop it over here. And then you have a rotation angle if you're interested to put a lower third with a rotation angle. I will undo this for simplicity. Cool. Now you have the second title or the second line here. Let's write, for example, by Jean-Loup. Or you can write your own name. Similar, you have also the way to change the fonts, and you have all the settings that you would like, and it's pretty easy to work with. So now that you put the text, you might want to have a drop shadow for the text. The drop shadow is already there. All you have to do is to offset it a bit. You can use the X offset, go easy on it. That's pretty cool. The Y offset if you like to. Okay, something like this, cool. And then notice it came on both lines here. Now you can add a background. That will be very interesting. The background is already there. All you have to do is to increase the size. Here you are. For example, I put it over here. You can now center it on the Y if you want to, work on it very nicely. And then you can center it on the X that will be moving left or right. You have to go easy. It jumps very fast. That's cool like this. Unfortunately, I don't know why the second line will come behind the background, which is okay. It's fine for us now as a demonstration. Can play with the opacity and reduce it. Okay, that looks good. If you don't like this roundness just over here, you can decrease it. Okay, that's cool. And that's it. You have added a lower third that will play very nicely. Now, you remember, I want to exit, so it can give me this blue line before I play. Or you can try it several times and the blue line will start appearing. This now is not in 25 frames per second. Okay, but it's creating it. Let's play it again from here. Still is dropping frames. Actually, I'm using a computer only with 8 GB here. I'm supposed to have a 16 or 32 GB. Cool, so that's our lower third here. But also you can do something else. If you want to animate it a bit, it will be very interesting to add a transition. I would add, for example, a video transition. You can add the simple cross dissolve. Here you are on this side. And you can add another cross dissolve on this side. I didn't show you the trim tool yet, but it's very easy to use. With your selection mode, you can come at the end here, and when it turns into this kind of bracket with left and right arrow, you can click and extend it or, shrink it to make it as long as you want. Here you are. Now it's becoming red again, and then if I play it, it's gonna go back to blue. Here you are. Cool, guys. Now let's say you want to add a title at the end of your timeline, at the end of the videos. Let's go to titles, and I'm gonna choose only the text just to show you. Click and drag and drop it, but now don't drop it on above, just drop it on the same video drag. Notice it's snapping, and to edit it, you click on the text. Of course, you have only a single title with a drop shadow, stroke, and background. That's it. Okay, so you can add here, thank you for watching, for example. And as usual, you can change the font. I will go for Tahoma just over here. You can change the size if you like to. Okay, or make it bigger. And that's it. Of course, you can add some video transition. Let's take again the cross dissolve and just put it over here. Now, you cannot center the transition here because this text doesn't have handles. I'll explain to you later about the handles. But for now, it works. It's a lot of fun if you like. And let's put another one here. Let's go back to the beginning. Here you are. Pretty cool. It's running somehow smoothly. Maybe another pass will be better. But you have already created a full-fledged movie with some lower thirds, some titles, some transitions, and some music. You can extend the music if you like. Come to the end here. Just put it just over here, for example. and you have a full movie. Now, in the next lecture, I want to show you how to create a video. The final step of video editing is, of course, to produce a video. And this is what you are going to do in this lecture. You are going to produce a video that is conformed to YouTube or Vimeo if you like to, and then later on you will be able to upload it on your channel and show every student your work. To create a video or to deliver, you'll jump to the deliver page. Here you are. The deliver page is very easy to use. First things first. On your timeline here, you notice you have an in and out point. This is the entire timeline. You can move the in and out point, and of course, you will be just producing for this portion from in and out. Not exactly what we want now. So let's put it to the entire timeline. So make sure the out point is at the end and the in point is at the beginning. You have here your clips. You can see them if you like to. Or if you come to the tabs over here, you can say, okay, I don't want to see them. I want to see the timeline. The most important here is the settings. Since you want to work on the settings, it will be interesting just to expand it here. You have here the custom settings. You have the H.264 master, you have YouTube, you have Vimeo, and you can export it to Final Cut Pro and stories like this. Let's stick to YouTube for now, but we don't want 1080p. We want 720p. This is the size of our videos for the course. So I will click on the arrow there, scroll down and go to 720p. Notice the file name came from the timeline name, which is first movie. Then you have to specify the location. If you go to browse, I'm going to just drop it on my desktop and that will be okay for me now to show you. Now you have three tabs here, one for the video, audio and file. For this lecture, we are going to stick to the most important. To export a video, you can use QuickTime. That's very fine if you are on the Mac. But it will be better to export it as MP4. The size will be smaller with the H.264. And the resolution is like we set it here, is 1280 by 720. Our frame rate is 25, nothing to change. The quality, you can restrict it to 10,000 kilobytes per second or make it automatic. This will affect the size of your video. If you find the size is too big, you can reduce it to medium or even high. Cool, I leave it to best, I'm okay with that. And the keyframing, this is about videos, leave it the way they are. Advanced settings, we'll see them later on. In the audio, you have practically nothing to change. It has picked the audio from the video. This is quite okay as default settings. In the file here, you will have a custom name or stories like this that you can change. For now, let's leave it. So we have set our basic settings. All we have to do now is to click on Add to Render Queue. And it comes as a job here. Of course, you can accumulate many jobs. And then the next thing is to start rendering. As simple as this. Start render. And here you are. It's going to start rendering. And the rendering is in progress. And it gives you a view of what is it rendering. At the end, you will have a perfect video. Cool. So now it has completed the render. All I have to do is to go to my desktop, double click to open the video that it has created. I will double click to make it on full screen and I'll play. Very nice video that you have created. Very good editing. And please guys, create your video, show off with your work, feel happy about it. It's not just about learning, it's also about executing something nice that you feel proud of. Your assignment for this section is to recreate this rough cut, go to the deliver page and produce a video, and you upload the video to YouTube or Vimeo if you like. So it's important that you do these assignments within the course. In every section, you will have one or more assignments to accomplish. These assignments will help you to cement the learning that you take in this section and also will lay the path for you to understand even more in the next sections. Now, you could use all the clips that you want to use. If you find them interesting, just use them. And feel free to extend the time, for example, to 30 seconds or even 1 minute. It's very important that you play so you get very familiar with the program. Now, the focus here is on the in and out point and to drop it in the timeline using, if you like, the append to end. or click and drag on the video and drop it in the timeline. If things go wrong with you and you don't like what's happening here, you don't like this clip, just select it and press backspace. Okay? I will explain to you how to remove clips from the timeline in the next section. So focus on setting the in and out point as best as possible. If you don't manage to create a good timeline that you like, it's okay. In the next section, I will show you how to import this project with this same timeline so you can follow along for the next section. Please guys, do your assignment. The first thing you want to learn is how to assemble your timeline, or how to roughly line up your videos for further editing. In this section, you will learn several ways to drop your videos in the timeline. The more you master these methods, the faster you will start video editing. You will learn how to create smart beans to help you in your workflow and organize your media, how to navigate the timeline and set the previews, and how to find the keyboard shortcuts you need. You will start with how to perform lifts and extracts and the effect of the auto select, how to perform insert edits, overwrite edits, 3-point edits, the replace edit, and the ripple overwrite. I will also show you how to swap clips on the timeline and how to move a continuous series of clips. I also added some useful tips such as match frame and how to extract overlapping gaps. I find it important that you follow along. So the way I've done it here is at the end of every section, I exported the project and you have it in your downloads within the project folder. Now, if you want to follow along, you need to import the final project from the previous section. To import the final project, you can right-click and go to Import. And here you will have to navigate to where you have saved your projects, where you have done the download and the zip. And I would like you to choose for now the final project from section 1. So this file is the final from section 1, is first draft cut. And you click Open to import your project just over here. When the project is imported, you will see it listed within your projects here. To open it, of course, you double click on it and it will open in DaVinci Resolve. If this works fine for you, you need to check if all your clips are correctly linked. For this, you can select the first folder and press Shift and select the last one. And you want to make sure that all the thumbnails are actual thumbnails from the video. If any of them or several of them are, for example, turned red just like this, you need to relink them. To do this, it's very easy. Just select all the red ones. For me, I will select the first one, press Shift and select the last one. Then right-click and go to Relink Selected Clips. Now here you have to navigate to where you have downloaded and unzipped your clips. For me, it will be DaVinci Resolve Training. Now I know they are inside media files. If I scroll down, I have several folders. I don't care, and you shouldn't care. Just select the top folder and click OK. It will search around and find all your clips. And don't worry, if you didn't find a clip, it will ask you if you want to do a comprehensive search. Press yes, I want to do the comprehensive search, and it will search in this subfolder to find the unlinked clip. In this way, you have the project. You notice we have our timelines here, and you have all your media, and you can start following along. In every section, you will have to do that if you want to follow along. Now, the best way is for you to follow along, and you just progressively build your project jumpstart. Resolve 15 has a very nice and organized menu here. It is somehow task or concept oriented. And it's very important that you understand the concept, not whatever is inside. This will come later on. But it's important to understand what's the concept of edit or trim or timeline or clip, and when to go to these options and to do what. So I would like you to understand the concept for now, and all the options inside will become so relevant to you. Let's start with DaVinci Resolve. Of course, you have About, Quit, and Preferences. That's pretty important. Remember, it's over here. You have the File option, which is all about the filing system, importing, saving, whatever. And this is actually the focus of this section. The edit option here is all about selecting your clip in the media pool or the source and dropping them inside your timeline and arranging them in the timeline. The edit option will not help you edit the content of the clip or trim it or stories like this. It's all about creating your first rough cut like we have done before, dropping your clips, moving them around, which clip comes first, which clip comes at the end, and stories like this. No, moving your clips around. So this is what we are going to focus on in this section. Now, if you come to the trim here, the trim option is about trimming your clips, left, right, and slipping and sliding mode and stories like this. It is all about the content of your clip. Okay, we will do that in the next section where you learn all these options and much more of how to edit your clip in the timeline. Now, the timeline, as it says, are all operations about the timeline. Some of them are settings, like the snapping, the link selection, and some of them are actions, like selecting the track destination or locking tracks, and some other options. We will see all of them. In the clip option, it's all about doing some extra work on your clip. For example, enable it or disable it. You work with the keyframes, and notice here you work with the duration, the audio, if you have a multi-camera, rendering, and stories like this. It's about more targeted actions that you can do inside your clip. Now, the mark, as the name says, is about marking in and out. As you know, all the options, clearing the marking if you like. Also, it's about the keyframes, how to select them, add keyframes, about the markers, adding and removing markers. So remember this, that mark includes marking the clip, marking in the timeline, also executing certain action on the keyframes, and also the markers. Very nice. And you have flags over here, which is pretty cool, by the way. Now, in the view, as the name says, it is all about the views and how to view or not to view. The most important here, I think it's enabled to the timeline scroll. I'll show you how it works. And you are free here to choose whatever you want to show. The playback option is all about playing back. Now, you are not going to come over here and say play reverse or stop. You are going to remember all these shortcuts here, okay, and then use them. You cannot possibly come back to the playback and say stop. Okay, that won't work. But you come to the playback to set certain options here. We already worked on the render cache. We said make it smart, and maybe a couple of options that you will want to put on and off. But usually you'll put them on and you're happy with them. Then you have the fusion, is for the fusion page, same as color, fairlight, and the workspace. We have seen that. So actually this is the concept behind the menu. And depending on what you're doing, you can refer to the menu. I will come to the menu many times here to show you the option. But I do prefer that you learn all the shortcut keys. Let's talk a bit about shortcuts. I am now in version 15.2, the latest version of DaVinci Resolve. If you are still in 15.0, this lecture is not for you. But I would recommend that you upgrade to 15.2. It's a bit nicer. If you come to any menu here, for example, the trim, you notice that most commands already have an assigned shortcut. Okay, the trim start, shift left bracket. So usually you pick it up from here, you remember it, you come and start using it in the timeline. But some of them are not assigned any shortcut. You could use the option in DaVinci Resolve under keyboard customization. This is 15.2, is a standalone option. And here you are. You have a visual keyboard customization that you can use. Very easy to use, by the way. Now, let's look at the keyboard and let's look at the active keys here. You notice there are some keys that are dark gray. When they are dark gray, it means there is no shortcut assigned to the keys. If they are in light gray, like A, S, and D, it means there is a shortcut assigned to this key in a single command option from these menus over here. If you go to I and O, you notice there are two of them here. If you click on it, it will show you where the shortcuts are assigned. In the application, there is mark in. In the edit and media viewer, there is a mark in, the O the same. If you come to delete, you will notice there is 3, and one over here, there are 4. And here you have 4 places where the delete key can work. You can also add a control. So now we're looking at Control Delete, and notice there are no shortcuts assigned. If I select V, you will notice now in Control V, I have paste twice. This means that the Control V will work in these two selections, okay, in the timeline and the whole application. If you go to B, for example, there is Razor and Previous. Of course, we're talking about Control B. You can add the Shift, and you notice now it has changed the keyboard. Control Shift B, there is nothing on it. If I come to N, Control Shift N, it has new bean and new bean only. If you add the Alt, you will notice there is nothing assigned to the Control Shift Alt over here. If you take C, Control Alt Shift C is not assigned. Let's take, for example, the Alt V. It has paste attributes in the application and the edit timeline. Now, if you double click on the edit timeline here, you will notice on the right side is a jump to edit timeline and showing you the shortcut Alt V. Now, this is very interesting because you can change it if you like. You click on the X, you look on your keyboard here, for example, Alt 0 is not used. So you will come over here and use Alt 0 if you want to. So now the paste attribute is no more Alt V, but it is Alt 0 if you want to. If you don't like your change, you can just undo. But also you can add another shortcut to this. We can add the same Alt 0. So now, paste attribute, you can use Alt V or Alt 0. Be careful when you are in the edit timeline. To remove a shortcut, just press on the X, and that's it, it's done. But there is more interesting now. You can search. For example, you want to know all the shortcuts that are related to trim. All you have to do is to write trim here. Notice it didn't show you anything because it's looking for trim and the edit timeline. There is nothing like this. So you go up and choose all commands. It will list for you all the commands that have a trim in the wording. If you scroll down history, you will find trim, clips by 35 frames, dynamic trim, trim and trim mode, and trim start. If you go, for example, for cut, you notice that it's listing all the commands that have the word cut in them, if there is a shortcut or not. This is because you have show all. You can choose only the assigned one. Here you are. These are only the assigned one. Okay. Or you can choose the unassigned commands, meaning all the commands that have the cut word and they do not have any shortcut. Or you can choose the one that you have modified. Okay, let's go back to assigned, and here we have all the shortcuts that have the cut, and of course you can come over, add new shortcuts, remove the shortcuts, or change them. On the top here, you will notice there is DaVinci Resolve, and it has a star. If you click on the arrow next to DaVinci Resolve, it has 4 options here. You can change the whole keyboard mapping in just one click to Final Cut, if you are used to Final Cut, or Media Composer, or Premiere. But now I do not recommend that you do that because you will lose some shortcuts from DaVinci, and also you will lose some shortcut from whatever you have selected. There will not be all the shortcuts for Premiere and not all the shortcuts from Resolve. So it becomes very confusing. I would say stick to DaVinci Resolve and learn the shortcuts. It has a star, meaning I did some changes here. I could save these changes or come over here, save them as a new preset, which later on I can import this preset. Now, if you're happy from the result here, you can click save and you will save the keyboard shortcuts. Here you are. If I say save, it will ask me for a new preset. I can write DaVinci Resolve 2, for example, and you can click OK if you want to save it. I will cancel this, it's not interesting. If you don't want to save, just click cancel, and it will ask you if you want to cancel the cancel or disregard the information. Disregard, and we're back. I hope this was a good overview about how to customize your keyboard shortcuts. In this lecture, guys, I'm going to show you a few things about smart bins and about how to create new timelines and how to organize them. It's going to be very simple and very easy. Please follow along with me if you'd like to. Otherwise, you can sit back, take a paper and pen, and take note. Okay, notes are very important when you are starting to learn a new software because they will allow you, later on to review a bit what you have studied, and it will refresh on the knowledge that you have acquired. You notice over here you have smart bins. Smart beans are very useful and I encourage you to start using them. If you come over to the smart bean and you right click, you have two options. Add smart bean and sort. Of course, we want to start adding some so we can sort them later. I will click on add smart bean. The smart bean is about setting certain criteria for the smart bean to collect the clips that you have put in the media pool. It's very easy. Let's call this one, for example, slow motion. The option here you have match all or any of the rules. We're going to put some rules here. For all, the smart bean will collect the clips that verify all the rules that you have put here. Okay? Any means it's enough for a clip to verify a single rule to be listed inside your smart bean. So let's go for all now. And here you have media pool properties or other properties. I will go for simplicity for media pool properties. You are welcome to try all the rest later on. File name is where the rule is going to start looking. You can look in the file name, in the clip name, in the end, in the start, whatever you like. I will keep it to file name. The rule here is contains. Okay, you can say does not contain or is, meaning exactly, or is not, and so on. There are very many options that you can choose. These are somehow the conditions. Okay, if I come over here, I can write slow, for example. This rule means within the media properties, within the file name, it should contain the word slow. And you notice already I have them listed over here. Let's create the smart bin. And now you have a new bin here that is a smart bin. And inside this smart bin, there are all the clips that have the word slow inside their name. So actually, it's pretty easy. Now, the trick about the smart bins, you did not move your clips anywhere. It's just a logical list according to the rules that you have put. Now, if this is not really what you want here, you made a mistake, you can just double click on the icon, okay, not the name, and you will be able to edit this smart bin. You can edit the name, change the rules, whatever is necessary to get your smart bin to work the way you would like. I'll click OK. Now, there is another very important option that I would like to show you. Let's go, for example, to assignment. Let's grab all the clips, right-click and say create new timeline using selected clips. Okay, don't make this a general practice. I'm using it here just for simplicity. It's much better to bring every clip in the source monitor and put the in and out point before you drop it in a sequence. For now, just like this, it will work. So now I have a new timeline. And the name is timeline 2. I'll keep everything the way it is. There is no problem. I will say create. Now that's what's happening here. You have created a new timeline. And do you remember where was our previous timeline? Actually, it was in startup. And we have another one in assignment. You end up at the end of the project having several timelines that are all over the places within the bins and including the master bin. Cool. How to avoid this mess? Well, there is a very nice option in Resolve 15. If you come to DaVinci Resolve and under Preferences, and if you go to User and under Editing, so you notice it's not really complicated. Just you as the user, and this is an editing option. Go down over here and notice it says Create Smart Bin for Timelines. And I encourage you to always use it. I will check it and click Save. Now, a new smart bin has been created. It's also a logical bin, if you like. If you select it, you will notice that your timelines have been listed over here, but they are still inside their original bins. So that will be pretty cool to list all your timelines. Be careful you didn't move them, as this is a logical smart bin. Now you notice that one timeline is inside assignment, another timeline is inside first movie. As general practice, and I like doing that, is to create a special bin to put all the timelines, physically move them inside this bin. So that's pretty easy. Just right click over here and you say add bin, and I will call it now my timelines. Okay, it will be much more interesting if you give it a good name according to what timelines you want to put in this bean. You can have several beans having timelines. Now I'm gonna come to timelines here, select the two beans and simply drop them inside my timelines. They don't disappear from the smart bean because this is logical, but they disappeared from the assignment. You notice the bin has been moved, and in startup the bin has been moved. So if you click on my timelines, here you are, you have organized your timeline in a special bin. And in case you create a new timeline, you can always come back to the timelines, click and drag it and put it in your timeline. This is a matter of organizing your timelines, creating smart bins, and also logically finding your clips so you can really speed up your workflow. I want you guys to be very comfortable with the timeline navigation. It's very important just to make sure that you know how to move your clips around and also you know how to move your views. So actually we are focusing in this lecture on the two options of the menu here, the view and some options of the playback here. We'll see how it works. We have seen two commands here, is the control or command plus on the main keyboard, guys, not on the numeric pad, to zoom in, and the command or control minus to zoom out, and of course we have seen the shift Z to zoom to fit. Now you know already with the selection tool you can select a clip and start moving it around. Okay, but you can move it up and put it on track 2. Notice when I moved it up, it came on V2. That is track 2 for the video, and it has created a new track for audio 2. Cool. You can take another clip and move it up. Please guys, come and play with me here. We're gonna do something a bit nice just to be able to navigate. Of course, now you can click and just start putting them under each other or stacking them. Now this is going to be useful later on. You will see with transitions and stories like this. And sometimes you don't want to remove the clip, just want to put the clip above and see what happens. You can also create a lasso around certain clips. As much as you can see, of course, is going to scroll left and right and click and drag them to position them your way you would like. I press Shift Z to zoom to fit. There is also the nice case of home. It goes to the beginning and goes to the end. If you have a small keyboard that doesn't have the home and end, and in some keyboards you need to use the function key with the home or the end or the up arrow and small arrow. So try your best here and remember to come to the keyboard preferences and try which keys can work best for you for home and end. Now the next thing, you have the up and down arrows. Up and down arrows will take you backward or forward to the next edit point. So the next edit point could be an in point. This is an edit point over here. This is an in point. And you have another edit point for every clip, of course. This is the out point. If you use the up arrow, it's going to navigate to the previous edit point. That's up arrow. Notice how it came on the in and out. I'll do it again. Up arrow, it goes to the nearest edit point. Another one, nearest edit point. It was the out point, now it's the in point, and so on. You navigate in between edit points. Why we need that? Because you will navigate to an edit point and start trimming it, for example. Now, the down arrow also will take you forward to the next edit point. Cool, guys? So it's pretty practical. Now you notice that it's moving on the edit points of the video in track 2 and the video in track 1, and also the audio 1 and audio 2. This is because the auto select for both tracks or even all the tracks is on, is switched on. You notice this is the auto select with the double arrow. Now if you put it off, for example, I put it off on A2 and V2 at the same time because they are aligned here. Now if you use the up and down arrow, you will notice that it will disregard V2. V2 is no more auto selected. You just, forget about V2 and moves only on V1. Now you have the video and the audio, and you have this bar in the middle here. This is the center of audio and the video. Sometimes you need more space for the video, less space for the audio, so you can move it around like this, okay? You can extend the view for the video. Just come to the line over here and extend it. And sometimes you really need to extend it. Now I'm going overboard, I'll show you why. And for the audio, just like this. Now please come to the view over here and make sure that Enable 2D Timeline Scroll is checked. Okay guys, now it's checked. And then if you come to the video area anywhere, it doesn't really matter, and use the mouse scroll button. In DaVinci Resolve, it's always recommended that you use the 3 mouse button with the middle one being the scroll. So if you point in the video area, you can scroll up and down, okay? And if you point to the audio area, you can scroll up and down. Pretty useful. I don't like this option. I like to use the view and uncheck enable 2D timeline scroll. Now, wherever I point, if I use the mouse scroll, it's going to go left and right. And that I like very much. Because also, if I press shift and mouse scroll, I can go up and down inside the video or inside the audio. Pretty cool, guys, okay? But now, you see, we messed all our videos here. And how do we get them back? There is an option here. We have seen this option. We click on it once. You have here several options for the clip view and to adjust the height of the audio or video. You notice if I click here now, it's going to go to the minimum, and then I can increase the size the way I like. Okay? And the same for audio. I click, it's going to go to the minimum, and then it's going to go bigger and bigger the way you would like. Cool. Let's say you arrange them from here. Okay? Just randomly, I'm going to do them. You can come back to the option here and go for the rightmost, which is the compact view if you would like. If you click on it, they all go into compact view. Now you cannot see any thumbnail. You can only see the name of the clip. There is the option in the middle. This option, if you notice, has 2 squares on left and right. I'll show you the thumbnail of the first and last frames of the clips. Pretty interesting. The one on the leftmost will show you all the thumbnails as much as possible of the frames within your clip. Still, you can increase the size of the video and the size of the audio the way you would like. Okay, we'll leave it like this. Now, you notice here, you don't know which timeline you are in. Okay, you don't see the name of the timeline anywhere. Well, there is a solution for that. If you come to the same timeline view options, and you have the first icon here, it says stacked timeline. I'll select this option and notice what happened over here. Now it's giving me the name of the timeline and an arrow. If I click it down, I can, switch to another timeline. Okay? But also if you come to my timeline and click, for example, on first movie, and here you are, now you can navigate in between timelines. Very nice and pretty practical. In this lecture, guys, I want to show you how to do lifts and extract, and exactly what is lifts and extracts in the video editing. Now, if you select a clip here, you could remove it and keep its space. For example, here, you want to remove this clip, but keep this blank space over here. This is called a lift. So to do that, you just press backspace. Here you are. So now you have done a lift. You lift it away. Okay? I will undo that. But from time to time, you want to remove a clip, lift it, but also in addition, you want to delete the space. If you delete the space, of course, all the clips on the right of the deleted clip will come to the left. This is called the ripple delete or an extract. How to do that in DaVinci Resolve is using the shortcut Shift Backspace. Now you notice the clip has been deleted and its space has been deleted, and all the clips on V2, V1, A1, and A2 have moved to the left. That is because they were all auto-selected. You get me, guys? So if I select this clip and they are all auto-selected and I do an extract, then they will all move to the left. This is a ripple delete on all the tracks. Cool. But now if you change the auto-select, for example, you remove the auto-select on V2 and A2. So we want video 2 and its audio to remain the way they are. And then you select this clip, for example, in the middle, it's more obvious, and you do an extract. You notice that V2 did not move at all because its auto selection is off. But V1 has ripple deleted, meaning the clip has been deleted and the space that it was occupying on V1 has also been deleted and all the clips move to the left. This is a very important concept. Where this happens in DaVinci Resolve, if you come to the edit here, you will find you have delete selected, that is backspace, and ripple delete, that is shift backspace. In the video editing language, the delete selected is called a lift, and the ripple delete is called an extract. Let me also show you how the link selection here affects lifts or extract effect, if you like. You notice that all our clips here have a small chain. It means this clip is linked to another audio clip. If you select the video, you will also be selecting its audio because they are linked. And this linked selection happens because the link selection option here is on. If I select this one, it selects its audio also. If you remove the link selection and select a video clip, for example, you notice you did not select the audio. It's not good to leave the link selection off because you can have mistakes just like this. So you notice I moved the video, but I did not move the audio. If the audio was very relevant for the video, then I have an offset between the audio and a video. If you're doing an interview, now the video is not really with the audio, and that will cause some problems. You have to put it back. Let's keep the link selection on. And then you would like to lift only the audio. Well, to select only the audio, you will press Alt or Option on the Mac and you click on the audio clip, and here you are, you selected only the audio and not the video. Vice versa, if you press Alt or Option on the Mac, click on the video, select the video, not the audio. Now I will press Alt and select only the audio, press Backspace, meaning I lifted the audio and left the video. So this is all about the lift and extract. Later on, you are going to use lift extract a lot to delete your clips and to organize your timeline. In this lecture, guys, we want to add some clips on the timeline. We don't want to change what we have. We want to insert new clips. And of course, we will have longer time on the timeline and start making it more interesting. So I will show you several ways on how to insert a clip on your timeline. First of all, you want to decide where you want to insert your clip, of course, using the playhead. Now, better yet, let's say I want to insert it over here. Okay, it can snap nicely, but it's better to use the down arrow to position the playhead exactly at the end of the previous clip and at the beginning of the next clip, of course. Now we have here 3 clips. This is the first one, which is a nice one. The guys are sleeping. We have another one here where he jumps and we view it on a different angle. Another one here where he also jumps, but we have also another angle here. The first thing I would like to repeat is never click and drag your clip over here and start now cutting it. This is not serious work. Use the source monitor to determine the in and out point, then you drop it in your timeline if it's an insert or an overwrite. Cool, let's do that. Let's start with the first one. Cool, I want to start from over here. So I press I to set the in point. Then I want to move 1 second forward. To move forward is the right arrow, you know that. Now I'm moving 1 frame forward. To move back to the in point, you know already that is Shift I. So I to set the in point, Shift I to jump to the in point. Now I want to move forward 1 second. We have this option under playback. If you come to step 1, you have frame forward, right arrow, okay? And you have a second forward, where the Shift right arrow will take you forward 1 second. Let's do that here. And then I'll press Shift right. I'm moving 1 second. And we set the out point, pressing O. So now I have the in and out point. I'm ready to insert my clip. If you directly use the insert just over here, or you press F9, or if you click and drag and go to insert, now notice what's happening. I'm going to click over here. It will insert the clip through. So it will insert your clip, moving everything afterward to the right. And also it has inserted the audio, which really we don't want that. We don't want to cut our song here or our music. There is something here called the track targets. So you target which tracks you want your clip to come on. For example, for video, you notice that V1 here, or video 1 is V1. It has been highlighted with red. Okay, a border where it says this is the target track. You can change that. You can click on video 2 and notice video 2 becomes a video 1. This one stays 1. Notice how it works. Okay, so now video 2 is the targeted track for video. Now for audio, I really don't want any audio. So I need to cancel any targeting. So all I have to do is to make sure I press on A1. Now it's no more targeted, but it's highlighted because it's only track. Now, if I do an insert, you notice that the video came on the target, that is video 2, and the audio has cut. Not exactly what I wanted. I don't want the audio to be cut. So my best chance is to lock the audio layer. So now there is no editing on the audio layer. And here you are, you can use the insert now. Very nice. So let's see if the 1 second is nice enough. Okay, not bad. Good. Stop over here and use the up arrow to go to the edit point. Take the second video. I want to take this one. So I'm going to start just from over here. That's how the guy is moving. Okay, just here. I put the eye. Of course, this is rough cut, so later on I will adjust them. Then move, let's say, to just over here. Okay, the guy is in the air. I'll put the out point. And now again, another insert. Perfect. See, it's working very nice. One, they're sleeping and the guy jumps. And the reason I left him here, I'll go back 1 frame because I want to use the other clip now. Okay, here you are. And then notice what I'm going to do. Okay, that's it. But from a different angle. It's going to look very nice, I think. This is, I press I for the in point. Move towards, that's enough. I think just like this. Then now I will click on the insert. Here you are. And it has inserted the clip. Let's play it. It's pretty cool now. They're sleeping. He jumps 1 angle, 2nd angle. Pretty nice. So that is the insert in concept. Let's come over here. And the guy is jumping. You notice this? It's a very long clip. So let's go somewhere where there is something nice. For example, this guy here. So let's say the guy starts just over here. Okay, that's cool. That's the in point. And then he drops. And now here I'll put the out point. I want to insert it on V2 and this clip will be cut. Notice what's going to happen. Here you are. This is another insert, but it cuts the clip that is under it, makes space. So you notice what's happening here. So the guy comes in, he's turning, this guy jumps, and he continues. For example, I'm sure you can do better. So actually, this is about the insert is as easy as this. You should get used to the F9, which I didn't press here because I want to show you, or you can use the click and drag to insert here. But usually the F9 is the mostly used. Now you know how to use the insert if it is on an edit point of 2 clips, like we have done here, or to cut a clip and insert another clip on top. Your next command here is the overwrite clip, or the shortcut is F10. Also, you can click and drag and choose overwrite from here, wherever you like. Cool, let's see how it works. It's actually very easy. You place your playhead anywhere you want to overwrite. Let's say over here. And of course, you have to go for your targets. If you choose video 2 here, it will overwrite on the video 2. If you use video 1, it will overwrite on video 1. Let's see with video 1, and of course we have locked our layer here, so we don't have any audio coming in. Then let's choose another clip here. Let's go for this clip. He jumps nicely here before falling. So I start from here. We put the in point, then move a bit. Okay, that will be cool here. This is the out point. So it's just less than a second maybe. Now, if you use the overwrite and your target is V1, the same as the clip where the playhead is, notice what's going to happen is going to just overwrite, meaning it's going to cut your original clip in 2 portions and put the one that you have used to overwrite. This is one way to do it. But guys, usually in video editing, we don't do that. I'm going to undo. What we do is to place the overwrite on the track above. It's much nicer and much easier later on if you want to sync, for example, on the edit points left and right. So I'll just put it over here and go for the target for V2 and just overwrite. Here you are. Now it's much better because you can play, you can adjust this clip and adjust the bottom clip from the edit points left and right. This is actually all about overwrite. It depends on how you want to use it. Most probably you want to get used to the F10 key. And in the next lecture, we see another command. 3-point edits are very common when you're doing video editing, and they are extremely useful. In Resolve 15, it's very easy to perform 3-points edit if it is for an overwrite or an insert. Let's talk about marking in the timeline. The first marking you want to learn is you select a clip and you press X. So you notice that an in and out point have been created on the edit points of the clip. So actually you have marked the clip. Also you can come over, click on the out point and drag it and position it the way you would like. For example, same for the in point. To cancel the in and out point, you press Alt X. If you are on the Mac, it will be Option X, and it will remove the marking. I will undo this. If you want, for example, to cancel only the in point, now the shortcut is Alt I. On the Mac, it will be Option I. Here you are. If you want to cancel the out point, for example, now, of course, you guessed it, is Alt O or Option O on the Mac. Good. I will undo this. So I will remove the marking now. It's Alt X. And then let's decide that this clip here, we want to overwrite it. It's a bit boring from here to here. The guys are climbing slowly. So I want to set the in point just for here. I press I, of course, and then I move forward, let's say up to here, and press O. Okay, so now I have an in and out point on the timeline. To perform a 3 points edit, you still need 1 point within the source monitor. It could be an in point or an out point. Let's go for the in point first. So I will come over here. Okay, it's really not necessary where you put the playhead, but it's cool for now. And I'll choose the in point. Let's say I wanted to start just from here. I will set the in point. The concept is, it's gonna match the in points, meaning it's gonna take the frame on this in point, put it on the in point within your timeline, and use as many frames as required in your source monitor to fill the gap in between the in and out points. Okay guys, so it's pretty easy. In to in, it matches. Use as many frames as required to fill in between the in and out point. Let's do first an overwrite, which is easy to see. I'll click on overwrite and notice what's happening. Okay, I will come to the in point. The in points in the source and the timeline has matched, and there are as many frames as required to fill in the gap. You notice? As many as is required. In fact, we didn't even decide. So this is an overwrite with 3 edits using the in point. I will undo this, not to complicate things. And I will come to the source monitor and remove the in point. I will use Alt X. Now let's take the inverse. I want to come to the out point here and decide the out point should be, for example, just over here. Okay, I like that. And I will set the out point. Now I have 3 points, in, out, and out point inside the source monitor. If you do replace, of course, it's going to match the out point and use as many frames as required backward to fill in the gap in between the in and out point. Let's do that. Press, and here you are. Notice I will go 1 frame backward just to show you. It has matched the out point, the one they have marked, and it has used as many frames as required to fill the gap. Here you are. Now, this is a real editing here. The 3-point edit is very important and you should practice it. Now, we have used the override. How about if you use the insert? What's the effect? Okay, I will undo. I have the in and out point, and I'm going to use the out point, the same one here. And instead of override, let's do an insert. Here you are. So obviously it has inserted from the source monitor in between the in and out point, and it has rippled everything to the right. If you play, here you are. Cool. Nice editing. Of course, now you could use the in point instead of the out point. You know that already. So let's set the in point here. First, I will cancel both of them to make it easy. I will set the in point just over here. And I will perform an insert. Here you are. So it's pretty cool and it's pretty useful. And this is really some very important techniques that you really want to learn. Now, I gave you one example, but in our practice activity, you are going to use it. You know, it's up to you to perform the 3-point edits. In this lecture, guys, I want to work with you on the replace clip. One of the most powerful commands that you can find, I think, only in Resolve 15. The concept of replace is to replace clips within the timeline, the whole clip if you like. The trick about it is that it will match the frame of the source monitor where the playhead is with the frame where the playhead of the timeline is. For example, if I set the playhead within the timeline at this frame, and in the source monitor I set the playhead just over here. So the replace is going to start by replacing the frame in the timeline by the frame in the source monitor where the playheads are. Then, to cover the whole clip, it's going to take enough frames on the left and enough frames on the right to cover the whole clip, to do a full replacement. Now you have to make sure that you are selecting the right target. If you want a full replacement of this clip, you better select the V1 track. Now we are going to press on replace, and notice what's going to appear in the source monitor. Here you are. So it has taken the frame from the source and put it exactly where the playhead of the timeline is, and enough frames on the left and on the right to cover the whole clip. I will undo this and give you a very nice example. Let's say we come over here and you decide that at this position, just at this position, you want this frame to appear. Okay, and you want just a few frames before and few frames after, just a flash if you like, but it has to come on this specific position within the timeline. The way to do that is now to use the in and out point within your timeline. For example, I go back a bit, okay, just a bit, put the in point. I'm not being very precise now, just for demonstration, and go in front, just few frames, okay, and set the out point. Now, if you play here from in to out, this is the area I want to cover. And then I'm going to go back with the arrows just to say, okay, I want this frame to come exactly where this playhead is, or any other frame you like. For example, let's change a bit. Let's go just here in the middle, for example. So I can select the area if you like. In addition to that, I don't want to overwrite the clip within the timeline. I wanted to go on V2. Okay, so I still can see whatever is on V1. I like very much to work like this. I don't like replacing clips. Maybe I change my mind later. So now let's do a replace. And you notice what happened. Wherever the playhead was, this frame from the source came. Let's zoom in to show you a bit better. It has taken enough frames from the left and the right to cover the whole area where the in and out points were. So this is now very practical because you can choose action moments from the source and drop them exactly where you want in the timeline. Here you are. So now we really did a very specific job. Cool, guys? So this is the concept of replace, and I hope you want to use it, you train on it. I'm not saying that it's like very easy to use. But actually, when you're using action movies and you want to replace, a certain action within the movie by another action coming from another clip or from After Effects, if you like, this is the best way to choose your frames and to do the very exact replacement. In DaVinci Resolve, there is a very powerful command called the ripple override. I'll show you how it works. Let's imagine here you have a short clip and you want to use this clip to replace your first clip, which is longer, of course, according to the in and out point. To do this edit, you have several steps. First of all, select your right track and remove the auto select because you don't want V2 to be touched. One option is to come over here, select your clip and just lift it, okay? Then, of course, you want to use the override according to your playhead in the beginning. Then you come to this gap and of course ripple delete the cap. Here you are. Now you have replaced the previous clip with the new one and close the cap. You didn't have to do all this. You can use the ripple override. Now, as soon as you hear ripple, please make sure that you are doing the right selection and the right targeting. I will click and drag and go to the ripple override and I'll just let go. Here you are. It has replaced your previous clip and also closed the gap and rippled everything to the left. Pretty convenient, right, guys? In the same context, let's say this clip is much longer here. Okay, something like this, a dumb example, but it will show you how to use the ripple override. Now you click and drag and go to ripple override. Here you are. Notice now it has done an override and an insert and rippled the V2 track towards the right. So it's pretty convenient to use the ripple override when you want to do this kind of replacement. I mentioned that when you hear ripple, make sure you have the right target track and the right auto select. Now I'm gonna put the auto select on and do another ripple override. Notice what's happening. Since video 2 was also auto-selected, it has also rippled video 2. That could be very convenient from time to time. You know, guys, maybe this is exactly what you want. You want to ripple the whole timeline to the right. Let's go now and select video 2 as the target track. If you do a ripple over right, notice what's happening. It didn't use your clip over here, but target was V2. It will work on V2. Having also both of them auto-selected, it has rippled video 1 and video 2. The ripple override can be found also under Edit. I forgot to mention it in the beginning, and it's a ripple override Shift F10. I click and drag here just to show you, and we go step by step, but you could use always the shortcut Shift F10. Within the Edit menu, guys, you can see you have Cut, Ripple Cut, Copy and Paste, and the Paste Insert. They are very easy to use, of course, but I want to draw your attention on how they work with the auto select over here. Let's take a clip here. You can, of course, copy it or Control X, Command X on the Mac to cut it. So now you can paste it somewhere else. Let's go for a simple paste. Let's bring the playhead just over here, and you do Control V or Command V on the Mac, it will paste it. But now it has pasted on the same track where you have cut it. That is because this track has been auto-selected. Let's say you remove the auto-selection, and now it's only V1 that is auto-selected. And notice none of the tracks is targeted here. If you do Control V, you will have a simple overwrite or a paste, if you like, on the lower track that is auto-selected. I will undo this. Now I'll put the selection back on video 2 and use the Control Shift V or Command Shift V on the Mac, and I will paste insert. So it has inserted your clip back and it has rippled everything on its right. This is because both tracks has been auto-selected. I will undo. If I remove the auto-selection on video 1 and Control Shift V, you notice I rippled only the track where the auto-select is on. I will undo until I get back the clip just over here. Now you have the ripple cut. If you come here, you have the ripple cut, which is Control Shift X. Now it's very interesting sometimes to use it, this Control Shift X. Okay, you have cut it. You can come over here, for example, and Control Shift V or Command Shift V on the Mac, and you have paste inserted. So it's pretty useful to use these edit commands here. Come over and train with them. They are pretty simple and pretty nice to use, by the way. I just want to make sure that you have all the tricks and tips, the commands on your fingertips before you start creating your first assignment. You most probably already know by clicking on a clip and moving it around, you can place it anywhere you want, and it is just a simple overwrite. This is called lift and overwrite. Notice how you are overwriting the other clip or the gaps if you like. Let's say you want to cut this clip from where it is and insert it just where the playhead is. The first thing you think about is to cut and paste insert. So you will cut it from here, Control X, Command X on the Mac. You position your playhead and you do Control Shift V or Command Shift V on the Mac, and you have paste inserted. Of course, video 1 has been rippled to the right with video 2 also because they are both auto-selected. I will undo this. There is a faster method if you like, is select your clip and press on Control and Shift or Command and Shift and start dragging it around. Keep it on the same track for now. You notice it's telling you how far you're going. So I'm now -1 second and 19 frames. But also you notice that it is really inserting by rippling V1 to the right, of course. Here you are, you can just snap it here. So make sure when you're using this command, your snapping is always on. Notice how it's inserting on V1. Let's come and just drop it over here. Notice the snapping with the small triangles or the arrows up and down. This is called a lift and then insert. And it's very useful here. What I don't like about this command is if you select and press Control and Shift and try to go down, you notice that it's working as an override. So it's a lift override, is no more an insert, and you just cut your clips. I will undo this twice, keep it here. So The lift insert is Control Shift or Command Shift on the Mac plus click and drag, and you drop it wherever you require. Try always to have your snapping on so you can be more precise and see exactly where it is dropping. From time to time, guys, you want to exchange positions for two clips next to each other. You want this clip on the right to come to the left and the one on the left to come to the right. So you want to exchange their places. Well, the one way to do it is to move one clip out, move this one on the right, and then move this one back here. It's like playing with the Rubik's Cube. This is not the way to do it in Resolve 15. You have a very nice option here. Is swap clips towards left and swap clips towards the right. I would like to draw your attention to the word towards the left, not with the left clip. And the shortcut is Control Shift comma and Control Shift period. Let's try this. Select this clip and use Control Shift comma. If you are on the Mac, of course, it's going to be Command Shift comma. Here you are. You notice how it has jumped to the left. If I now swap it to the right, it's going to move to the right. So it's pretty cool, guys, how to swap your clips next to each other. Let's try something else. You notice here I have the selection on both video 2 and video 1. Let's remove the auto select from video 1. Let's take this clip and then let's say we want to swap this clip to the position of this one. Well, actually, it's not going to happen. You have here a gap. You notice there is a gap here and there is a gap here. If you swap to the right, Control Shift comma or Command Shift comma on the Mac, you are swapping first with the gap. If we go to the right, here you are swapping with the gap first. So, first with the gap, then with the clip. Okay, that's how it goes. Of course, you cannot swap a gap. You notice you cannot swap a gap at all. I will undo that and bring this one just where it was. Let's put back the auto select on video 1. Now let's select this clip and see exactly what happens with the swap. The swap will affect video 1 and video 2 because they are both auto selected. Let's see how. Control Shift comma or Command Shift comma on the Mac. Here you are swapping with the gap, but also V1, because it's auto-selected, has also swapped with the gap that was over here. You notice there was a small gap here. It does also the swapping. Here you are. Now let's swap to the right. Here you are. Notice it has swapped with the gap, but also it has swapped video 1 because it has been auto-selected, and really video 1 has been messed up. You need to come and adjust it. Cool, guys. So the best way to understand the swapping and to play with it, I really encourage you to come over and try to play with all the commands you have seen now so it can cement in your mind, and when you're doing your big video editing, you will remember them. We're going to do the assignment in the end of this section. It's a common practice in video editing to select all the clips to the right of a certain clip or to the left of a certain clip, and then move them left and right to, for example, create some gaps to add more clips on your timeline. Now, to select clips, it's very common to click and drag and create a lasso, and here you are, you selected the clips, you click on one of them and you move them left and right. This technique is okay, but let's imagine you have zoomed in a bit and you want to select all the clips to the right of this clip. How would you do that? Well, I'm going to show you having a zoom to fit so you can see everything that has been selected. If you come to your timeline over here, you have select clips backward and select clips forward. And they are all based on the Y key. Select clips forward on this track, meaning the targeted track, you press Y. And also backward, you will add the control. Of course, if you are on a Mac, it's going to be Command and Alt. Okay? Let's try this. I place the playhead over here and make sure that V1 is the target track, and I press Y. Here you are. All the clips to the right of the playhead, including the one on the playhead, have been selected. Now you can click and drag, and make some space and move them around the way you would like. Alt Y, you selected forward all the clips, including the one on the V1 and V2. Here you are, Alt Y. Now this is very useful because sometimes you want to move these to the right like this and then make some space and start adding some clips and so on without touching this area, and then later on you will close the gaps. Cool, guys. Guys, usually to show you some tips, we just include them in a main lecture. It's like, out of the blues, I'll start talking about something. So I decided to create these tips lectures. It's very simple, where I'll show you a certain tip that is useful, that you need to use it later on, and then, it will be clear for you. So in this first tip, I'm going to show you how to match frames. For example, if I come over here to this clip, I can see it in the program monitor, but I really want to bring it in the source monitor and maybe edit it. So the best way and the shortcut is pressing F. So F will match the frame in your source monitor. Now, it's true, I matched the frame, I can start editing it and maybe replacing this clip, but also I want to find the clip inside the pool here. So to find a clip within the timeline in your media pool, you just right click and it says here find in media pool. It has no shortcut, but if you want to use it, you can set a shortcut. We have seen that. Here you are. Now I can see this clip is in startup, and of course I can match the frame the way I would like. That is F here. I'm matching the frames and I can do some work here, maybe add subtitles, whatever you like. So that was your first tip, and hopefully during the course I will add very many of them. This tip is about the tracks over here. If you come over and right click, you notice you can add a track, several tracks. You can add a subtitle track, we'll see that later. You can move the track up and down and even delete tracks. For example, if I come to A1, I don't want A1 here, I don't want any audio, you can right click and say delete track. Within the audio, if I unlock and right click, you can change the track type. That is, for example, from mono to stereo or adaptive or 5.1, whatever you like. Also, you can move tracks up and down. For example, if I move the track up, it moves up, or I can move it down. Of course, it's on top, it can move up. Also, you can add a track. So simply, it will add a track above. I will undo this one. Or you can add multiple tracks. That is, add tracks here, and you can say, okay, add for me 2, 3, 4, 5 tracks, as much as you want, and you can decide where you want them. For example, 2. You can add them below the first track, above video 1, above video 2, so it's really pretty convenient. I will add them above video 2. You can add the audio link tracks here. You can say, okay, this one, another 2. You can add them below audio 1 because you don't have audio 2. I will undo this. So actually, come and play here with add tracks and so on. It's quite amusing. It takes you 2 minutes just to explore all of it. I remember one time a student of mine, in fact a trainee in my office, came to me and says Resolve is not working. This is because he cannot set the target tracks. Whenever you click here, you can't set them. But the auto select, you can put it on and off. Okay, if this happens with you, don't worry about it at all. The reason you cannot select the target track is because you do not have any clip open in your source monitor. For example, if you open any clip now, I double click on it, it's open in the source monitor. You notice now you can go back and select whatever you like. Another instance where you cannot set the video target tracks is because, for example, you opened an audio only clip. There is no video track here to select because the audio clip does not have any video tracks. And vice versa, if you open a clip that does not have an audio, you notice this one doesn't have an audio, it has only a video, then you cannot set the target track. Even if you have a new track, for example, okay, a mono track, for example, you cannot select the target audio track because this clip does not have any audio. Okay guys, so this was a small tip, but I know from time to time you might find it very awkward why you cannot set the target tracks. Here I'm gonna show you a very important tip, and actually it's common practice. But I like to put it alone so you don't confuse it with other extracts. I will show you how to extract a gap in between two clips and even on different tracks. Let's say I press Alt-Y and move all these clips to this side, just like this. Now I have a gap here in between these two clips. It comes from the out point of the outgoing clip and the in point of the incoming clip. So it is this gap over here. I want to remove this gap. So if I select on video 2, you notice I selected a bigger gap than the one I want to remove. If I click on V1, I also did the same, selected a very big gap compared to the one I want to remove. I need to remove only this gap. And for this, you will start using in and out point on the timeline and doing an extract. Let's bring the playhead to the end of the previous clip. Here you are. Make sure the selection are correct. I will put the in point here and move to the in point of the next clip, down arrow, and press O. So now I have marked a certain area within the timeline. To extract this area, you do not select any of the gaps. Okay, you're still selecting the whole gap, though this looks a bit brighter. You make sure you deselect, and of course, you do a shift backspace or a ripple delete. Here you are. Notice you have extracted only in between the in and out point with shift backspace. So this is an extract for the gap. This is how you do it. So please guys, keep that in mind. From time to time, you will have a space like this, an awkward space like this, and you will need to remove it. So this is the way. Your assignment for this section, guys, is to use all the tools that we have learned in this section and extend your timeline. Make sure that you add as many clips as you want in V1 and V2. Use the insert, the override, the replace, and all the other tools that we have discussed and learned in this section. Then please go to the deliver page like you learned in the previous section and render a video and upload it to YouTube or Vimeo or whatever you like. Now you are going to use the in and out point a lot. It's really not important if your editing is 100% perfect. In fact, if it's not perfect and you still have to trim, that will be excellent, because this is what we are going to do in the next section. You are going to learn how to trim these clips on the timeline. I'll show you several, fantastic ways. But for now, it's important that you create a nice timeline for yourself. You know how to do it. You know how to use copy and cut and paste inserts, all of these things, and create a beautiful timeline. Please render the video. This section is all about editing and fine editing your clips in the timeline. I personally think this is where Resolve excels. I like it very much. It allows so much fine editing. You will learn several techniques here. You will start with the basic trim in the selection mode, how to edit clips within the timeline in the source monitor, which is going to make editing very interactive. Among others, I will show you how to trim to start, trim to end, resize and ripple. How to perform an extend edit, I'm sure you will like this one, and how to perform precision trimming a frame at a time. Also, you will see how to use the slip and slide. In DaVinci Resolve, you have the GKL keys with the trim mode and the dynamic mode together. You will perform some very nice lift and extract very dynamically. In short, it's all about fine editing your clips in the timeline, and I will show you several methods. In this section, completing your assignment is very important to achieving even more in Resolve. So I hope you will complete it. If you are new to video editing, guys, then this lecture is very important for you to understand the concept of handers. Handers will allow you to add smooth transitions, to trim your clip, to be very precise on which frame you want to start and which frame you want to end. You have this clip over here we put in the timeline. I deleted a few clips just to show you these examples. And you notice that it has an in and out point. And we used only the footage between the in and out points. You know that very well already. The unused frames on the left and the unused frames on the right are called handers. They are free frames that are used to put transitions, for example, to trim at a very precise frame, and many other things where you need handers. Let's take the clip in the timeline. I will show you the handers. I press Alt. If you are on the Mac, of course, press Option. Scroll the mouse to just zoom in. Okay? If you come to the border just over here, you notice the mouse pointer will change a bit. If you click on it, you see it's green. It means this clip has handers on the left. If you go to the right and you click, you select the side, you notice it's green. It means this clip has handles on the right. Now, if you just click and keep it pressed, You notice the white border rectangle that's appearing. These represent the available handles, and now you know that you can come on the right, for example, and take more frames from the clip, and even come on the right and take more frames. So this is the representation of the handles. Let me give you a counter example here. I fixed the clip so it doesn't have any handles. Okay, it's this one. If you point on the left and click, you will see it's green. It means it has handles on the left. But if you point on the right and click, you notice it's red. It means this clip doesn't have any handles on the right. You can even see that if you click and keep it clicked, you notice you have a lot of handles on the left and nothing on the right. You notice there are no white rectangles on the right. So now you cannot really take it further, but you can stretch it in and create more handles if need be. So the handles are all the unused frames on the left and right, and they are very necessary mainly to create transitions and to do the right trimming. As we said previously, our aim in this section is to learn how to resize our clips. So we want to decide which frame they're gonna start and which frame they're gonna end, to have very nice cuts in between the clips, so you can make, a very impressive video. We are going to focus on the trim menu over here. Unfortunately, what you see here is just simple commands. They are very useful if you come and explore them a bit. But the main work actually is not on this menu. Of course, we are going to cover these commands and other commands that are not in this menu. But mainly we are going to cover certain techniques, meaning the how-to, and we are going to use the keyboard a lot. So actually this is a simplistic menu, I would say here. Also, we are going to look in the timeline, and we have 3 commands here that we are going to explore a bit. Now the concept of DaVinci Resolve is there are no resizing or trimming tools. Okay, that doesn't come as a surprise because actually you don't see them. You have modes. You have the selection mode, and that's what we have been using all along. You have the trim mode, and in addition to the trim mode and the selection mode, you can add the dynamic trim mode. So dynamic trim mode doesn't work on its own. It's just an addition to the trim mode or to the selection mode. And if you right click on the dynamic trim mode, here you are, you have the snip mode or the slide mode. You can switch using the S key. Here you are. This is now slide, press S, I go to slip. Okay, they have their own functions. So how do you edit? First, you decide on which mode you want to use. You can have the selection mode, the trim mode, or you can add also the dynamic mode if you like to, and then use the mouse or keyboard shortcuts and command keys. You will be able to do very powerful and precise video and audio editing. We're going to start using the selection mode. It's a bit naive mode to use, but sometimes it has its own commands and they are very useful. So in the next lecture, we are going to use the selection mode and start resizing certain clips. In this lecture, guys, I want to show you how to trim or resize a clip while being in the selection mode and the challenges, of course, you will face. So we have here a clip, okay, a simple clip that we want to adjust the in point. Okay, the input is not cool at all, and we want to adjust the out point. Here you are, the out point is not really very nice. Okay, so we are going to trim this clip to get a very good in point and out point. Let's arrange a bit our workspace here. Of course, I don't need the media pool anymore. I have all my clips, and I really don't want to see the source monitor here. So I will switch to one monitor. You can resize it according to the size of your monitor to get the best view over here. Now, since I want to work on this clip, it will be nice to zoom in. I will use Ctrl+. You can use Command+ if you are on the Mac. Here you are. So now I can clearly see the in and out point of the clip. First of all, I want to talk about the selection method. If you come to the beginning of the clip, on the right side of its in point, you notice how the mouse pointer will change. It is the trim tool now in selection mode. And then if you click, you're selecting the in point of the clip. If you go on the left and on the right of the incoming clip, here you are just here, you will select the out point of the incoming clip or the previous clip. If you come in the middle here, you notice like double brackets with arrows. If you click, you will be selecting the in and out points. And there are some edits that you do like this with the selection mode, and they are very powerful. So now, if you just click and then use the U key, you press U, you will toggle the selection point. You notice how? Left, both, and right. This one, you can see it inside edit point type. This is U. Cool. So let's select on the inside here, and I will click and drag to the right to trim the clips I don't want. For example, from here, maybe up to here. Okay, I don't know. Something like this. Let him jump in the air. Okay, something like this. So I don't want this portion at all. This is one way to trim. There are so many other ways to trim, and I'm going to show them all to you, and it's up to you to decide this is my style and start working like this. So I'll click on the in point just near it and start dragging to the right. Notice what's appearing in the monitor. It's showing you the in point, the first frame of this clip, meaning this is the first frame you are going to see. So you can decide exactly where you want it. Here you are, just over here. Okay, not cool. I'm going to move it. You see, it's not very precise. So I'm just going to drop it there and come back and adjust it. Let's do for also the out point. I will click and drag and decide where the out point should be. For example, okay, this guy falls. Do you want to show this fall? Let's put him just over here. Okay, for now. Let's go back to the in point here. I really do need to do some adjustment. So there are some very important shortcut keys here. It is the comma and the period. Let's move the playhead to the in point. Here you are. And then if you use the period, you will notice you will be trimming one frame at a time to the right. So you are resizing to make it smaller. Here you are. If you use the comma, you notice that you are resizing to make it bigger. If you add the shift for the period or the comma, you will be going 5 frames at a time. Okay, or even more. There is a setting. I will show you that later on. So here I'm going to use the comma to decide, okay, this is the first frame I want. Actually, this looks good. I'm going to move the playhead to the end of the clip. I will use the down arrow for now, and then go back 1 frame with the left arrow. And then I'm going to use the period and comma to adjust it exactly the way I like. 1 frame at a time using the keyboard, and you're doing a great job. We are going to do this very many times. Let's decide this guy just okay over here. What do you think? But now I have a slight problem. On the left, I have a gap, which is easy to delete. It's pretty defined gap. But on the right, I have a complex gap, and I need to remove it. And I already showed you how to remove this gap in a tip in the previous section. Let's zoom in, Shift Z to fit. I'll select this gap and press backspace to remove it. Now notice, I rippled video 2 and video 1. This is because I have the auto select on both of them. Now, I have the gap over here. Now remember, this is a crossed gap, and I need to delete what's between the out point and the in point of the consecutive clips. So one way to do it, an easy way to do it, is the Alt-Y. Okay, so you will select all the clips on the right of the playhead. Here you are, we did that. And then you click and drag and just snap it. Make sure you have the snapping on. That's one way to do it, but sometimes I'm very scared to use this way. Maybe I don't triple everything. What I like to do is to do the in and out point method that you have seen before. This is the out point, and this is the in point. So I had well defined. I would deselect everything, shift backspace, and here you are, you have done it. So now you notice, guys, that with the selection mode, trimming is nice, it's cool, but it's not so practical. There is a better way using the trim mode, and that's what I will show you in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we used the selection mode to trim this clip from its in and out point, and we had some gaps that we have to delete and remove and stories like this. In this lecture, I'm going to take you through the edit mode in concept, in principle, and show you how to trim. We are going to do a lot of work in the trim mode. Something I want to bring to your attention. When you are in the selection mode, notice the mouse pointer. It's just a mouse pointer. When you bring it towards the edit points, it changes into some kind of a trim tool if it is on the right over here or on the left. And you can practically do simple selections just like this. You are selecting all the clips. Let's select the trim mode. Now, first of all, you notice the mouse pointer has totally changed. And if you do a lasso selection, you are really not selecting the clips. You are selecting the edit points within the lasso you created. Now, that is very powerful. If you come to an edit point, you are now in the trim tool. But notice the kind of bar with 2 dots around. This means you are in the ripple edit or ripple trimming if you like. I will show you how it works. If you come on the upper side of the video, you notice the mouse pointer, you are now in the slide mode. If you come down on the lower part here, you are in the sleep mode. I will explain all this to you in detail. So the edit mode somehow is more powerful. Now let's start trimming this clip. Okay, same case here. We have somewhere it starts and somewhere it ends. I don't know what. Let's change the in and out point so we have a very nice cut. I will come near the in point here. I will click and drag to the right. Okay, now notice what's happening in the monitor. First of all, on the left, you are seeing the last frame of the previous clip. Pretty powerful, so you can adjust your cut the way you like. On the right, this is your trimming point or the edit point where you are trimming. You can see where is it. So really, you can decide how this cut is gonna be. Okay, mind you, you can go back and refine it with the comma and period later on. If you use the right side, okay, and you are in the edit mode, don't be in a hurry to click. Just make sure you are in the trim mode. You click and you start dragging towards the left. On the right side now, you have the first frame of the next clip. Pretty powerful. You know how your cut is coming. On the left side, you have the edit point of the clip you are editing here or you are trimming. Now, something else. I would like you to look at video 1 and video 2 tracks. Notice how they are being rippled according to the trimming. If I move it right or left, the tracks on V1 and V2, because they are selected, they are being rippled. So there is no gap to delete later on, and you're doing a perfect ripple edit. So now let's decide where we want to drop this one. Okay, we don't want to see his feet. Okay, maybe over here. Now let's go to the edit point, this edit point, and select it. We select the edit point and use the period and the comma to refine our edits. Here you are. I'm using now the period, so I'm trimming towards the right. I'm shortening the clip. Okay, I think I want to start from here. Cool, I like that. Now I'm gonna take it just over here. Okay, click here and use the comma or period. Notice I change views. Okay, maybe this frame. So really it's extremely precise and no gaps to delete, and you're on. You did your trimming and it's a ripple trimming or ripple edit, and your timeline now is pretty correct, provided that, guys, you have done the right selection. This is an introduction, I would say, of the edit mode. There are so many other edits you can do with the edit mode. My advice to you is stick to the trim edit mode. Just select it and start trimming. Forget about trimming in the selection mode. That's my point of view. You might find even a better way. Yet, I will show you even more powerful editing methods for trimming in the next few lectures. In the previous 2 lectures, guys, you'll learn how to trim a clip from the in and out point, be it in the selection mode or the trim mode. Now, imagine that you don't know very well the clip and you're trying to find out what's beyond the in point and what's beyond the out point on the left and right, of course. Well, if you use the trim mode, there will be a lot of scribing left and right to be able to determine the content of the clip. Well, there is a better way. Is to edit your clip inside the source monitor. First of all, let's go to two monitors view, and I have nothing in the source monitor. I want to bring up this clip inside the media pool. So I will right click and go find a media pool. If I double click the clip in the media pool, it will open, and of course I can see the name of the clip over here, .mp4. If you go to the list view, it's the exact name here. If I edit this clip, I change the in point and the out point, you notice there is nothing happening in the timeline. This is because the clip in the media pool is totally different from the clip in the timeline, logically different. Well, you can imagine this. This clip could be like 2 minutes long, and you take several pieces of it using the in and out point and then dropping them in the timeline. Then you have several instances of the same clip from the media pool inside the timeline. And logically, whatever is inside the timeline is not like the one inside the media pool. So you need to edit the clip from the timeline inside the source monitor. The way to do that is to double click. Here you are. Now, how do you know you're editing the one in the timeline and not in the source monitor? Well, look at the name. Write down the name here. And you will notice the top one, the one we are viewing now, has the first movie at the end. First movie being the name of the timeline. So actually you are editing this clip .mp4 in the timeline. The previous one was just this clip from the media pool. Let's select it, and we know now we are editing the one in the timeline. Let's select the one in the timeline also, and let's start changing the in and out points. Remember, we are in selection mode. If I change the in point, you notice what's happening in the timeline. We are also changing the in point in the timeline. We are editing this inside the source monitor. Cool. We can change the out point. But now all these gaps are starting to appear in the selection mode, and we have to go back and, edit these gaps and delete them. Let's undo all this. So we are back to the old in and out points, and we go for the trim mode. Now look how nice it is. If you select the in point and go to the right, you notice what's happening in the timeline. It's also ripple editing, which is so convenient and it's very precise. You notice, guys? So I'm gonna set the in point just over here. That would be cool. I can play from in and out point here. That will be Alt or Option on the Mac and forward slash. Pretty cool. Let's put the looping on and see exactly what we're doing. Not bad. Now, I would like to set the out point. I'm going to use the playhead of the source monitor and say, okay, set it over here. I can use left and right arrow. You remember that. Okay, just over here. And I press O. Notice in the timeline, it's ripple editing on all the selected tracks. And this is very convenient now. You just bring it in the source monitor and start editing. When do I personally use this method? When I'm lazy, or when I've forgotten what's inside the clip. And I need okay, where is this? I want this scene or the other scene or stories like this. Now notice here, you cannot click and drag and drop, okay? That will not be possible. You're not using a clip from the media pool. You are editing this clip in the timeline. So the method I showed you now is about editing a clip from the timeline inside the source monitor. Just double click on it and change the in and out points the way you like. And if you are in the trim mode, it will ripple on all the selected tracks. Before we start the core of this lecture, I want to show you two shortcuts that are very important. Remember the up and down arrows, okay? They will take you to the first frame of the next clip and to the first frame of the previous clip. But now we need to go to the last frame of a clip and to the first frame of the same clip. So you position your playhead on top of this clip. If you press apostrophe, you will go to its last frame. Pretty convenient, guys, and different from the up arrow. If you press semicolon, you will go to the first frame of this same clip where the playhead was positioned. So semicolon first, apostrophe last frame of the clip where the playhead was positioned. Now, how is this useful? Let me show you. Now, I want to see the last frame of this clip in the source monitor. How do I do that? Well, pretty easy. I press apostrophe. I am at the last frame of this clip, which can be seen in the monitor for the timeline. Now, if I double click, here you are at the out point, and it's pretty cool. Now, from here, if I use semicolon, I will go to the first frame, and if I double click, I have the first frame here is the in point. Of course, as soon as you have it in the source monitor, you can use Shift O for the last frame and Shift I for the first frame. Let's go to the last frame. I'm going to keep it here. Now, you notice here the two clips are consecutive and they are somehow the same jump. Not the same video, not the same camera even, you can notice from the colors. But they are the same jump. So I want to link this jump to this jump. So obviously I want to simulate like the guy is over here, flipping, and it's this position. It's going to be cool, you go from normal speed to slow motion. But now what I would like to do is to cut from the playhead to the beginning of this clip. Let's go to the menu and we go to trim. You have here trim start, trim end, and you have the ripple start to playhead and end to playhead. Notice the shortcut, Control Shift left bracket. On the Mac, it will be Command Shift left bracket. And then notice the shortcut here is Shift left bracket. Depending on which mode you are in, they behave a bit differently. Let's test them. Let's start with the trim start. I am here in the selection mode, right guys? If I use Shift left bracket, it's gonna cut from the playhead to the beginning of the clip, but it's gonna just cut, it's just a lift. I am in the selection mode. But really here we want to do a ripple delete. We want to cut and remove, or if you like, an extract. So the shortcut to use, if you come to the trim here, is the ripple, is start to playhead, Control Shift left bracket. Let's try it. Control Shift left bracket. Here you are. You deleted from the playhead to the start of the clip, and you did a ripple, and all the tracks have rippled to the right. Of course, depending on your selection. That's pretty cool. Let's go now to the end. Where do we want this guy to stop? In fact, let's stop him just over here, okay? No, even before. So I'm gonna use the left right arrow. I want to cut from the playhead till the end. I am in the selection mode. So if you look at the trim here, you're gonna just lift. If you use the ripple, it's gonna ripple delete. Okay, let's do it. I will use the shift first to show you. Here you are, it did a lift, and you have the gap. You might want to delete the gap and do other things. If I do Control Shift and right bracket, notice it has ripple deleted. It did the lift and the ripple, which is an extract here. Now you notice using the selection mode now, you have the option to just lift or ripple delete. Let's go to the trim mode, and I will undo both of them. Now in the trim mode, whatever you use is going to ripple. You know, the trim mode is all about rippling. So if I use the command Shift left bracket is enough, it will ripple. Even if I use Control Shift left bracket, it will ripple. And then you come to where you want it to end. Let's say just over here. And then use Shift right bracket and you ripple again. So this is the technique, using the selection mode or the trim mode to be able to cut from playhead to start or end of a clip. Please keep it in mind, the shortcut is Shift left and right bracket or Command Shift left and right bracket depending on the mode you are using. I actually use these commands a lot. They are my favorite. Another interesting and powerful editing technique is the Extend Edit. If you come to the trim over here, you have Extend Edit and the shortcut is simply E. Now this is something you really want to get used to and is very useful. The Extend Edit will trim from the in point and the out point or the edit point of two clips, but you need to select them. For example, if I place the playhead just over here, okay, we don't care much, and I want to trim this clip from the in point to the playhead. I am now in the selection mode. I will just select the in point and press E. Here you are, as simple as this. So it has lifted from the in point to the playhead. Now, if I want to trim from the out point to the playhead, for example, just over here, something like this, I press E. Here you are, it has lifted. I will undo both of them. Now let's select the edit point for the incoming and outgoing clips. If you press E, notice what's going to happen. It's going to trim the first clip on the out point and extend the next clip on its in point. You notice what's happening. So this one is being trimmed and this one is being extended. I'll select in between, press E, here you are. That's pretty cool, and sometimes you really need it. For example, you have a video here, it's just about, sunset or mountain. And you wanted to trim the previous clip but keep the same timing. You need this timing, for example. Okay, I will undo this. Now there is another function for the Extend Edit. For example, let's trim this one just like this randomly. Come over here. If you would like to extend this clip from its in point to the playhead, you select the in point like I have done here and press E. You notice you have extended. Now not only here, maybe just over here and press E. It will extend, provided that you have enough handles. Of course, here we have handles, so it's okay. It has extended. I will undo these two. Of course, you can do the same, for example, on this clip and extend it if it has the handles. I will undo. Now, when you are in trim mode, you know it already, it's gonna ripple. Okay, so let's say we stop over here And then we select the in point and we press E. It will ripple and bring in all the clips to the right. Now we can move on, okay, and adjust it very well here. So just over here, select the out point and press E. Here you are, it has rippled. Now let me show you another application for the extend edit. I will go to timeline 2. And here I added this graphic clips title 1, 2, 3, but just to show you. Let's say you come over here and you say you want all these graphics to be extended to the playhead. You can select your selection tool. Then you select the out point of the first clip, press Ctrl or Command on the Mac, select the out point of the second clip and the third clip. Of course, you kept Ctrl or Command pressed all the time. If you press E, you will notice it will align the out point. Very useful, mainly in this case, it's very useful. Now let's say you want to use the trim mode. I will deselect everything. In the trim mode, you don't need to go one by one, of course. You'll just select the three of them here. You selected the out point of the clip and the in point of the gap. Doesn't matter. You just press E and notice it has also rippled. Okay, so this is about the extended edit, and if you notice, it's pretty useful. I encourage you now, don't go further in the course before doing some practice. I already gave you several techniques and they are all intense and very useful. So please guys, pause the video, go do some activities, come over and trim all these clips and something like this, and then go back to the course. In this lecture, guys, I want to start combining the techniques we have learned. Okay, and using the keyboard and even the mouse if you like. I use the mouse a lot, but mainly in video editing, you want to be on the keyboard, is much faster. Nevertheless, what I would like you to do here is to trim this clip according to very precise frames, and also trim this clip and make the in-between, very much syncing together. This guy coming in and this guy jumping out. Fine, let's start. So obviously you want to select the in point. You can use the playhead, you position the playhead, and let's say now you refine it a bit. Let's say we start from here. Press E, it's gonna cut from the in point because it's selected to the playhead. I'm gonna go towards the end and decide where I want to stop it. Okay, it's gonna be somewhere around here. Okay, I will select the out point and press E, and here you are, I did the cut. And let's play around this cut. Okay, so I select it, and then I press the forward slash. It's gonna play around the cut. Okay, nothing is interesting here. So we need to now cut this one. Okay, so I will come over just to here, somewhere here, and then I will change with the U key the selection point. Notice now I'm the in point of the second clip. I press E for an extended edit. It's done. Now I need to use the nudging to make it 100% precise. I'm gonna move the playhead so you can see what am I selecting. And I keep on pressing U until I get the out point of the previous clip. Okay, then I'm gonna use the period, for example, and I'm looking in the monitor here and deciding, okay, how is this gonna go? I want the feet to match a 100%. So I'm gonna go forward. Okay, maybe over here. Now I need this one to move a bit forward. So what I will do, I press U again. So I'm selecting the out point. Then I will use the period. Here you are. Well, the feet looks like matching because obviously in this split second he's gonna move his foot a bit more. So I'm cool with that. I can select now the edit point, okay, just over here, and try to play with the comma and the period. I will never miss that. Even if I don't do anything, I want to test. So I'm gonna press period. That's exactly what's happening. I don't like it very much. This is going backward. If I do that, well, this is the best position possible. From here also it's possible to cut it. But I'm gonna stop just over here. I like it. So actually I adjusted the in point, the out point, and the in point of the next clip, and I have done a precise edit. I will press forward slash and it's gonna play around the edit point here. This is gonna play around the cut. I can see the cut here and estimate the job. I can do it much better. I will stop here, select the in point here, and start nudging. I think the out point should change here. I'm gonna go backward one more. Okay, just like this, or maybe we go like this. What do you say, guys? I press U, I get the in point, and press comma or period. Let's select the edit point, okay, and press /, and I'm playing here. Wow, I like this very much. It's much better. It's just a matter of one frame and everything will change. You can go ahead now if you like to. You stop and then you can cut it from over here. I think I leave him in the air, okay? Yeah, that will be more exciting. Select the out point, press E for an extended editing, and here you are. I'm very happy from that. I'll select both clips using the shift key and / to play around both of them. See exactly what's happening. Is my clip okay? Not bad at all. Let's see the cut over here at the end. Okay, very ugly cut. Of course, we're going to work on it. So actually, use the nudging, use the extend edit, and use selecting edit point type, and you came up with very precise editing and very easy to achieve. I hope you will go to Resolve 15 and start working and doing this kind of things. You don't have to wait until the end of the course to do something precise. Just try your hand on it. It's very nice. Actually, it's very rewarding. I love looking at the clips. In this lecture, guys, and in the next 2 lectures, I will explain to you and demonstrate to you how to use the roll, slide, and slip editing techniques. The aim here is for you to get to know them and know how to use them in the selection mode and in the trim edit mode. But what will be very interesting is to start using them in the dynamic mode of DaVinci Resolve. That we will do just after we complete the slide or the slip. So in this lecture, I want to focus on the roll. I'm going to show you how it works. Sometimes it's very easy and very obvious because you know your clips. And sometimes it's very confusing because you really don't have all the clips in your mind. Let's start with the selection mode. If you click on an edit point, okay, you have done this before, you will select the edit point. So you have selected the out point of the incoming clip, the one on the left, and the in point of the outgoing clip on the right. So now you can click in the middle and start dragging left and right. Okay, as soon as I start dragging, notice what I see in the monitor. The one on the left is the out point of the incoming clip. You notice, so now I can decide where I want this clip to end. Okay, for example, just over here. Okay, and then on the one on the right, it is the in point of the outgoing clip. Notice, guys? So if you know the content of your clips, now you can decide where you want to start and end. What is very important about the roll, incoming plus outgoing time on the timeline did not change. You preserved the timing. You're just rolling in between these 2 clips. Okay, very simple. That's about the selection mode. If you go to the trim mode now, it will do exactly the same if you are selecting one edit point. Okay, so I'll come over here and select this edit point and roll it. On the left, you are seeing the out point of the incoming clip. That's the one now in the middle. And then on the right, you're seeing the in point of the outgoing clip. And you can roll to get the content that you want. But while in the trim mode, something interesting you can do is to create a lasso and select several edit points. You notice here I selected 2. Had more clips, I would have selected even more. Now I can select the edit point and start scrubbing left and right. Now notice what I'm seeing in the monitor. On the left side, I'm seeing the out point of the first clip, the one on the left. And on the right, I'm seeing the in point of the second clip, the one on the right. And if I scrub through, you'll notice I can adjust the in and out points and see exactly where I want the content. That's very right. But then if I move furthermore, you notice now the monitor has changed. Because I'm more on the right side, it's showing me now the in and out point of the second edit point. You notice how? Okay, so now I'm seeing the out point of the middle clip and the in point of the last clip, the one on the right. Here you are. Okay, so you can trim here. Now, if you select the second edit point, you are going to have almost the same thing on the monitor here. Now I'm seeing the in and out point of the middle clip and the one on the right. You notice? Okay, if I move it to this side, it's gonna flip and start showing me the in and out of the first edit point, the one that's over here. Now, you notice when you're rolling, if you're using one edit point or two edit points, time on the timeline of clip 1 plus clip 2 does not change. Similarly, if you have clip 1 plus clip 2 plus clip 3, their total time on the timeline does not change. Okay, so actually the in point of the first clip and the out point of the last clip remains constant and does not change. So this is about roll. I know it's a bit hard to conceive and to play with, and it's really extremely content sensitive because you're not gonna roll clips just like this, but from time to time it's extremely useful. Let's cover the slip and slide editing techniques. I'm gonna show you the method to use the mouse and then how to use the keyboard. Actually, with the keyboard is much more interesting. Select your trim edit mode, and if you come over a clip, you hover over a clip, any clip, on the upper part when you are in the edit trim mode, you will see the mouse is like a fancy shape with two arrows and so on. On the lower part it has another shape. Now if you click, you have selected the clip, but also notice you have selected the in and out point of this clip. If you start going left or right, you will be slipping the content of the clip. You can think about it like slipping the content in between the in and out point. Okay guys, so actually you're changing the content of this clip. In the monitor you have a 4 up. On the top row you can see the in and out point of the clip you are slipping. On the lower part you can see the out point of the incoming clip, that's the one on the left, and you can see the in point of the clip on the right, or the outgoing clip. Okay, that's very cool. Of course they don't move. So now you're doing a slip, you're changing the content of the clip, and it's very important because sometimes you really want to use it. Now notice the duration of the clip is not changing at all. It's only its content that's changing in between the in and out point. Now if you come to the lower part and you click, you can drag left and right. Now you are doing a slide. Okay, that's pretty interesting. You're adjusting the in and out points. In the monitor you have a 4 up. On the top row still you see the in end point of the clip you are sliding now. Okay, and then on the bottom row on the left you will see the out point of the incoming clip, the one that is on the left, and the in point of the outgoing clip, the one on the right. Okay, and then you can adjust your content. Let's use the keyboard. If you come to the trim menu, you will see here toggle slip slide mode, and the shortcut is S. And also we are going to use the nudging here. Now notice what's happening over here. If I press S, it will change from slip to slide and vice versa. Now this is the slide mode. If you right click, you will see it's slide. If you press S, it's slip mode. Okay, so you can change modes. Let's select this clip and use the nudging. Now it's in the slide mode. If I use the period and the comma, period will take me to the right, so it's sliding on the right, and comma is sliding on the left. Now if you press S and use the nudging shortcut, the period and comma, then notice now you are nudging to the right or you are nudging to the left. You notice very well that the duration of the clip is not changing in the timeline. Now let's select an extremity clip where you have a gap over here. If you right click, you will see you are in the slide mode. Let's put it in the slip mode first and use the nudging, comma and period. If I go period, notice what's happening here. It is changing the content of the clip, and I have the 4 up showing me the in and out point of the selected clip. That's very easy. And of course on the lower side I'm seeing the out point of the incoming clip, that's the clip before. Also I see black because of the gap over here. Now you can press S and change from slip to slide. If you want to see it, you can wait a second. It's slide now, or right click, it's slide. And if you start sliding here using the nudges, it's nudging the clip to the left and it's nudging it to the right. Of course you can use shift period, for example, you nudge it to the right, and shift comma, you will nudge it to the left with 5 frames at a time. Cool guys? So this is pretty interesting and pretty powerful, and this is how you do slip and slide. If you're not a veteran video editor and you're just starting, you most probably haven't used the JKL keys. They are very powerful in DaVinci Resolve 15. In this lecture, I want you just to get used to them, to use them, play around with them. In the next couple of lectures, we are going to use the JKL to do lots of trimming, lots of editing using the dynamic mode. What I would like you to do is to put your fingers on the JKL. Okay, 3 fingers, one on J, one on K, one on L. Let's go to the beginning. Okay, now press L once. So it's a normal speed playing, nothing superb. If you press K, it will stop. If you press J, it will go backward. Nothing fancy, right? Good. Let's press K and stop. Now I would like you to press L once, then another time press L, then more, press L, and then more. And here you are on fast forward. This is the clip I wanted to catch. You press K to stop. Let's go backward now, or fast backward if you like. We go J once, twice, 3 times, and more and more. Okay, that's where I wanted to stop. Okay, that's cool. So JKL works like this. K will stop. L will go forward. J will go backward. If you press them more than once, you will be doubling the speed until you are on very fast forward. That's cool, but that is better than that. If you come over here, for example, and you want to look at this clip, well, let's use JKL. Put your fingers on JKL. Now hold down K, okay? And then press L once. You notice you are moving 1 frame at a time. With every L, you move 1 frame at a time. Cool. But now, press L and keep it down. Here you are. You will notice now you're playing in slow motion. And that is very interesting here, mainly if you're doing ripple editing in the dynamic mode. We'll see that later on. So you'll be able to scrub through your clip and decide, okay, this is where I want to stop. So remove your finger from the L, it stops. Now let's press K and L once to determine the exact frame where you want to start, for example. Okay, so this is cool for me. Yep, here. I will select the in point and go to the trim mode and press E for an extended edit with the trim. Here you are. Now I'm gonna press K again and press the L. Okay, fine, he's jumping down, he's running. I'm cool with that. I'm gonna release L to go frame by frame here. See exactly what's happening. Okay, I like that until now. Maybe I'll go backward, frame by frame or slow motion. Okay, I'm gonna stop it just here. Cool. Let's select now the out point and press E for extended edit. Then it will, of course, ripple. So now exactly what you have done, you have used the JKL to go very slow, slow motion or frame by frame to determine exactly how do you want to cut. Now notice, guys, I showed you very many methods. So please come and play with the JKL. Don't worry about how you cut your clips and so on, but it's important that you get used to it. Okay, let's go backward now. Another speed and another speed. Hope you will have a lot of fun with JKL. In the previous lecture, guys, you played with the JKL, and I hope you had a lot of fun and you trained how to use them. Because in this lecture, we are going to get very serious about the JKL and use them with the dynamic trim mode being on. Remember, I mentioned before that the dynamic trim mode is an addition to the selection mode or the trim edit mode. It's very simple. So you select the selection mode or the trim mode, and then you put on the dynamic trim mode. If you come to your trim here, you will notice that you have dynamic trim mode and the shortcut is W. Actually, you could have seen it from here. Okay, dynamic trim mode, slide, that's the option, and the shortcut is W. If you right click here, you remember you can have a slide or slip the way you would like. I will leave it to slide. In fact, there is no difference here. Notice that there is nothing selected. I'm going to press W to switch on the dynamic edit mode. Notice what's going to happen to the playhead and where it's going to jump. So I press W and immediately the playhead jumped to the out point of the previous clip and selected the out point. That's very important. The choice of selection here has been mysterious a bit to me, but I think it will pick up the last selection you have done or the last position of the playhead. Nevertheless, for now, I'm going to select the in point of this clip where we were. Move the playhead and notice I selected the in point. Let's start playing with the JKL. Notice when I press L, what's going to happen. Okay, immediately the playhead jumped to the first frame and it's already lifting and can dynamically see it, what is happening. If I want to stop, I press K, for example. I can press J to go backward. And remember the slow motion. Actually, they still work. If I press K now, I'll stop and L will go one frame at a time. And if I keep on pressing L, it will go in slow motion. And I can do very speedily, very exact trimming. In fact, this is the mode I would recommend for you to use, mainly if you don't know the content of the clips. So actually, you're looking at the clip and at the same time, you're trimming it. Now, with the selection mode here, we have done a lift only. Cool. I'm gonna undo, and without even moving the playhead, I'm gonna select the out point. And I will go for a J. Notice, it's like dynamic. I can see it, pretty cool. Okay, I went too far. I'm gonna press K, press L, and let's stop it just over here. Okay, here you are. Now I did the trimming using JKL and using the in point and the out point. Now notice what happened when you use the edit point. You select the edit point here. I'm gonna start with L, and notice what's gonna happen mainly in the monitor. This is L. I can see the out point of the previous clip and the in point of the clip I'm editing, and I'm seeing exactly what is happening, how the trimming is happening. In fact, this is now a roll. Here you are. I will go backward. It's pretty interesting and very powerful if need be. So roll is happening dynamically. I can see it happening in the monitor. I will undo this too to give you more examples. Now I'm going to deselect and select the clip itself. Now, if you are in the slide mode or in the sleep mode here, it won't make a difference because you are in the selection mode. Now, immediately I start using the L. Notice you're doing now a slide, an automatic slide. Now, be very careful how you press on the L. If you press it more, you notice it's going to speed up. If you press too much, it's going to fly over. If you go to get a cup of coffee, you will find it after 4 hours, at the end of the timeline. So I'm going to undo this. And of course, you can use J. Now, notice about J, there is something unfortunate about the selection mode. Now, it is overwriting the clips to the left. Okay, I press it faster, another one. And if I keep it sliding, that's no problem. I could see the clips again, they will reappear. But unfortunately, if you press K, you stop. Now you go backward, another time to go speedy. Here you are, the clips have disappeared. So be careful how you are using the slide here. If you stop on the clips will be removed from the timeline. So I will undo all this. Of course, this seems a bit complicated, but actually all you did is to select an in point or an out point, or if you like the edit point, and you press JKL, and you could go slow motion by keeping K pressed and using the L or the J one by one to go a frame at a time. So it's practically very easy. Now, I would like you to open Resolve 15. I hope you're following along with me. I hope you managed to trim left and right dynamically, but it's very important that you come and train on this system. I can assure you, you will love it and you will stick to it. Now we're going to do something more interesting in the next lecture, is using the trim edit mode with the dynamic trim mode, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure you guessed it, guys, that in this lecture we are going to use the trim mode and we're going to put on the dynamic trim mode. See exactly how it works. I will deselect from everything. I restore the clip here. I will go for the trim mode. Now I'm gonna press W, and you notice it jumped now to the first frame of the previous clip and selected the edit point. So let's select our in point here. That's what we want to edit. And I will start by GKL, as simple as this. If I press L, it will start trimming here, and there is the ripple effect, if you notice. And actually, everything works as normal. I can press K to stop it. I can press K, keep it pressed, and press L and go in slow motion, one by one, to see exactly where I want to go. Okay, let's say we want to stop just over here. So I will release L. Cool. Then I can select the out point and do exactly the same. I can use L. And I can use J. Okay, I can press K, keep it pressed, and go step by step, or slow motion if you like. Okay, I'm okay with that. So it's exactly the same with the ripple effect. I'm gonna undo all this. Now, if you select the edit point, and you go L or J, it really doesn't matter. It's gonna go and do the roll as usual. Nothing is different here from the selection mode. I will undo all this. Now, if you select the whole clip, then the selection here of slip and slide is important. Remember that when you are in the trim mode, you can slip and you can slide. Okay, we remember that. Now, let's try it with the dynamic mode. Selected the clip. I'm gonna press L and see exactly what's happening. Notice it is really sliding, but also it is editing the previous clip and is rippling it. If you had one on the right, it would have also rippled it towards the right. If you use slip, you know very well already that is gonna slip the clip, and you're cool. You will doing some very nice editing in slow motion. I'm gonna do it in slow motion. Okay, and let's stop it just over here. I hope you have all the courage now to come and mess up as much as you want with the dynamic trim mode and really have fun, guys, before you start editing. Because when you get very serious in video editing, it's not fun anymore. It's really a serious job. It's not like, I don't know, After Effects or other programs where you can play around. This one, you need to play now, have your fun, and later on, we'll get very serious. Actually, you will have to do your assignment. In this lecture, guys, I want to show you how to do lift and extract on certain portions of a clip, or if you like to cut a clip, put it in pieces and remove certain piece or certain portion. The first mode that you want to use is the blade mode over here. The shortcut is just B. Okay, so usually you press B. You can now hover over a clip and you can see the exact frame where you are going to cut. You can see a blade, so it's gonna cut, and you can see the frame in the monitor where it's gonna cut. So all you have to do now is to click, and here you are, you have cut. Now you can move on your clip, cut again, for example, just here. You press A to get to your selection mode, select the clip, and now you can do a backspace for the lift or shift backspace for an extract, for example. I will undo this. Now, the blade tool does not cut through tracks, okay? So notice when I point on the first track over here, you notice I can see title 1, and here I can see title 2 and title 3. So it's gonna cut exactly on the clip and on the frame that it is pointing to. So if I come over here, I click, and I click, and I click, I did all the cuts. Now, even if you select the clips and cut, it will cut only on the one where you are pointing, okay? So this is the blade tool, and it's very useful. Now, the way you will use it in video editing is just to come to a clip, cut, cut, cut again, cut again. So there are two portions that you want to remove, this one and this one. You can select both of them, in fact, using the control or the command and just doing an extract. Here you are. Well, it has its cons and pros. Somehow you can always use it to do this kind of lift and extract by cutting the clip. Now, if you use the blade tool and you want to cut only the audio, if you come over here or select only the audio if you like, you press Alt and select only the audio and then try to cut. Notice the red line is also on the video. You can do that. If you cut, it doesn't matter if selected only the audio, it will still cut through the video. The way to overcome this is to remove your chain over here. The link selection, you remove it. Now you selected only the audio. You can cut only the audio and come and remove this piece. Okay, guys, so this is one way that I'm sure you're gonna use. So remember to remove the link selection so you can cut only the audio and doing some lift and then putting some sound effects or stories like this. There are other ways to cut a clip. For example, if you go to the timeline here, you have the razor, the split clip, and the join clips. Okay, join clips will join them. But the razor and the split will work exactly the same, and they are based on the playhead. For example, you can put your playhead here, adjust it with the left and right arrow, which frame you want to cut, and you just press Ctrl B, it will cut it. Okay, another one here, you adjust it, Ctrl B, it will cut, and now with your selection mode, you can do a lift or an extract. If you're using now the split, it depends on which shortcut you want. So this is Ctrl \, it will cut, and it will cut. And then you can do the lift and extract for what you want to do. But then the split and the razor have something very special. If you come over here, for example, and notice you have stacked on several tracks and you press Ctrl B, you will cut through the tracks. The blade doesn't do this job. So now you can do a lift, for example. Here you are, you cut very nicely. I will undo. If you use the split, it will do exactly the same. It will cut through tracks. But then even if you have the playhead just over here and you want to cut, for example, this middle clip, all you have to do is to select it, press Ctrl B or Ctrl backslash, and it is cut only the selected clip. And that is, very practical. Now I'm gonna take the blade tool and cut over here and then cut again. Then come back and do a lot of work here. Then I notice I don't want this cut anymore. I will zoom in just here. If you notice here, you have this dotted line, okay, dashes. This is a cut through. It means you can rejoin this cut. Even if you move the clip, then you put it back after 10 minutes or the second day, doesn't matter. Resolve will know that this is a cut through. For example, you can bring the playhead on top of it and press Alt and backslash. It will restore the cut. This is the command here, is join clips. Now let's do a small experiment here. I will cut 1, 2, 3. Look where the playhead is. If I do Alt backslash, it has joined the one on the right. And let's put the playhead just over here. And now I press Alt and backslash. It gives me an error. It requires that the playhead is nearby or on the clip you are joining again. So Alt backslash, here you are, it joined. Let's try to do some lifts and extract using the in and out point and the blade tool and the extend, edit, and so on. We want to mix these techniques. Let's say, for example, here I will zoom in using Alt mouse scroll or Option mouse scroll on the Mac. And I wanted this light to appear. Then I want it to appear until here. Then I want to cut from this point to, for example, this point. Cool. How can I do that? Well, one way that I want to show you is using marking on the timeline. So I will set the in point. I just press I set the in point here. Then come over here and set, for example, the out point. So now I have a certain highlighted area. Notice whatever is going to be lifted or cut is the highlighted area. And you notice that the video is not highlighted. Notice the audio is highlighted, the video is not highlighted. That's because I have the wrong selection. So I'll put on the selection for the video. Now they are highlighted and I can do a lift, as you know, I will undo, or shift backspace, it will be an extract. So actually now I cut a piece of the clip using the in and out point as you have seen. So you can set your in point, set the out point, make sure you have the right selection, and you can use backspace or shift backspace for lift or extract. That's pretty cool. Now to remove the in and out point, you already know that. It's Alt X, or on the Mac is Option X. Now let's go to another clip. I want to show you something else here. Let's come over here. Also I will zoom in, but not much. Okay. And then I want to create a gap over here. I want to start from here, okay, from the beginning till here. I'm cool with it. For example, then I want to cut from where the playhead is now until, for example, over here. You can use the in and out point. That's pretty cool. But let me show you a nice way. If you go for the blade and you cut exactly where you want, doesn't matter where the playhead is, for example, over here. Then if you click and drag, where you want to finish the cut or where you want the in point to be. And then make sure you have the right selection. We don't want to cut this layer and we don't want to cut the audio from video 1. And we have set that you are going to cut video 2. Then simply press Shift left bracket. Here you are, nice editing technique. So now I have the hole or the gap if you like, and I'm cool. And all I used is the blade and it's very easy. Okay, so let's do it the other way around. Let's come over here and we use the blade. Then we come over here and we say, okay, we want to create a gap here. For example, you have more B-roll that you want to put down. And then you press Shift, right bracket, it's cut. Combination of blade and playhead to end and playhead to start will give you easy lift and extract for your clips. I can assure you guys, at this stage of the course, if you followed along, you already know all the editing techniques and tools in Resolve 15, to edit a short movie, a documentary, or even a music video. Your assignment in this section is for you to create your own short movie using all and any of the clips within the media pool. Feel free. Cut the way you like. Use your imagination and surely play and have fun. Then render the timeline and create an MP4 to upload to YouTube or Vimeo. Try to create impressive cuts. Couple of transitions only. A title and a lower third maybe, but be creative. If you achieve 1 minute of your own creative work, that will be excellent. I promise you, you will become an expert in Resolve 15 video editing. But be careful. You have to do some fine editing, not just rough cuts. You will find this video that we're watching now, not the project, in the resources of this lecture. You can download it and watch freely and try to see how I mixed the clips, just simple cuts. But you have to create a much better video than the one I did. Because honestly, I fixed some clips here and there, so we can use them later on to learn some new techniques, such as retiming clips or some effects. So please, dive in and start your assignment. Video speed effects and retiming. We all want some speed and some slow motion in our videos. It makes videos much nicer when you can mix the speed in a single shot. You will start with the simple retiming options and the speed retime controls. I will show you how to get variable speeds in a single clip without having to cut the clip in pieces. How to use the curve editor for speed and how to retime using only the curves editor. You will see how to create segments, retime them, freeze them, and reverse them. And please, do not skip your assignment. It's a lot of fun. You most probably already know that in any respectable video editing software, you can speed up a clip or create a slow motion from a normal clip. In DaVinci Resolve, to speed up or slow down a clip is very easy, and actually it's a pleasure working with it. It's very practical. Now, I hope you already opened the project that you downloaded from the previous lecture, and let's start working. I want to work on this clip. Let's bring the clip in the monitor. You remember there is some sequence here that is very beautiful. The guy is just, going around. But now, if we make it all slow motion, it's going to be boring. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to extend this clip, and this part from here, okay, till the end, we are going to make it much faster. So let's start working. Come over here. And with the selection mode, I will click on this clip and put it on V2. Now, I'll put it on V2 here because there is a small menu I want to open, and we need this small space. I'm going to put the playhead at the end of the clip. That will be apostrophe. Then using the trim tool, I'm going to extend it, okay? Don't move the playhead. So I'm going to extend it where I think I should stop. Let's say just over here. Now, I'm going to press Ctrl B, Command B if you are on the Mac, to cut this clip. So I have one in slow motion, here it is, that's we agreed on, and we have the other one that we are going to change the speed. Now, I cut it over here just for simplicity for this lecture. Actually, you will see later on there is no need to cut it, but now it makes it simple for us to work with. Let's make this track a bit smaller. Now, to play with the speed of a clip, you can right-click, and you have the commands over here. Change clip duration, change clip speed, retime control, and retime curve. Very interesting. You can also come to the clip over here in the menu, and you have the same option. Press reset, retime, and remember the shortcut. I want to start you with something interesting. I'm going to go to retime control. So what's important about this? Let's make this one a bit down and this one up just to organize it. Now, I'm going to zoom in. So, what do you see here? First, you have these arrows, okay? That's what's striking. They are blue. And notice the spacing in between these arrows. Actually, it's saying like it's 100%. Look at the spacing, try to memorize it. But in addition, you have here 100% that is written, okay? And you have a small drop-down menu. And also, you have here speed to change with an X where you can close. The first method to change speed, first be in your trim mode and come to the upper part of the clip. You can come over to the right or to the left, but make sure you're not clicking on the X. So for simplicity, I'm going to go to the right, click, and here I am. Notice what's happening. Notice how the arrows are coming together a bit. And if you notice over here, you have now the clip is at 147%. It means I accelerated the clip. So I'll click again and make it as small as I want. And let's say I want it at 222. I'm just eyeballing it. Now, if you play your clip, it's becoming much nicer. So the guy jumps. Here you are. Fine. Do you want it speedier? No problem. Let's make it faster. And I'm going to make it, at 300%, for example. Let's play it. Cool. Not bad at all. That's very fine. I'm going to zoom out. Here you are. And then I'm going to click on the same arrow and then take it up. Here you are. Now, notice what happened here. The arrows have turned into yellow. This means you have slowed down the clip. So this is speed up. This is slowed down. Okay, notice here you have 74%. If you play it now, it's becoming more slow motion than before. You can actually exaggerate and play the way you would like. So what do we take from this lecture? Very easy. You right click, you go to retime controls, and then here you have the Control R, and then you can change the speed just by using this arrow on the right or on the left if you like, without pressing on the X. Now when you finish, you press Control R or Command R on the Mac and you're done. You did your speeding. I will undo. Here you are, and I'm gonna keep it on fast forward. You notice also you have this small speedometer over here. So it means this clip has been retimed. So you can double click over here also to open the speed control if you like to. I usually double click when you have zoom enough. In the previous lecture, guys, you learned how to bring up the retime controls using the Control R and how to increase or reduce the speed of a clip using these double arrows here, just left and right. Let's see something interesting. It's very powerful for your understanding of how the speed in DaVinci Resolve will work. I will right click and go to change clip speed. Now notice here you have speed, frames per second, and you have certain options here you can check or uncheck. Let's change the speed to 300 and let's click out. Notice that the frames per second has changed to 75. This is not the speed, okay? As a video editor, you are not going to start working with a percentage, make it 3 times faster or 10 times faster. You are going to work with the frames per second. This clip is originally 25 frames per second. If you make it 75 frames per second, of course, you are going to increase the number of frames played per second, and hence it's going to look playing faster. So your real speed is the frames per second. Now, you can come and adjust the frames per second here to 125. Now, this is important because from time to time, you have an MP4 video like we have now, but much more compressed. And when you play with the frames per second, you have things that are not very okay. There is some flickering or something. So you want to come back and work with the speed according to frames per second. Now you have these options here. Let's start with the ripple sequence. Now remember, when you use the double arrows, I asked you to be in your trim mode so we could ripple on the timeline. But now, ripple sequence, if you check it, of course now we are at 207%. We are going to go up to 500%. So the size of the clip obviously is going to be reduced if you want to play from the same in and out point. I repeat, if you want to play from the same in and out point. If I click change, of course, it has reduced it and has rippled on the timeline. That was easy. For simplicity, I will undo this. I will right click again and go back to change clip speed. Let's say, for example, I set it at 100 frames per second. Okay, so I have a speed that has been increased 4 times or 400%. This speed is higher than the speed I have in the timeline. And if my ripple sequence is off, you might think it's going to reduce the size of the clip and leave you with a gap. Actually, this is not what it's going to do. If I press change, notice what happened. The size on the clip or the duration of the clip did not change, but the out point has changed. You notice now I'm playing more frames. Okay, this is the last frame. If I undo, okay, I'm going to go back to 297. This is the out point. If I redo Notice it has changed the output. So exactly what happened? It kept the same duration and added as many frames as necessary to cope with the 100 frames per second. It's a very good and very powerful concept here, guys. So I don't have to go back and trim it and so on. It gave me enough time for my 100 frames per second. Now, if you are a beginner, keep ripple sequence on and then come and trim it using the trim mode. Now you might have noticed that you can go negative. Okay, guys, so now you are playing in reverse speed. Let's put it at minus, I don't know, 80 frames per second. So obviously now it's gonna go backward, and I retimed it. And I click change. Okay, now notice because the ripple is there, it has rippled, it has taken more time on the timeline. But also what's most interesting are the arrows over here. You notice now the arrows are going backward. Mind you, you have reversed the whole clip, which could be very interesting from time to time, and you really want to play with this. Another option here, which you most probably guessed, is the freeze frame. Now notice where the playhead is. Unfortunately, we cannot move this panel. If you check freeze frame and say change, here you are. The whole clip has become this frame where the playhead was. And notice in the speed controls, you have this red bar all over the clip itself. And the speed, you notice here, it's 0%. So you have a still image. In the next lecture, with some more interesting speed retiming controls and techniques within DaVinci Resolve. In the previous lecture, guys, I left you somewhere here where we had frozen the whole clip using freeze frame. If you want to remove the freeze frame, that's very easy. You have two ways. You can right click and go back to change clip speed. And here is very convenient because you can remove the freeze frame, change the speed of frame per second, and click change, and you retime the clip the way you like. I'm going to show you another method here. If you come to this small black arrow just next to the 0%, and you click on the arrow, you have a drop-down menu that's very interesting. Everything is grayed out now except remove freeze frame and reset clip. You know why they are grayed out? Because there is a freeze frame. So let's remove the freeze frame. Okay, the clip is back to normal at 100%. Now our mission is to use the original clip and to create variable speeds within the same clip. We are going to create speed segments. I'll show you how. Now this clip, let's delete it because we don't need it. We can work on one single clip. I will remove it, and then using the selection tool, I will just trim over here. Using the trim tool, I'm gonna go to the end until it's red. Here it is. So I can see exactly all the frames within this clip. So we agreed that from the beginning of the clip to a certain point here, we want this motion just here when he puts his foot down. So that's gonna be our first segment. And then over here, we're gonna create several segments where we're gonna have different kind of speeds. Let's do that. I press Ctrl R or Command R if you're on the Mac to bring the retime controls. And then let's start using this small arrow. If you click, now they are all open. To create segments, you need to add speed points. I will add the first one. So notice now I have two segments here. The one on the left, which has certain number of frames, the speed is 100%, and the one on the right, and the speed is 100%. Now, let's explore a bit what is this speed point. Well, the speed point is pretty nice, by the way. It has two handles, the top one and the lower one. The lower one, if you click and drag, it doesn't change the speed. You see the speed 100% still constant. It just repositions the speed points. You can put it at any frame you like. For example, want to put it over here. The top one is about changing the speed. If you move it to the right, you will expand the segment on the left and leave the segment on the right intact. And notice it's also rippling because I am in the trim tool. Or you can make it speedier if you like. Here you are. You notice the segment on the left has become 203%. I will undo this because we want to keep this one intact. And let's agree that when it comes just over here, we want to create a new segment, and we are going to reduce the speed on the segment created. So I will go to the arrow, click, and go add a speed point. Cool. So now we have three segments. There is one in the middle. Now to change the speed here, you can use the upper handle. Here you are. But better yet, you can just go to change speed and say, for example, 400%. If it becomes so small and you can't see, all you have to do is to zoom in and start seeing better. Let's play our clip. See, slow motion, normal speed, fast, and nice. It's really cool. Let's agree that just over here, he comes and we want to change the speed. Just over here. We want now to create a new segment, okay? Just a segment over here. I will zoom out a bit or zoom in. I'm gonna add a new speed point, of course, and I want to charge this segment. I want to create a new segment just from here, and the guy will fall now at normal speed. I'm gonna add a new speed point. It's so easy, guys. And let's go directly now and change the speed to 400%. Here you are. Let's play our clip, see exactly what we got. If we didn't put them on the right frames, then we can work on this. Oh, cool. In fact, it's pretty cool. Yet you can make it much better. Now, let's say, for example, you add a speed point. And you come over, okay, you don't want to segment here. You want to remove the speed point. Very easy. Come to the one on the right and say clear speed points. It removes the one that is on the left or something like this. It will remove your speed points. Remember, guys, I am in the ripple edit mode. That's why it rippled. If you were in the selection mode, it will have overwritten this clip. So this is a fantastic way to have variable speeds on a single clip. In this lecture, guys, I want to introduce you to the curve editor in general and specifically for the retiming. Now, notice here how we did the speed. If you zoom in, we went from 100% to 400% just in a single frame. It's just a jump in speed. From time to time, you want to adjust this. You want to make it a smooth transition from 100% to 400%. So you will use the curve editor. If you select your clip and come over to clip, you will find here two options: show keyframe editor and show curve editor. In DaVinci Resolve, as a main rule, when the shortcuts have the same letter at the end, so it's Ctrl-Shift-C and Shift-C, it means they are related. So let's select this option, show curve editor, and the shortcut is Shift-C. I'll click on it. Here it's showing you the curve editor in general, and there are no curves displayed. You can come over to the arrow down here, click on it, and you have all the properties that you can edit in the curve editor. Notice if I click on all, now I have them all, I can work with them. But also at the bottom here, I'm going to shift up the screen so you can see you have retime speed and retime frame. This is our interest. So you can select retime speed, for example, you check it, and you have the curve for the speed. You can also check retime frame and work on the retime frame curve. They're not really curved now, they are linear. We are going to make them curve. Or there is a better way to do that. I will close the curve editor. I'm pressing Shift-C and then right click. If I want to open the curve editor directly in retime, I will go to retime curve. Here you are. And now it opens automatically the retime frame. Notice it did not open the retime speed, the percentage. It opened the retime frame. Remember what I told you before, that frames per second is the real speed. And by default, it will open the retime curve and shows you the retime frame. This is the curve or the graph if you like. So please, before you get to the next lecture, open the retime control. Remember, it's Ctrl-R or Command-R on the Mac. And then right click and open the retime curve. So we can work on these curves here for retime frame and later on for the retime speed. So I hope from the previous lecture, guys, you adjusted your workspace so you can see the whole clip here with the retime frame curve. So what is this curve all about? If you look at the line here, this is the curve. It looks linear now, but actually it is a curve. And all these white dots are keyframes, and they are placed exactly where you placed the speed points. So what can you do here? Actually, you can just click on a keyframe and start moving it around. Notice what's happening here. When you move a keyframe in between two keyframes, the speed on the left and right and the timing on the left and right is going to change. Notice? So depending if you're moving it left or right or up or down. If you move it down, for example, you will notice that when the graph is going down, this is reverse. When the graph is going up, the speed is going to increase. Let's take this one and put it down just for fun. Adjust this one over here. Okay, I'm just playing with the graph, but actually I don't think I got something interesting, but something funny. Here you are, it's gonna go reverse, and then it's gonna go up, and then here you are, it's gonna come back. Now, do you notice that the change of frames per second is very abrupt over here? You could smooth it. You select the keyframe and click on the icon on the left, which looks like a curve with a dot inside, and then you notice it has created some handles on the left and right. This will help you to create a better curve if you want to, okay, or remove it completely. Here you are. So now what's supposed to happen is it's going to be a smooth transition or a smooth curve if you like. In our case, it's not very visible. You can do that to any frame you like and curve it and adjust the curve the way you would like. Take it up or down to adjust the speed. And let's do it for the last one here. And we just adjust the curve. Okay, this one doesn't have space because this one is to the extreme. So you can come over and play with them. This is the keyframe navigator. On the left, it goes to the previous keyframe. Okay, on the right, it will go to the next keyframe. You can come over here and create a new keyframe if you like by clicking on the diamond. And now you have a new keyframe that you can adjust, you can curve if you like. Okay, here you are, something like this. If you want to delete a keyframe, you can select it and press the delete key. It is removed. So actually, this is all about the graph. It's up to you now to decide how you want your video to go and how you want to play with the speeds and how you want to have, the best animation possible for your video. Actually, you are really animating. Now, working with the retime frame is cool, but not that cool because retime speed is much interesting and much more visually representative of what's happening to the video. And this is what we are going to see in the next lecture. In the previous lecture, guys, you played with the retime frame, you put some keyframes, you adjust it up and down. And now in this lecture, you notice, I don't want this. I want to change everything and I want to work with the retime speed. So what's the best way, first of all, to reset this clip? The first advice, please guys, be in your trim mode. Otherwise, it's gonna eat up some other clips or do some funny things on the timeline. Now, you might think that you can right click and go to change clip speed and put it back to 100%. If you do that, you're gonna have all kind of adjustments to do later on. The best way is select your clip, go to clip and go to reset retime. You see it here, or use the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-R or Command-Option-R on the Mac. Now, my favorite way is just to click on the arrow here and go to reset clip. The first thing after you reset the clip is to check your in point and out point. I can assure you they changed. So if I go to the in point, I'm cool with this in point. That's the right one. If I go to the out point, oops, I missed some. So let's adjust it. So I will zoom in. Here you are. And then ripple trim to the right. Here you are. Okay, so I get all the frames I want. Okay, up to here, maybe. Let's adjust it in the middle. Zoom just a bit if I can manage. So now you want to work with the retime speed, and it's much easier and much nicer. Let's switch to retime speed. So I'll come over here. I will select retime speed. You could work with both of them if you check both of them. But now, for simplicity, I'm going to uncheck retime frame. I'm going to click out. Now, notice what's happening here. There is nothing. There is no retime speed. That's because you have to click and select the curve you work with. So you point on the curve here. It says retime speed. You click on it. Here you are. Retime speed. You're on. The way we want to work here is not using the add speed points. We want just to use keyframes and the curve and adjust our speed. Let's come to the first segment. We decided it's over here. That's easy because we know our clip, and set the first keyframe. Let's go further and create the segment by setting the next keyframe. Just over here, setting the next keyframe. Notice how the speed bonds have been created. The speed is still 100%, and I have the keyframes on the curve. The easiest way to increase or decrease the speed is to point on the curve. You notice the up and down arrow. Click and drag up. Now you're increasing. You can go down, you decrease. Here you are. So I'm going to go up. But I personally like very much to be very precise. So I will use the arrow here, change speed, and go to 400%. Now you notice here my graph looks very small. This is because of the upper limit here, it's 1100, and the lower mean limit is minus 300. So I want it to look bigger, so I will decrease the upper limit, okay, and increase the lower limit. And I'm stretching the graph. That's cool. So immediately you can select your keyframe and make it curved, and select the second one and make it curved. For the second segment now, we position the playhead and we add a new keyframe. Let's move towards the end where we wanted to start going slow motion again. Let's say over here, and we add a new keyframe. You can now point it to the curve when you have the up and down arrow and take it up. If you want to be very precise, go to the arrow, change speed, and go to 400%. And now we are going to curve them. So you notice how easy it has become. It has taken a lot of explanation, but I really wanted to take you step by step so you understand the system, and I want to make sure that you are very happy working on it. I press spacebar. Let's see our work. Not bad. It's working. Now I want to add more. Okay, I will come to the middle over here and then click on the keyframe. So I create a new keyframe. Now I created two segments, if you notice, because of the keyframe. I will come to the segment on the left and take it up. Okay, so it's not working for me here. I need the upper limit to be higher. So I'm going to take it down like this and then put it up as much as possible. Okay, to make quite a difference. I'm going to do the same for here. Add a keyframe and then take the upper limit and take it up, 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 up as much as I can. Okay, here you are. Let's see exactly. That will work. Then let's play and see if I have done a good job. Here you are. 1, 2, and 1, 2. Very nice. Okay, guys. So you most probably have already noticed that working with the retime speed, adding the keyframes, taking the graph up and down the way you would like is very easy, very convenient, very visual here. You can see exactly what's happening. You can retime your keyframes if you like to, and actually is extremely powerful. So please go to the DaVinci Resolve 15 if you're not there already and play with this clip. Create even more variable speeds on this clip. For example, just in the beginning over here, he starts fast and then goes down very slow. Add and play. And take any clip that you have in the project, if it is slow motion or normal speed, and play with the graph. And please have fun, because later on when you get the project, it's going to be pretty serious. Guys, you have done lots of serious work in the previous lectures about retiming. It's time to play a bit or to have some fun. Actually, it could be very useful for your videos later on if you want to do something funny to entertain. We are going to explore the rewind option. If you click on the arrow over here, you will have the rewind, and you have several speeds for it. Okay, so how does rewind work? Rewind is applied to all the frames between the playhead and the next speed point. If you don't have a speed point, it's going to be the out point. So if I apply rewind now, it's going to take all the frames between the playhead and the out point. Let's go to the beginning of the clip, just over here. And if you apply rewind now, it's going to use all the frames from the in point to the out point. Let's do that. Let's have some fun. I will click on the arrow and go rewind and say 100%. Notice what happened. You have your initial frames. It didn't touch them. This is the initial segment from the in point to the out point. It has added a keyframe or a speed point. And in between this speed point and the next one, it has rewinded all the frames that were from the in point to the out point. That was our segment. Then it puts them back and plays them again. You notice how? If you play your animation now, here you are, and then it rewinds, then it plays it again. Now this is cool. We used all the frames in this clip. I will undo, and let's go by the concept of setting up keyframes and rewinding only a segment. So I will come over here, for example. I put a keyframe. Then the segment I want to create and rewind is up to here, for example. Okay, something like this. Then I'll create another keyframe. Remember I mentioned that the rewind will take all the frames between the playhead and the next speed point. So I'm going to take it back to the previous keyframe or the speed point. So now rewind is going to work from the playhead to the next speed point or the next keyframe. Here you are. If I apply rewind at 100%, that's what's happening. It keeps the initial, rewind it, or play the in first, and then the initial again. Now this guy is pretty cool, just like this. You can create another rewind from the last segment. So I will go to the previous keyframe, and now I'm sure it's going to use from the playhead to the next keyframe or the speed point. I'm going to come over here and say rewind again at 100%. So it has created another reverse segment and another forward segment. Here you are. Notice? So in, out, and pretty cool. But you can come over here, for example, and now instead of rewinding the whole segment here, you'll be rewinding from the playhead till the speed point over here or the next keyframe. And you don't need to put a keyframe or a speed point. Just come over here and say rewind at 100%. So actually it has taken only the frames in between the playhead and the next speed point. If you play it now, you will notice here you are. Now let's play it in totality. I think the guy got tired going up and down like this. So actually this is about rewind. Is a lot of fun. It's actually very powerful because now you can start playing with the keyframes, with the speed, taking it up and down the way you would like. So I hope you will go to DaVinci Resolve 15. I hope you were following along with me and take a clip and play with the rewind. That's to make sure you got the concept. Better yet, take your phone, take a nice video of your little sister or little brother and play this game. It's gonna be very nice, and I'm sure they will appreciate your work. There are two options I want to draw to your attention, and they could be very useful for you. Sometimes you want to be creative when doing video editing. These options are the freeze frame and the reverse segment. In this lecture, we'll talk about the freeze frame. Couple of things before we start applying the freeze frame. First of all, make sure you are in your trim mode, so you can ripple on the timeline. It's safe. Doesn't matter if it mess up in the clip. Then let's look at the first frame. So I press semicolon. I'm in the first frame, and the last frame. Remember the last frame here. Let's come to 50 seconds, just over here, and let's apply the freeze frame. And notice exactly what happens. I will apply the freeze frame. Now, obviously, notice the timeline has rippled. And actually, this segment that has been added, it's a 2-second segment of freeze frame. You notice? 52, 50, so it's 2 seconds. And it has rippled the timeline. If you go to the last frame again, you notice it hasn't changed the last frame. So actually, this freeze frame, it has taken the frame where the playhead was and replicated it for 2 seconds. Of course, now the lower handle does not work. You can change the freeze frame position, but you can change the timing in between. You decide, I want to have less than 2 seconds. Okay, any timing that you would like. Then you can add even more if you like to. For example, if I come over here and add a keyframe, okay, so I have a speed point, and then go over here on this segment and say freeze frame. It has added 2 seconds here for me, so I'm going to reduce it, for example, to whatever I like. Okay, that's less than 1 second now. If you play now, is rolling, stop, rolling, stop, lowering, and so on. So now you're doing very nice effects with speed and freeze frames. Now you appreciate in this system that we're still in the clip and we are working just in a single space. And we actually added only a couple of keyframes, and it's easy to work with. If you want to cancel the freeze, it's very easy. Just remove freeze frame. And notice a ripple has happened. So it did not just unfreeze the frames, it just deleted them with a ripple. Same you can do for this one, and you remove, and here you are. In the next lecture, I want to show you how to work with the reverse segment. It's going to be very interesting. Thank you for listening. The option over here of a reverse segment, which is grayed out now, does not really reverse the content of this segment, the frames of this segment. Let me show you how it works. Reverse segment will use the duration of the segment to start playing backward from the first frame of the segment. Complicated? Not really, it's very easy. So let's say you go forward for 51 seconds. Okay, that is 1 second only. So I set a keyframe here. So the duration of this segment now is 1 second. Notice our first frame here, and if you press F, you match frame with the source monitor. If you go for the reverse segment, it really did not reverse the segment itself. What's exactly happened is from this frame is gonna start playing 1 second backward. That's what's happening. Okay, it's exactly like playing 1 second backward just over here. Okay, let's keyframe this one. So now it has taken 1 second, which is the duration of the segment, and started from this frame to play backward another 1 second. You get it, guys? So it's a really very nice editing because now you're playing 1 second backward, then forward. Notice where it continues. There is no jump in the frames. It doesn't make sense in video editing where you're showing a scene backward, then you jump to the forward. It doesn't make sense. Unfortunately, if you come to the end over here, you will notice that we lost our last frame. So really, this 1 second played backward, it has been taken from the outpoint. So all you have to do is to click, of course, in the trim tool, and readjust it the way you would like. For example, something like this. And let's play. You notice it's pretty cool how it's working. Let's play from here. So the guy goes forward, backward, and so on. Now combining reverse segment is not going to be easy. It's going to take some work with you to understand the system, how it works. Let's say I come over here, I put a keyframe, then come over, put another keyframe, and reverse this segment. Okay, so actually it's going to play these frames over here. Notice? So the frames are going to go back and then continue from where it started. Here you are. So actually you are playing these frames. So sometimes it's very useful and very powerful. Actually, we're still in the same clip. So the guy is charging in, then goes back, and then comes out. So actually, reverse segment is very useful when you want to reverse starting from a certain frame and going backward a definite time. Your assignment and practice activity for this section, guys, is to refine edit the clips and add some retiming to several clips. Then render a video. Try to be creative. You've learned how to create a variable speed in a clip, so please apply these techniques. In fact, try to apply all the techniques you learned in retiming in this section. It's very important that you practice. I can assure you guys, if you have completed the previous practice activities and you complete this one, you are already at 60-70% towards your professionalism in video editing in DaVinci Resolve 15. So please, guys, put some energy in it, put some fun, make something outstanding. So please get excited and do some original work. Applying and customizing transitions. You most probably know that transitions in video editing are very important and extremely useful. Here, you are going to focus on creating and customizing transitions. You will start from the basic video and audio faders. After you cover the concept of clip handlers and how they work, you will learn how to customize standard transitions. But my main aim here is to show you how you can create your own transitions by animating properties in the inspector, how to use the keyframe editor and the curve editor to further refine your transitions. You will also learn how to save a transition using the presets. Let's dive into transitions. And the first thing I want to show you is the fader handlers. which is not a transition. But I think it's important that you notice the difference between the fader handles and a real transition. First of all, I would like you to set your workspace in this fashion. Come to the timeline view options, select the middle option to see only the thumbnail in the beginning, and extend your videos or make them bigger as much as you can. You can come over and adjust the audio, take it down or up, just to see the videos and the edit points. I'm gonna use these two clips over here, this one and the one that is previous. You can use any two clips you would like. So I'm gonna zoom in. I will use Alt and mouse scroll, okay, as much as possible. Then using the trim tool, I'm gonna extend this clip just to have enough frames all around. Is no problem. Okay, this clip is really not moving much. I don't care about the handles of the clip. Can come over and just adjust them just like this, the way I like. Now I'm into habit when I'm working with transitions and I want to be precise. I'll put an in and out point and play back between the in and out point. I'll show you how. For the in point in the timeline, and come over here, for example, put an O. So I'm working on this cut and this cut. If you go to playback, you will find that you have play around to. We've seen that. And there is an option here, play in to out. And the shortcut is Alt /. Of course, if you are on the Mac, it's going to be Option /. And notice it will play from the in and out point. I also turn on the looping. It keeps on looping so I can see exactly what's happening. If you hover over a clip, you notice there is a marker at the beginning and a marker at the end, okay? I'm not saying in and out point because that will change. Now, these markers are called the fader handlers. And all they do is to fade your clip from 0% opacity to 100% opacity. And at the end or the out point, they will fade it from 100% opacity to 0% opacity. It is not a transition. They're just fading your clip and you don't even have keyframes or anything. If you click on it and drag it, so I'm going to bring the playhead. Notice that it starts from 0% opacity. It happens that it's black because there is nothing under it. And then it increases to 100% opacity. At the end, if you click and drag, you will extend it, for example, and it starts from 100% opacity to 0%. Notice here, when you click and drag, it's showing you the number of frames that this fader is working. So now it will take 18 frames to go from 100% to 0% opacity. Notice also this is not a transition because it hasn't used any of the handles of the clip. It hasn't used any frames that are outside the visible in and out point. Okay, guys? So now if you play from in and out, you notice that you have a very nice fade in and a very nice fade out. So it's fading into view and fading out of view. That's what they are called. Now you can, of course, come over here if I stop and use the handles for the previous clip and drag it, for example, for 15 frames or something like this. If you play now, you will think that you have a dip to black. You do not have a dip to black. Later on, we see dip to black. It just fade in and out. Let me show you even more. I will go for the selection, click and drag the clip up. So now if I press Shift, mouse scroll, I am on track 3. I will extend this clip just like this. Okay, I move it here and then extend it also from here. Okay, don't care about the handles. This clip is almost still. Now from the bottom here, I'm going to remove the fader. Okay, so there is no more fading. And then if you notice, what's happening? This clip will start at opacity 0% and increases opacity. Okay, it's the top clip. That's the one you are going to see. So actually, this is the effect that you are creating. You know, so exactly here you are starting to composite, and at the end also you will start to fade it out, and you are compositing over here. Let me play it. Here you are. In the next lecture, we are going to work with the audio fader, and it's going to be a bit more interesting. The same way you have video faders for every video clip, you also have audio faders for the audio clips. Let's go to the beginning here, and I will scroll to zoom in with the Alt key or Option key on the Mac. we had put here a transition. Let's select the transition, just press backspace to delete only the transition. Now, if you hover, you will notice you have the fader handle at the beginning of the clip. You can click on it and drag it to the right, okay? And you notice you have the number of frames here. For example, this is 1 second now. Let's put it over here. Now, the fader operates on the volume. It will take the volume from 0 to 100% according to your volume that you have set in the clip volume over here. Of course, is the same as the bar. So now if you listen to it, we play it, it is a linear increase of the volume. Okay, pretty cool. But now it has another twist here for the volume. You have the small dot here. If you like, it's a keyframe, but actually is the one that will set a curve for the increase in volume. If you click on it, you can take it left and right, up and down, and actually create a certain curve. Or if you want to, it's an ease for the volume. So in this case, it's gonna easily increase the volume. So it's no more linear, it's just a curve. Now, if you play it, there's quite some difference, and this is pretty interesting. Notice, guys. Here you are. So you can adjust this curve the way you would like. You can take it the other way. So now you have almost an abrupt, and then it settles at 100% on the handle. I will undo this one. Now this is at the beginning of the clip. You can press end to go to the end, and let's also remove the transition from here. I hit backspace. Let's click on it and drag it to 1 second. For example, just over here. It's easy also to get to 1 second. I'm gonna click on the keyframe and just, drag it to create a very nice curve. For example, something like this, the way you would like. If you play it, let's play it from here. Not bad at all, guys, right? Now, I suggest that you always use the faders and not the transition to ease in or ease out an audio clip. It's much nicer, by the way. Let's start working with the standard transitions in Resolve 15. Now, in general, a transition is applied on the edit point of the incoming and outgoing clip. But before you apply a transition, you need to check the handles for the clips. The handles are all the frames that are before the in point that are not visible within the timeline, and all the frames after the out point that are not visible in the timeline. To check the handles of the outgoing clip, for example, all you have to do is to click on it when you are in your trim mode. Now you can see here the rectangle or the white border. This is the left handle or the in-point handles, if you like, for the outgoing clip. And of course, on the right, you can see the out-point handles. Similarly, for the incoming clip, you can see the right handles after the out point and the left handles. If you do not have enough handles, the transition might not work, or the transition will fit only for the duration of the handles on the left and right. Go to the FX library. Let's bring it down. Okay, we can see it all. Within your toolbox, you have video transitions. Inside, you have dissolve, iris, motion, and wipes and shape. The most interesting are the dissolve. I like very much the motion and the wipes. They are very much in use. Let me show you the effect of the handles here. Let's take the simple cross dissolve. I click and drag and put it just in the middle. Okay? I will take the outgoing clip, right click on it and disable the clip. So you uncheck enable clip. The shortcut is D. So that's what's exactly happening. To be able to do a dissolve, the transition will use the frames within the handles. Notice now, this is the last frame of this clip. And then after that, I will use the right arrow. It is using the handles frames to dissolve. You notice? So make sure that the frames over here are normal. It's not like the guy with the camera is showing or there is something abnormal here. Now let's put it on. I press D, and similarly I press D over here to hide it, and notice it's using the frames within the handle on the left or the in point of the outgoing clip. So to do the dissolve, let's put them both on. You have a very simple dissolve. Now I will delete the transition, just backspace, and let's try, for example, the push. Okay, if I click and drag, you can put it on the left That is the left of the edit point, that is the right of the edit point, and that is the center. Now notice the left is small because I don't have enough handles on the outgoing clip, and the right by default is 1 second, so I'm using the full 1 second. I have enough handles. You can put it in the middle here and you have your transition. Let's play in between in and out point. That will be Alt or Option on the Mac and /. Here you are. So you have a very nice push transition. The first thing you can do is to change the duration of the transition just from here. You can click on the border and drag it towards the edit point. You are reducing the duration. If you play now, you have reduced the timing. Okay, not bad. I will undo this. Now this was about applying the transition left, right, or center and taking care of the handles. In the next lecture, I will show you how to customize this transition using the inspector. Now we applied the push transition over here. Let's pull this one up so we have more space on the timeline. Let's see how you can customize this transition without going into complicated stuff. If you select your transition and go to the inspector, we have seen that already. On the upper part, you have the transition settings, the duration in seconds or in frames, and the alignment. It can be center, the start, or the end of the edit point. And of course, you have the video transition style. In this case, we are using the push. On the lower part, you have the settings for the transition style. In this case, you can push it left, you can push it right, you can push it up or down the way you would like. Okay, I will leave it to left. And you have a certain color. This color is the color of the border. Notice you're creating a border here. So now if you scrub through, it's gonna push with a border in between. But also you can add the feathering. Actually, it will feather the border. Here you are. Notice the border that was here has been feathered. Okay, so you can create as thick as you want the feathering here. Okay, pretty cool, by the way. The most important here is the ease. It's about the smoothness of the transition. Notice in the timeline here, half of the transition has a white overlay. Well, actually, it's not the whole overlay that you care about. It's the line that is separating the overlay from no overlay, if you like. If you come to the ease here, and you can ease your clip in, meaning it's coming in smoothly. Now notice what's happening. So it's gonna start and smoothly come in and then comes out. Okay, let's play it from in and out point. You notice it comes smoothly in and comes out. Then you can smooth it out if you like. So now it's gonna come in normally and then exit very smoothly, and that's very interesting. Here you are. You notice? Now the best is to ease it in and out if you like to, so it comes smoothly in and comes out smoothly out. This is the effect. And now there is something very interesting here, is the transition curve. You see this line, this curved line, this is the transition curve. Now the transition curve is at 0.55 or 55% of it. So if you scrub through, you will notice it starts from 0, notice 0 here, and then you can move it in, and now it is at 55%, and at the end it will be, of course, at 1%, okay, or 100%, sorry. So you can adjust the curve here very simply. Let's come to the middle here, and we say when the playhead is on the edit point, I don't want it to be at 55%, I want to reduce it to 20%, something like this, okay? So now it's 20% when it's at the cut. Now notice how the curve has changed a bit. Okay, it's not perfect, but of course because of the example. If you play it now, notice it has changed totally. In fact, you know, on the left part is like it's not working anymore. Okay, it starts from there. Notice there is a keyframe. Now you also notice that within the transition there is a keyframe over here. If you click on it, that's what we are going to see in the next lecture, how to use the curve editor to work with the transition. Now in this lecture, I'm going to show you the keyframe editor for a transition. So you select your transition and surely you will have the diamond over here. First, let's reset our transition curve. You just can reset it from the ease over here. Notice it has reset, and if you like, you can reset the transition curve. So if you click on the diamond over here, that's a keyframe, you will be in the keyframe editor for the transition. Mind you guys, if you come to clip here, you notice that show keyframe editor and show curve editor are shaded out. You are not editing the curves or the keyframes of a clip. This is a transition. That's the only way to get over here. So now within the keyframe editor, the first thing you can do is, for example, to click on the last keyframe and just bring it in, for example. And here you are, you changed the curve. That's one way to do it. You can also add more keyframes. For example, if you come over here, and this is now at 0.280, you can add a keyframe by clicking on the keyframe just over here. So you have a keyframe here. You can come over here, for example, keyframe again, but you can change the value. I'll put it 0.280. Okay, and now you have a stable position. You know that. Okay, so this is the animation will be for the transition. It stops and it continues. Now there are so many things that you can do here playing with the keyframes, and it's extremely interesting. For example, if I come in the middle, somewhere in the middle in between these two keyframes just here, and I can keyframe again and give it a bigger value. Here you are. Now if you look at the curve here is going up, down and up. Of course, the down is going to go backward. Just to show you. Okay, so I'm adding more keyframes. You have a swing effect or something like this. Now let's say you want to delete these keyframes. Well, you can position on the playhead and wait for it to be read over here. You have here the keyframe navigator. Let's zoom in even more. Okay, you notice there is no keyframe navigator over here at all. The keyframe navigator is just over here. You can go to the next keyframe and the previous keyframe, you know that. Then select the keyframe, and please don't press backspace or delete or something like this. You will delete the transition itself. Just click on the red diamond. This means you already have a keyframe. If you click on it, remove that keyframe. And notice it has been removed. You can go back to the navigator and remove the other keyframes the way you would like. Here you are. Let me warn you about something that is pretty interesting, by the way. I'm going to keyframe here at 0.280. Come over here. I cannot copy paste the keyframes, so I'm going to keyframe again. I will come at 0.280. So I have a stable position. So I'm very happy with this animation here. It got stable and it goes. So I'm thinking now, what happens if I use another transition? I could come to the radial wipe, click and drag and drop it here. Or I can come to video transition style and change it. So it's hard to find it here. I'm going to press R. This is radial wipe. And notice exactly what happened. The keyframes have been preserved, and now you have the same animation with a different transition. Here you are. You notice? Not bad at all. Somehow. Let's stop it over here. But now, if you pick, for example, spiral wipe, and you click and drag and drop it on the transition, you click on the diamond again, you notice everything has been reset over here. So changing the style of the transition from the inspector will keep your keyframes. Clicking and dragging will reset everything. In the next lecture, we're gonna go one step ahead and use the curve editor for the transition curve. In the previous lecture, guys, I showed you how to work with the keyframe editor. And you bring it up by clicking on the diamond over here. Now, reset everything, okay? And then let's bring now the curve editor. You can bring up the curve editor by clicking on this rope here with two nuts. In fact, it's a curve with two keyframes. If you click on it, you bring in the curve editor. Now, here you have two options. The first one is to see the border and the transition curve, or one of them. I'm going to remove the border and see only the transition curve. Here you are. And of course, you have the keyframe navigator. Now, we have reset everything. So I'm going to select the last keyframe. So point on it and just select it. It turns red. You can make it an ease out now, a nice ease out. Click on it again. Make sure that when you're trying to select the keyframe, you have the 4 arrows. Notice, this is the 4 arrows for the keyframe. Here they are. And this is 2 arrows for the transition curve. And now I can use the handle just over here. Okay, so you can push it and make it, with a very nice ease out. Here you are. Okay, I'm trying to fix it so it doesn't go out of here and you have some kind of distortion. You can also click on the curve and start moving it up and down the way you would like. Notice that you cannot move these two keyframes. You cannot decide, okay, this one I want it inside here. That's not possible because the transition has to complete and the transition has to start. But you can, of course, add very many keyframes. I will undo the last one, whatever I have done. And now I want to play the animation for this curve. Here you are. Very nice. Pretty cool, by the way, right? Let's stop it. Let's select our transition. I deselected it and add a border. Now notice when I add a border, the curve for the border has appeared. Actually, it's just a straight line because you can only put a single value. Now, if you play your animation, it has become really something beautiful. Okay, so you notice the effect of the curve here. Quite nice. Of course, it's up to you now to come and be extremely creative. Now I will select the curve and add a new keyframe just to be very creative. And already I have some distortion here that I need to fix. For example, I bring it over here. Let's easy ease this keyframe better. If you come over here, you can use the handles. Okay, do something like this. I don't know, something you play with. And let's play now and try it if I've done something interesting. Not bad, it's okay, not so good in fact. Forget it. Okay, but the point is here that you can add keyframes and work on your curve the way you would like and make something very interesting. I recommend when you add a transition, come to the curve editor here, the transition curve, and then try to work it out so it becomes very smooth and exactly what you want. Now, it's easy to use the spiral, but when you play with the curve, it becomes your spiral, your style, and your technique. Let's say now you created this transition and you are very happy from it. You want to make it the standard transition for this project. You want to reuse it all over the place, or you want even to save it so you can use it in other projects. To do that, you can save this transition as a preset. All you have to do is just right click and go create transition preset. If you click on it, it will prompt you to give it a new name. I will call it Spiral Wipe Preset -1, for example. At least we have the original name and we know it's our preset. It's better to give it Spiral Wipe and something descriptive over here. Okay, like jumping project if you like. And then you click OK. Now, if you come to your video transitions and you scroll down just to the bottom, you will see user presets or user. And here is your Spiral Wipe preset. You can click and drag and put it somewhere else, wherever you like. It's working at 100%. So it's pretty easy, by the way. Now, if you don't want your preset anymore, you're annoyed from it, you can right click and say delete transition preset. Of course, it does not delete anything in the timeline, it just deletes the preset. So this is the way to save your preset and use it in this project or other projects. Your assignment for this section, guys, you might have already guessed, is to apply and customize a couple of transitions. Start from a standard transitions. Choose any you like. Open the transition curve editor and add some keyframes, create ease and adjust the handles until you have your own styled transition. But a word of caution for transitions. Only add a transition where it makes sense. Do not add transitions all over the place. It will become annoying to the viewer. Always try to be as elegant as possible when working with transitions. Transforms and motion in the edit page. You can create motion right in the edit page. You will see how to animate your videos, your text, or some graphics using the inspector and the on-screen controls. With animation, you always have a motion path. I'll show you how to create a smooth animation, no abrupt start or stop motion. That is in and is out. You will also learn how to use the dynamic zoom and how to customize it. I'm sure you will like this option as it makes the videos livelier. You will also learn how to copy clips attribute and how to use them on other clips if you like to. And then you will learn how to compound clips. I'm sure by now you went to the inspector and you inspected very well all the options within the inspector, all the properties. I'm back to my favorite clip here. I will select the transition and hit backspace to delete it, because this clip is very good to show you certain examples. Put an in point and out point so we can play from in and out. Select your clip now. The properties are grouped and each one of them has a certain theme. Like you see now here, it is compositing. We will see about the compositing mode and the opacity. You can, for example, change the opacity of a clip. Here you are. If you think this is wrong, you just click on the arrow over here. It will reset it. But also you can decide, okay, you want this opacity, but for now you don't want to see it. So you will come to the group over here, the composite, and just put it off. All the settings are still with the same values, but now this group is not operating. Put it back on. If, for example, you did a lot of changes and you want to reset the whole group, you have this circled arrow, then you click on it, everything is reset within the group. Then one major reset is on top over here. It's reset video. It will reset many properties except, for example, the dynamic zoom. This one, it will not reset. Now, the first thing that you want to see is the transform properties. The zoom is like scaling. You can zoom up or down. And notice you have the chain link here. You can remove it. And zoom horizontal or vertical if you want to. I will reset it. You have the position. Actually, we'll use this to animate. You can position the way you would like. For example, if you zoom in, okay, then you can position it over here and down here. Okay, now you have a picture in picture if you like, or something like this. You have the rotation angle. Of course, you can come and rotate it, okay, the way you would like. The rotation angle is affected by the anchor point. Also, the pitch and the yaw, I think this is how it's pronounced, they are affected by the anchor point. For example, if I move a bit the anchor point, just over here, for example, and start rotating left and right, you notice it is no more the same as the previous rotation. So it was at 0. It was over here rotating. If you move on the Y, for example, now, and you rotate, you notice it's rotating on a different anchor point. I will reset the anchor point. I will reset the rotation. You have the pitch. You know exactly what it does now. You can just somehow rotate it in 3D with some distortion. Okay, and you have the yaw. I will reset them. Here you are. I will reset everything, in fact. And then there is the flip. You can flip your clip. Very interesting, very much in use. And you can flip it upside down if you want to. Now, I will reset everything here. On the side of the cropping, you can crop your clip, for example, from top at 200 and the bottom at 200, for example. And then you have the softness. Positive value will soften it to the outside. Negative value will soften it to the inside. We reset everything. The dynamic zoom is very interesting and I really encourage you to come and use it. I'll just put it on. All you have to do is to put it on. For now, it's linear. Let's play the in and out. If you press, you notice how it's dynamically zooming and is very much in use. Let's loop. You notice how it's dynamically zooming. Within the dynamic zoom, you have, of course, the linear. You can ease in or ease out or ease in and out. Here you are. So it's going to become a bit smoother, the zooming. Okay, I think I will take the in point and just drop it here, and the out point, just drop it here. You can swap. So now it's coming from far to near. If you swap it, it will go from near to far. Okay, as simple as this. I will put it off for now. And then here you have the retiming scaling. We have seen that before. You can set it from the project, is much better. I hope this was a short overview just to remind you how to work with the properties in the inspector. In the next lecture, we are going to use the keyframes and start animating. Since we had a complete review about the inspector, let's start using the keyframes over here and start animating. This is the easiest way to do simple animation within the edit page. Later on, you will go to the Fusion and things will become a bit more complicated, or you will use it for complicated animation. Let's start animating the position on the X and Y. So let's say after 1 second, so I will use Shift right arrow to jump 1 second. And then at 1 second, I want the position to be just over here. So I will click on the keyframe and a keyframe is created. Notice I'm on top of the keyframe now, it's red. You also notice that in the clip here, you already have access to the curves and the keyframe editor. Let's go back to the first frame of the clip. I press semicolon and click and drag and move the clip just like this. Okay, so obviously it's gonna be at minus 1280 because our video is 1280 by 720. So now I have a very simple animation where the clip is coming from the outside. As simple as this. Alt / or Option / to play between the in and out point. Here you are, very simple animation. Now let's open the keyframe editor. I will click on the diamond. Now we can see that the transform has been animated. This is the transform over here, and something in the transform has been animated, and we can see the keyframe. If you want to see what's animated, you come to the arrow just on the right side of the clip next to transform, and if you turn it down, now you notice it says position. That's what has been animated. Let's come back to this keyframe. You can use the keyframe navigator over here on the position. You can see it's animated. I will go to the previous keyframe or the next keyframe. I'm there. I'm going to keyframe the opacity now. At the first frame, I can use the keyframe navigator again, put it at 0. Okay. So now notice I have two animation now, one with the opacity and one with the position. If I play, here you are. It's quite cool, by the way. So if you want to see in the composite what has been animated, you scroll down and you can see this is the opacity. Now this is pretty cool. Let's go to the next keyframe just over here and keyframe the zoom. Okay, so we're keyframing the X and the Y zoom. In the keyframe editor, you notice zoom X and zoom Y has been keyframed because there is the chain link. Let's go back to the previous keyframe. Here you are, and put the zoom to 0, for example. Let's play the clip now. Here you are, pretty cool. Okay, guys? So you notice you're creating a very nice transition. But of course, you can do much more than that later on. So now, this is how to work with the keyframe editor. More keyframes you add, if you do a rotation, they will appear over here. You have your right arrow to turn them up or down. Let's go to the graph editor now. Let's press Shift and go up a bit. Now over here, I can see several graphs. I hope you can see them. There is the opacity. If I point on it, I can click and select it. And you know the trick now, you just select it and make it an easy out, if you like. Something like this. And then I can pick the other one, the position. And then I have here the zoom Y. And select the keyframe, can ease. Let's go now to the zoom X. Of course, zoom X is on top of zoom Y. So if you come here and remove zoom Y, you are going to have the zoom X. You notice I clicked on it already. And you notice it is already eased out exactly like the zoom out. So this is the graph. It's actually pretty easy to use. And you can see all the positions if you like, something like this. Okay, so you have all the graphs here and you can work on them. Now, if I play, here you are. We did some nice animation. It's a nice transition. You know, this guys has been very easy to use now. The keyframe, the inspector, add all your keyframes and animate the way you'd like. Now we've been using the inspector and keyframing inside the inspector to create some animation, and by changing the numbers just over here. We could have done it also for the cropping. Now, there are on-screen controls that will help you, design even better. They are more visual. I'll close the FX library, turn down the inspectors. So we have this guy in the middle. That's what I like. And I'm going to reset the clip. So first of all, I'll come over and reset video. And notice exactly what hasn't been reset. If I play it now, okay, I'll scrub through. It has been reset at 100%. The on-screen controls are just over here. If you turn down this arrow, you will notice you have transform, crop, dynamic zoom, and open FX overlays. And you can put some annotation on the clip if you like. You notice how it's grayed out. If I point and click on it, it will highlight. And a binding box will appear that will allow you to create visually on the transform over here. So for example, you can stretch it now. You notice how the zoom X is changing. And then you can stretch it from top also. Okay, that will be now the zoom Y working. You can also click on the corner and make it smaller. Okay, stretching in so that the zoom X and zoom Y together. And also, if you like, you have this bar over here. If you click on the top circle, you can just click and drag, and you can see how it's rotating. And you can notice in the inspector here, the rotation is working. You can also click in the middle here and just move it the way you would like, left and right, up and down. And you notice that you are changing the coordinates of the position. We had created a nice animation. Let's recreate it. The way I work is a very simplistic way, but very efficient. So I want to work with the transform. So I have them visually open. So I will adjust first of all the timeline. I go shift right arrow for 1 second. Come to the transform of the inspector and click on the top keyframe. Now I keyframed everything. Can care less. If I don't want to work with them, I just make sure they don't appear in the graphs over here. Then we go back to the first frame of the clip. And I start working just like this. Okay, I make it smaller. And then I will take it from here and just move it backward. Okay, so it's really very easy and it's very visual. Now this red line is the motion path. It is the path on which the clip is going to travel. Now if you come over here and Alt / or Option / here you are, I created the exact animation. Unfortunately, opacity is not visual, can't use it over here. Then I can go back, for example, to the previous keyframe and keyframe the opacity over here. Come to the beginning, that semicolon, put it at 0. And here I replicated the animation we have done in the previous lecture. We have used the inspector and we have used also the on-screen controls. Now you can also have the crop if you like. Okay. So you can crop the way you would like. That is very visual. Just like this. So we're messing around now because our clip is animated. Let's say this is the crop. Very visually, you have used the crop. And you can play your animation, of course. Now it's a bit funny. Now, if you don't want to see the binding box, all you have to do is just click on it. Goes gray. You don't see the binding box. I prefer always to come back to transform and even put it off. So actually, this is how you use the on-screen controls. They are very easy in conjunction with the inspector to keyframe and create your animation. Now, what I'm giving you here is very simple. Actually, it's simplistic. But imagine what you can do when you have certain presentation, the opening of your video. You can put few clips over here. Put the title in the middle, animate them and stories, without having to go to programs such as After Effects. You can do them just from here. I hope this was extremely useful. I encourage you a lot to play with your videos with the on-screen controls and the inspector and do lots of keyframing and animation. Let's talk a bit about this red line, the motion path, and what you can do with it and how you can create an ease out, ease in, or ease in and out so you have a very smooth animation on the motion path. Firstly, I'm going to come to the opacity next keyframe when it's 100 and take it down to something like this. Okay, so we have very clear visibility for you guys. Now, the motion path is composed of 2 keyframes, okay, because we have 2 keyframes in the timeline. And we have these small points here, or dots if you like. These represent frames. So when the playhead is playing from one frame to the other, the video is moving from one frame to another on the dots over here. Very easy concept. Don't worry even about it. You remember, guys, when I pressed Shift C and went to the Y position. This is the Y position over here. I did not click on the keyframe and came to smoothen it. It doesn't work from here. How does it work? You come over to one of the keyframes and simply right click and you have smooth. Here you are. So it has smoothened the keyframe. You can see it in the graph. And then you have a white bar that has been created. This white bar has 2 controls. The outer one and the middle one, or the inner one. The outer one, if you click on it and move it, it changes the shape of the motion path. So now it's moving from this keyframe going down and up. I will scrub through to show you. Here you are. Your video is moving on the motion path. Now you can do the same for the other keyframe. We have only 2 here. We right click and smoothen it. As soon as you smoothen it, because we played a bit with the bars, then it's gonna give you a funny loop somewhere or some funny attitude. Doesn't really matter, just click on the outer dot and just move it around to create a smooth motion path the way you would like. Okay, I'm gonna do it just like this. Now, if you play your video, here you are, you notice how the video is moving on the motion path. So this is about adjusting the motion path the way you would like. And here you are, you can do it, for example, just like this. Okay, whatever you like, you can extend it and so on. I'm gonna come over to here and just put it back to linear. And I'm gonna work only with this one to show you how to create an ease in. Meaning it's gonna come at a certain speed, and when it gets nearer to this keyframe, it's gonna go slowly. Let's click on the small dot inside, or the inner one, and then take it outside. You notice now the space in between the frames, or the white dots, you notice has been increased. Meaning it's gonna take less frames to jump to this keyframe. So actually this is not an ease in, this is a speed in if you like. But now if you click again and drag it towards the inside, okay, of course it doesn't go left and right, it's just on the line. You notice how the space in between the frames is becoming smaller, which means to cross this distance is gonna take more time. And that's how you create an ease in using the motion path. Now, if you play the animation from in and out, notice how it's gonna ease in very slowly. Okay, very cool. Click on it, stop it, and right click and say make it linear. And this one also, I think we did it linear. And come back here, right click and say smooth it. I'm not gonna move the outer one. I'm gonna click on the inner one and just drag it over here. And if you play your animation now, you have a very nice ease in and very beautiful animation. So actually, if you take note, it's very easy. Just right click on the keyframe, make it smooth. Now you can hold it and move the path to create it the way you would like. And you can come to the inner one and just make it, left and right to create an ease in or a speed in if you like. Let's create a speed in and leave it there. Okay, that's the maximum I can go. Here you are. That's what's happening. Up, it's gonna be speedier to come in. I hope this was very fun, and I hope you play with your motion path. Don't worry, in your video editing, sometimes it's gonna be very important to create your famous transitions and your famous, for example, intros and outros. Let's focus in this lecture on the dynamic zoom. I'm sure you already know how it works and what it does. But in this lecture, I'm going to show you how also to customize it. And it's pretty easy, by the way, and lots of fun. When you put on the dynamic zoom, you will notice that you already have a zoom in. And then if you scrub through, you will notice that it's zooming out. That's one way the dynamic zoom works. Or you can swap it. Then start by the original zoom, zoom 0, and then it zooms in. Okay? So the zooming is cool. It's not bad. You can use it as default. It can do lots of work for you, mainly if you're doing slides or something like this. But then you can customize it. I will reset it from here. Okay, so we go back to the original where we are zooming in. And to customize it, you come to the on-screen controls, and I'm sure you have seen dynamic zoom over here. So you have now two binding boxes. The green one is your starting zoom. This is on the first frame, and then the red one is your ending zoom. So you're gonna zoom out from the green to the red in this case. Okay, here you are. If you scrub through, you notice it is not working, it's not zooming in and out. This is because when you have the controls on, the object of the binding box is to show you what you are going to crop from your clip, and this is very important. So you know exactly what's going to be cropped, mainly at the beginning and at the end also. So if you come over here and you want to change that, you can change the start zoom. For example, you click just on the corner and you change the start zoom. Okay, now you want to scrub through to see exactly how much you cut from his feet and his neck. Okay, it can work, not bad, not really. Let's see exactly how it's going to happen. Now, to be able to preview your customization, you have to play the clip. I press Alt / to play between the in and out. Here you are. So that's it. It cuts. Yes, it's zooming out. And by the end, we are at the maximum zoom. Now you can come over and change the last state of the zoom. For example, we do it like this if you like. And then let's play it. Now the last state is going to be a bit smaller. It has a zoom in. Here you are. If you swap now, it's just the other way around. You start from the green. You can start from over here. And let's end up something funny, for example, just over here, see what happens. And let's play between in and out point. So notice how it's zooming in. Mind you, when you will render this video, the quality will be much better than the viewer here. Now that you made some changes and you don't want these changes, all you have to do is to come to the dynamic zoom over here and click to reset it. That's it. And it's reset at its normal state. So actually, this is all about the dynamic zoom and the on-screen controls, and I hope you will have a lot of fun with it. Notice that if your video is centered on a subject over here, or you have put even your graphical logo on this clip, you can now zoom in towards your logo or towards the subject, whatever you have. So there are a lot of applications for this dynamic zoom. This is a very useful tip I'm going to give you here, and I hope you keep it in mind and use it. Do you remember, guys, that we have done a certain animation over here? Actually, what we have done is in our clip, we have changed and keyframed the attributes or the properties within the inspector here. So this clip now is holding different kind of attributes. These are called attributes when they become specific to this clip. There is a way to copy these attributes and paste them, for example, on a destination clip. How do you do that? First of all, you can press Ctrl+C or Command+C on the Mac. Now, it's true you have copied all the clip, but within Resolve, it has also copied all the attributes from the inspector. Then you can come to a destination clip, right-click, and go to Paste Attributes. Okay? So it gives you a whole panel here about what you want to copy and how you want to copy it. First thing, there is from, to, and the name of the clips. Then there is something about the keyframes. You can maintain the timing or to stretch to fit. For now, I'm gonna go for maintain timing, which will keep the timing in between keyframes. And then you can decide on the attributes you want to copy. If you look at the attributes over here, they are exactly the same as in composite, transform, and cropping. There is no dynamic zoom, and the retiming scaling is not really an attribute here, is a setting. Or if you like, you can go precise. You say, okay, I want to copy opacity, I want to copy position, I want to copy the zoom with the X and Y scale, and that's all I want. And you press apply, as simple as this. Okay. Now, if you notice, you have the exact same attributes that have been pasted. Hence, you have the same exact animation. Okay, guys, it's pretty cool, by the way. Let's play it from here. We stop, we play again. You notice exactly the same. Now, I will undo this. Okay, I will come over here to make sure I'm undoing. I can see that these are reset. Here you are. Take back this one. And then right-click and go to Paste Attribute. But now I want to use the Stretch to Fit. When you select this property, it will take in consideration the duration of the original clip and the destination clip, and will stretch the distance in between the keyframes to fit the new duration. Since the original clip is shorter than the destination clip, of course, you are going to have more time in between keyframes. That's the purpose of Stretch to Fit, which is very useful. And I click Apply. Now you notice here, if I stretch it, the duration of the animation is much longer. So it's taking in consideration the length of this clip. And that's it. As easy as this. So it's copy, paste attribute. If you come over here, for example, and right click and say paste attribute and use stretch, it's gonna work. Notice if I play it, first of all, I'm gonna press X to put the in and out point and just play it. You notice now it's much faster, of course. Let's loop it. Here you are. So it takes in consideration the length of the clip itself. Okay, I'm gonna undo again. And this is the method to copy the major attribute in the inspector from one clip to another clip. This method also you can use it in some other properties that we'll see later on. I hope this was very useful and keep it in mind. Your assignment for this section, guys, is to create an intro for your video. Place, resize and animate 3 or even 4 clips if you like. There are no rules on which clip to use. You can use any combination of clips you want. And of course, add some text and try your hand on the fader. To simplify the workflow, first work on a single clip and use the paste attribute option with the right attributes, of course. In the next lecture, you will find a tutorial demonstrating how this intro can be achieved. This will be one way, there are many other ways. But please, before you jump to the tutorial, try your best to complete this assignment. I am sure you will do a great job. And remember, if you create an awesome intro, upload it to any social media of your choice. So jump to Resolve 15 and start creating your intro. This is the tutorial for the assignment from the previous lecture. But I really hope, guys, that at least you try to do your assignment before jumping to this lecture. It's very important that you try. It doesn't matter if it has worked at 100%. As long as you tried to do the assignment, it's okay. It's like you have achieved it. And your goodwill is very important to become a top-notch video editor in Resolve 15. So let's start the assignment. I need to insert the first clip just at the first frame of the timeline. To do this, there are very many ways. The simplest way is to copy a clip. For example, this one I like. I'm going to press Ctrl+C. If you are on Mac, it will be Command+C. And then, since the playhead is just at the beginning here, I can make sure by pressing Home. I press Ctrl+Shift+V. If you are on the Mac, it will be Command+Shift+V to do a paste insert. Now notice it came on V2. That's no problem. I just click and drag and drop it down. Let's get another clip. For example, this one. Now there is really no need for you to do copy-paste. You can just click on it, press Alt. On the Mac, it will be Option, and then just drag it over here. Okay, fine. Let's do like this. Now, let's select the third clip. For example, this clip over here. I press Alt, take it up, and then bring it over here. So I'm going to select the last clip over here. Put the playhead in the middle and press X to mark the clip in and out. I will zoom in. And you notice the clips here are not on the same timing. I will go to the last frame of the biggest clip. That's what I want. And simply use the 2 clips here. Press Ctrl+R. And just retime them. Okay, simple. Not much. I don't care much about it because it's just a demo. You can work on them if you like, but this is okay. Now to continue working, I will work on a single clip. I will resize it and animate it, then replicate the attribute. That's all. Then I will put off these two so I can see this clip alone. Then resize it. You notice the on-screen controls are on. I will click and resize it just like this. I think this is cool. Put it over here. Maybe I'll make it a bit smaller. That's cool. Over here. So now I want to animate it. That's very easy. Select the clip, come to the zoom over here, let's say after 1 second. So I will go to the beginning of the clip, then shift right arrow, that's 1 second. I'm gonna keyframe the zoom, okay? Then go to the beginning here, I can just click and drag, put the zoom at 0. Here you are. Now I have a very simple animation, right guys? Then I'm gonna go Shift-C. Here you are. I have the keyframe here. I'll click on it and give it a nice ease out. Now the animation is even nicer. Here you are. Yep, pretty cool. So actually, I have done the animation here and it's ready to be replicated. Is there anything you would like to put? For example, I don't know, move it left and right, something like this. But that's cool for me. Gonna right click and say copy. And before I start pasting, what I want to check is the dynamic zoom. Let's put on this one and let's stretch it down. You notice that the stretching here is wrong because somehow the clip or the video is bigger than the binding box. That means there is a dynamic zoom somewhere. So I will remove the dynamic zoom. Now I'm okay. Now I'll put on the second clip. Okay, this one is cool. There is no dynamic zoom. Select both of them, right click, paste attribute or Alt V if you like. I'm not going to select everything here. I remove them. All I want is the zoom itself. So it will stretch it down, and also it will paste the animation. Of course, no stretch to fit, just maintain timing. I'll click apply. Here you are. So we have the three of them. Let's select the top one. Okay, it's this one. I'm going to just click and drag it and put it here. And then the middle one, just click and drag and just put it over here. Okay, align them as best as you can see. That's okay. Come to the upper one. I think they are very well aligned. If you want to know if they are aligned, that's very easy. Select the lower clip, that will be this one, and go up here and check the Y. So it's 182. Let's make it 180, as simple as this. The upper one, this one, I'm gonna put here 180. So they are 100% aligned on the horizontal. If you run my little thing here, is very nice. They are growing very nicely. Let's add some text. We go to the FX library. I'm gonna use a very simple text. I will go to titles, and here I'm gonna use a text. Just click and drag and drop it here. As simple as this. Very easy, guys. We studied all this. I'm gonna stretch it. I'm gonna write DaVinci. Here you are. Resolve 15. And on the bottom line here, I'm gonna write video editing. Okay, feel free to write what you like. I'm gonna select all of them. That's what I usually do. And come to the font here. Let's choose Calibri. I'm sure you all have this font. Now notice I have here the on-screen controls, open, so I can stretch it down as simple as this. Click on it and just put it over here. Okay, it's a bit small, so I'm gonna make it bigger. Okay, and of course I want to center it, by the way. Yes, that's much nicer. Let's put it here. I can just simply use the fader. Here you are. Fader just like this. Let's try our animation and the whole clip, the intro. Okay, let it render a bit. It goes blue over here, you will notice. Let's loop it and we play again. Actually, it's done. As simple as this. It has taken time to explain to you. It has taken 8 minutes, for example, or 10 minutes to explain to you. But actually, it's so easy. By the way, if you want to preview it in full screen, you can come to Workspace and you have Viewer Mode, say Cinema Viewer, Control F. Control F or Command F on the Mac. Press Home and Alt /. Here you are. Okay, it's pretty cool now. You have your full assignment and you have your intro for your jumping video. And it's gonna be very cool when you start adding some effects, some background, and stories like this. This is very easy, it's very simple, and I hope you go back to your assignment if you haven't done it and redo it without going step by step with me. In DaVinci Resolve, you have the possibility to group clips into a single clip, and that's a very powerful option. Let me show you. If you select all your clips here, these 4 clips that are forming our intro, and you right click, you have the option to create a new compound clip. So all these clips will become only one clip. Then you have new compound clip, and then you can put a name. For example, I'll call it intro. And then click create. A new clip has been created and it's on V2 here. I will just put it on V1. Come over and right click and say delete empty tracks. So I removed all the empty tracks. Now I have a single clip that comprises of all the 3 clips and the text that I put inside here. Now, if I want to edit this clip, it's very easy. You just right click and go to open in timeline. So there is a kind of timeline here. If you come to your media pool and go to timelines, you notice there is no such timeline called intro. Actually, if I go to master, this is where I was, you notice that I have a new clip called intro. And it will open over here and you can do any adjustment that you would like to do. What I like doing here is to come over and say add a bin and call it compound. And then come to the master, and wherever I know I have a compound clip, I will click and drag and put it in the bin compound. Here you are. So now I have my first compound clip. Now you can do all the modification you want. For example, let's remove the fader. Okay, if you come back over here, you notice that it has worked already. It's automatic. So I'll go back to the intro and put back the feather almost the way it was. But in case you don't want that, you decided, okay, I don't want a compound clip. You can right click and go decompose in place. Here you are. Now it will decompose. Of course, it messed up a bit your timeline because it opened the 4 tracks upward and shifted all the other tracks. If you notice, Shift Z. Okay, you can adjust that. That's no problem. It's very easy, in fact, to adjust. Now, if you want to come back to the compound, if you right click and say new compound clip, you're creating another compound clip, guys. So you don't do that. What you do is select your clips and backspace you delete. You bring the one from the compound and you put it just over here. Okay, let me put it here. Come back and down. Okay, so now it's working very fine. You will cover all kinds of text, rich text, and graphics here. Even the one in Fusion 3D, and they are very interesting, very cool to use. You will start by learning how to use and animate rich text in the Video tab, and I will show you some presets like the scroll text. Then you will start working with Fusion text. I'll show you how to work in each tab for Fusion text and create some awesome text and animations. I didn't leave anything for you to discover by chance. I covered the directions, right on, transform tab, per character, words, lines, the shading tab, and even how to roll and scroll. It's always nicer to add motion blur to your animations. And you will see it's actually very easy in Resolve. Then I'll show you how to work with some Fusion text, some complicated ones, Fusion lower thirds and Fusion titles, without having to go to the complicated Fusion tab yet. Remember, guys, in the first section, we added a very simple and very dull title, and we wrote thank you for watching in the rich text, in fact, and we added a couple of transitions just to make it, somehow interesting. So now we want to format this text and take advantage of the rich text, and we want to format on multiple lines, and we'll show you how you can use the multiple lines and where it doesn't work, in fact. First of all, I will select the transitions, and I will press backspace to delete them. We don't need the transitions anymore. So now this is a rich text. Rich text usually means that you can format this text character by character, word by word, or line by line, as you wish, and put all kind of formatting. So let's start. First of all, let's start adding more text. I will add another line here. I press enter, go up and write DaVinci Resolve 15. And I put the bottom line here. I write video editing by Jean-Loup. Jean-Loup is my friend. Now that we have added 3 lines of text, let's start formatting the right way. First of all, I want the text to be centered. So notice I didn't make any selection, so it has centered the 3 lines. If I had made a selection, for example, the top line, I could have formatted the top line alone to the left. I'm going to put it in the center. According to this principle, let's play around with the characters. If you take the size, for example, for the first line, let's make it smaller, okay? And then let's, for example, take the tracking up. That's not bad, okay? But the 15 looks very odd, so I'm going to select only 15 and make the tracking a bit smaller for the 15, so the 1 joins the 5. Okay, that's much better. Then I'm going to select the second line, for example, reduce the font, it seems to me very big, add the tracking, okay, that's not bad like this, and change the color, for example, to bright yellow. Doesn't matter if it looks ugly, I just want to show you. Then the last line now, video editing by Jean-Loup. Jean-Loup is not important, so we're going to make it smaller, okay. We could have changed the fonts, by the way. Let me change it to Calibri. So I changed the font only for the last line. Now, I can select the last line and play with the line spacing. Notice because it's the last line, the line spacing is moving everything. I will undo the line spacing. I'll put it back to 0. And then select the second line, for example, and play with the line spacing. Notice how Jean-Loup is being pushed downward. Select the first line, push the line spacing. Okay, now I have something, a bit interesting. Of course, you can come over and play with it the way you would like by selecting and making sure, it looks good for you. So now you have formatted this text, you've changed the font, the colors, line spacing, and stories like this. The things that don't work. When you play with the drop shadow, the stroke, and even the background, it really works on the whole rich text. It does not work on individual lines. So actually, formatting the text stops at alignment, and everything under alignment will apply to the whole text. For example, the rotation angle is for the whole text. So let's add some background here. I'll change the color of the background. First thing I will do, give it a nice background. Let's say go for darkish blue, something like this. Okay. Now the color is there, but the background, if you notice, the height is at 0. I'll show you a simple tip. If you want the background to cover the whole clip, then you put it to 1. Okay, 1, and the height 1, and here you are. Of course, now you take the corner radius and make it 0. So you see, it's the whole clip. It has covered the clip. Now, with the background, you have some problems, of course, is that the background is connected to the text. So, for example, if you try to rotate, here you are, the background is rotating. That's not bad if you want to animate the whole clip. But if you want to animate the lines and keep the background fixed, then you need to use a generator. We'll see that later on in this section. Cool, guys. So welcome to formatting rich text. And in the next lecture, I will show you how to animate this text. So in the previous lecture, guys, you formatted the text here. You made it as beautiful as you want. And now it's time to animate. But there are a couple of decisions you need to take. The first decision is to animate or not the background of the text. I'm not the kind of guy who will animate the background of the text. I find it very ugly. Unless the background is just a strip, I'm moving it from left to right, yeah, maybe. So you could start animating with the background and put the background off. I prefer to work with the background off. Then come to generator and use a solid to create a background. I'll show you in this lecture. The next decision that you have to make is the duration of the clip, and that's very important. If you right click, you have change clip duration or Ctrl D. Now, notice this clip is 5 seconds. That's fine. So 1 second for the text to come in, 3 seconds for the viewer to see and read the text, hopefully is a clever viewer, and 1 second to take the text out. So animation in, stable, animation out. So I click change, I'm okay with 5 seconds. Every graphic clip is composed of 2 tabs, at least 2 tabs. You have the text, which means the content. Sometimes you will have Fusion, and you might have OpenFX if you like. And you have the video. The video is like this clip is an entity by itself, is a video within the timeline. And it's better to animate from over here. If you come to the text, you can animate position within the text, zoom, and rotation angle. But then you can also double up with some animations from here. That's cool, complicated, but not so useful, by the way. You're doing video editing, you're not in motion graphics. So let's use the video to start animating. We go to the first frame, that's semicolon. I will use shift right arrow to jump 1 second forward. I'll go to video, and let's say here I start with the position. I will keyframe the position. Go back to the first frame, that will be semicolon, and then move the Y. Here you are. You can move it just up like this. Okay, you notice how it jumps. That's why I like using the on-screen controls. I'm gonna take it and put it up just over here. Now, if I move down the X, I'll come back and put it at 0. Now, 525 is nice. I like round numbers. So 500 will work nice. Now, if I play the animation, Alt-X, here you are, it's coming down very nicely. Of course, I need to create an ease out. So I will select this keyframe and then right click and say smooth it. Then I have the bar here, you remember, and the small dot is just over here, the one for the frames. I'll just drag it down. Notice it has jumped. If you play now your animation from in to out, not bad, it's sitting very nicely. Now let's take it out. So we will go to the last frame, shift left arrow to move 1 second backward, come back to video, and let's take it out with the zoom. So I will keyframe the zoom here, so it's stable. Then I'll go to the last frame, that's apostrophe, and then put the zoom to 0. Let's play and see exactly if you like it. Okay, we need it to render a bit. My computer is overworked. Okay, not bad. Let's remove the controls and see it. Cool. I will stop it here. Then open the keyframes and scroll it down. Notice I have zoom X and zoom Y. Let's open the curve editor. I will select these two keyframes, 1 and 2. So I press Shift and selected the second one. Just come over here and make them a knees out. Here you are. So they have both is out. Okay, you can see the X is out and the Y is out. Fine. Let's close them both. We know what they're gonna do. Play our animation. Here you are. Not bad at all. Now let's add a background. I will come to generators, okay, and there is a solid background. This is just one single solid color, very much in use. Click and drag and put it under. So I want it at the same time as the text clip. So I'll click and just, adjust it the way it's supposed to be. Select the background and give it a name. That will be nice. Let's say background text. Come to color and change the color to something beautiful. Nope. Okay, you can play like me, or you can be serious. Just choose the right color. Okay, I'm gonna put it over here. I hope you can see it well, and that's okay. Now, if I play, it's pretty nice, but the background is really not moving at all. And somehow, if I come over here, it doesn't work. It's just a cut. So how I'm gonna fix that? Well, usually this is what I do. I will take the text clip up, take the background up, and then come to transitions and mainly use the blur dissolve on both. So on the video and the background. Now notice the effect here. I'm gonna take it to over here and play it. Here you are. Okay, we need to give it some time to render. It's becoming blue as you notice. Not bad at all. It's pretty beautiful, right guys? So actually you really have created a title or an outro here, DaVinci Resolve 15. I hope you come over and create a nice outro for yourself and add more text or remove text, and maybe you add some clips over here to say bye-bye or of you saying bye-bye, whatever you like, guys. Okay, so I expect you to do this assignment here to create your outro. In the titles here, you have the option to add scroll text to your timeline. Scroll text at face value might not seem interesting, but here I'm gonna give you a couple of tips that will make scroll text pretty interesting. If you click and drag, you will drop a scroll text clip in the timeline. If you scrub through, you will notice that you have the word title. Select your clip. This is the content of the text, going from outside the clip on the bottom to outside the clip on top. And if you mark it and you play, you will notice that the duration of the scroll is equal to the duration of the clip. Just makes sense, right? So if you increase your clip here, then you will increase also the duration of the scroll. Give it some time to render and it will be excellent. Now, this seems like, what are you gonna do with this? First of all, you can change the text, of course. Unfortunately, the text is not a rich text, meaning if you have multiple lines, all the lines will have the same formatting from the formatting over here. Let's change the text first. Let's write awesome jumps. And then you can choose another font. I will take Antonio, not good at all. I'll go back to Arial, that's cool. Okay, and it's normal here. You can change the font size. Now it starts to get interesting when you play with the alignment. If you center it, for example, the text is gonna scroll in the center of the clip from bottom till top and until it exits. You can add also some shadows. Let's do that. Let's add some very simple shadow, just like this. Okay, just to see the clip. Now the background color here is very interesting, but it does not scroll. So you add the background height, and you notice when you scrub through, it's not gonna scroll. Well, that's very good because there is a very useful application for the background. I'm gonna put off the background for now and add the text here. I'm gonna copy it from outside. I'll do copy, come over here and do paste. Now, if you play, notice what's gonna happen. From outside the clip, you can now tell a very nice story of what's happening. Simple and easy to work with. But now it's still not very interesting. How about if you come to the on-screen controls? And of course, you you can stretch down your clip, okay, and just you can put it over here. If the text is too small, for example, now I'll put it left alignment. I'm gonna stretch it down, okay. You can just increase the size of the text. Now it's becoming a bit more interesting. I think I went too far. Okay. Now, if you play your clip, the text is scrolling according to the binding box of the text clip. And that's becoming more interesting now. Let's see what you can do with the background. I'll go back to the on-screen controls, and I think this is cool. Okay, let's make it a bit smaller, just like this. Make the size a bit bigger, so I'm adjusting it. This is the story of 5 guys, so I'm at the limit. Maybe I'll make it a bit smaller. Okay, let's also center it in this case. And then let's come and put on the background. I showed you a tip before. If you put 1 and 1, it will fill the clip. Here you are. Now it's full on the clip. If you don't want any corner radius, you notice there is corner here. You can just put it off at 0. So you have just a square or a rectangle. I'm going to give it the value, a very small value. Okay, just like this. And now, if you play, it's becoming much more interesting. You notice, guys? So you have a highlighted area where the text is scrolling in. Now that becomes a bit more useful, and that becomes, up to your imagination and what can you create with that. So this is how to use the scroll text. Now in DaVinci Resolve, as a rule, please be creative. Please always try to find out what can you do more. Within titles, you have the text plus or the fusion text. Now notice when there is a thunder here, it means it's all built in Fusion. Now the Fusion text, you can use it in the edit page. If you click and drag, you can put a Fusion text here. You click on the text and you have very many tabs and very many options. Usually you will add a Fusion text and go to your Fusion page, and you can see the clip for Fusion text over here. You notice if you go around the timeline, you cannot see the text clips here. They don't belong to Fusion, they belong to the edit page. But Fusion text usually will put it in the edit page, and you come over here, you have the same tabs and you do all kind of work. Of course, adding more effects and stories like this in the Fusion. But nevertheless, you don't have to be an advanced user and learning about Fusion to work some very nice options here and settings and animations for your text. So the Fusion text has 6 different tabs where you can do animation and settings. You have the text tab, you have the layout, the transform, the shading, the image, and the settings. In the text tab is all about setting your text and formatting it, including using direction, line direction, and the write on, and some other options I will show you later on. Very interesting. In the layout tab, it's actually about the layout of your text, and it's based on 3 kinds of layout: point, frame, and circle. We see each one of them, and the rotation now will depend on these options. In the transform tab, it becomes a bit more interesting, where you can transform per character, per words, per line, do rotation, shear, and sizing. In the shading tab, you will be actually working on the appearance of the text with softness and its position, if you like, the rotation and shear. Most interesting is softness and shear over here. And also you can have outline text and stories like this, pretty interesting. And the most interesting is having the gradient. In the image tab is not going to be interesting for you now until you become an advanced user in Fusion. In settings, the only thing that will make sense to you is the motion blur. We'll see how it's going to work. One important note here: these tabs are interrelated. You might change something in the layout tab, for example, from point to frame, and some other options will pop up in the text tab, and vice versa if you like somehow. So don't be confused if you come back to one tab and see something has disappeared or something has appeared. Keep in mind that they work together. In the next lecture, we are going to focus on the text tab, and I will show you a few interesting things that you can use immediately. As agreed, let's start with the text tab. First, I already copied some text to the clipboard. I will just paste it. Now, to see the text clearly and see exactly what we are doing, let's add a generator, a solid color, just drop it under this clip. And let's change a bit the color to make it somehow fancy and you're happy watching the course, okay? So I will take this color down. Cool, that will make it nice. Unfortunately, when you look at the text, you notice it is not a rich text. So the formatting will go for every line within the style text. The first thing, you have the font. I'm gonna change the font to Arial. So when I back up the project, you all have it. I'm gonna make it just a normal, regular. Here you are. Then of course you can change the size. You make it big or small the way you would like. Now notice this small dot that appeared here. This dot means if you click on it, you will reset it. It goes back to the initial value. So I'll click on it. Here you are. It's back to 0.08. You also have the tracking. You know already that, and the small dot. Now notice what's happening here. You have a vertical anchor and you have three choices. And you have vertical anchor and you have a bar. The purpose of this is to make refined adjustments, very specific adjustments. For example, if I put the vertical anchor to top, so the anchor point is on top of the text here, and it's not exactly the position I want, I can come to vertical anchor slide bar and just as does it the way I like, just over here, for example. If I want to reset it, I'll just press on the small dot. Now here you have the directions. I will start with the line directions. If you twirl it down, you'll notice you have two more options. Top down, that is exactly what we're doing. The text that I put here is coming from top to down. And you have down to up. So notice my text now has been reversed in terms of lines. The lines are going up instead of down. This is very useful. If you're doing a scroll and you want the viewer to read the last line, then go up, then this is the settings to use. I will return it to automatic. Now let's look at direction. To show it to you clearly, I'm going to cut the text. Okay, I'll do Ctrl X here. And if you come to direction, turn down, you have the option left to right. This is what we are doing now. We're writing from left to right. You have a right to left. So actually you inverse the direction of the text. And also you have top to down. Here you are, very nice. And then you have bottom to up. Now I will take it back to automatic and restore the text. Ctrl V. My favorite here is the right on. It will write on the text on the screen. So you have here right on the start, okay, and you have the end. So if you take the end and scroll towards the left, you will notice that the text is disappearing. Actually, it's going character per character. So this is a nice animation to do. Let's say you are on the first frame. You can keyframe the right on. Come, for example, after 3 seconds. That's 1, 2, 3. I'm using shift right arrow. And then click and take it back to 1. Here you are. You have another keyframe created. Now, if you play your text, it's writing, character per character. When you're using Fusion Clips, guys, you need the blue line to appear. I hope in your playback you came to render cache and put it to smart. Good. So now it's all blue. Let's loop it. See exactly what's happening. So at the default state, without doing any changes to the other tab, this is the main purpose of the text tab. And in the next lecture, we'll proceed to the other tab. Let's go now to the layout tab and see exactly what you can do here. The background will not appear with you. It's in Fusion. So I'll turn it up and twirl down the rotation where you're going to have something amazing here. So you have 3 important states here. The point, frame, and circle. I will start with point, which is almost like a frame. So you have the X and Y. You're just moving your text left and right. Okay. As simple as this. Unfortunately, there is no undo here. So I'm going to write 0.5 again. And the Y the same. Now, it starts to be very interesting on the center Z. This is like a camera. You can zoom in and go past the camera. Notice we didn't scale up. We zoomed in past the camera. And you can, of course, zoom out, moving the camera away until you hit the background, for example. Now you have the size, which is exactly a scale. Nothing more, nothing less. And it stops at 1. But if you combine the center Z and the size, you could get some very nice effects for your text. Now, the perspective will do nothing for now because we didn't do anything with the rotation. It gets very interesting when you come to the rotation. You have rotation X. You rotate on the X. And I love this bar here. It's so nice. Let's put it, for example, just like this. Okay. Then you can rotate on the Y. Let's do it like this. And you can rotate on the Z. Okay, pretty cool. Let's put it just over here. So you have your text in 3D somehow. Now, the perspective, it creates a perspective for the text from this point, the rightmost, if you like. Notice if I take it down, notice how the text is moving. But if I take it up, you have created a very nice perspective here. You can even scale it down if you like, or zoom in. You can also adjust the X and Y, so you can set it the way you would like. So it's kind of perspective text. If you go to frame, it's going to be exactly the same. You have the Z, you have the size, and I'm going to reset all of them. This is the perspective reset. And you have retained the XYZ. Now the frame here will add some option in the text that we'll see later on. When you come to circle, first of all, I will reset the transitions and put this as 0.5. I'm going to go to circle now. The circle will take your text on a circle path. You have the Y, for example, you can take it down. Okay, notice. So the Z, same, is going to zoom in and zoom out. It's like a camera. And of course, you have the scale. And you have the width. That's the width of the circle. If you make it up, for example, take down, you can adjust how the curve is happening for the circle. Perspective, of course, is tied to the rotation. You have several options here. Adjust spacing to fit. That's one option. This is the one we're working with. Adjust horizontal size to fit. So you adjusted the size so it can fit somehow. I don't like it personally. And then you have adjust size to fit. So this is better because the last line is smaller in character than the top line. And of course, feel free to do any kind of animation here. So you can also use the X rotation, the Y rotation if you like, and the Z rotation. So you have some extraordinary text that you need really to work on to make it very beautiful. Now, I will go back to frame. Okay, so we need to reset these values. I will reset the width. I will reset the Y. I type back 0.5 and reset the rotation. Okay, by staying on frame, some changes happen in the text tab, where another option, the scroll, has been added. So I'm going to go back here and we continue in the next lecture to go to transform and see what we can do. We are now in the transform tab. Within the transform tab, you have the choice to do transformation on characters, words, lines. And the transformation available are rotation, shear, and size. Within the transform group here, you have what you want to transform, the characters, the words, or the lines. You have the spacing, and you have 3 pivot points that will affect the rotation. Now, it's going to take very long if I want to give you an example on each, but I want you to get, a big picture of how this operates. If you are in character, for example, and use the spacing, you will notice you are spacing each character. So you're putting more space in between every character. If you're using words, now you are having some spacing in between the words. Very useful when you're doing video editing and you want a proper text. When you use lines, of course, the spacing is going to be in between lines. Now, when you come to rotation here, the pivots, that's X, Y, and Z, will affect a lot the rotation. Let's go back to characters, and you can rotate the characters on their own axis. It's like there is an axis just flat here under the characters, and you're rotating on this X axis. Okay? Simple like this. When you come to Y, you will be rotating on the Y axis. Okay, I don't know if you can imagine a 3D axis here. If you go on the Z, it's going to rotate on the Z axis. That's the normal plane rotation that we always use. If you change the pivot point, then the axis will move, for example, and they will rotate a bit differently. If you want to rotate on the X axis, pivot X will not make any difference. But you can use pivot Y and pivot Z. I'm going to add the pivot Z and show you how the rotation now will be on the X. Notice how it's like the center of the rotation now is just behind here and it's rotating like a cylinder. Okay, notice? Okay, pretty cool. Then if you change, for example, the Y is going to have another effect. I'm going to give it a big value. And when you rotate on the X, it's like having the rotation center just in the middle somewhere in 3D plan, something like this. You can create some cool animations here. I will reset the Y. You can use, of course, the Y rotation for character. Here you are. You can adjust the Z now. So notice how the rotation is coming up. Pretty nice. Well, it depends a lot about what you want to do. Now, if you go to words, you will be rotating, of course, you guessed it, words. I'll go for the Y and notice how the words are rotating. Now, the center of the rotation for the Y now is in the middle of the word because they are all 0, 0, 0. If you change, for example, the X, so most probably it has moved to the left, and you rotate, here you are, pretty nice. If you give it a bigger value, quite big, notice how it's going to rotate now, coming out and coming in. And I'm sure you can figure out if you combine Y and Z for X and X and Z for Y and stories like this, you'll end up with very nice animation here and very nice rotation. I will take lines. Okay, this is the one you are going to use. And if I rotate on the Y axis, notice rotating on the middle of all the lines. So all the lines are going to rotate at once. But then I will reset this one and I move the X very far. And notice now the rotation is quite nice. You can bring in the text and slam it in, depending on what you want to do and how you want to do your work, of course. I will reset the pivot X. I invite you to come along and play with the lines, characters, words, and do all kinds of rotations. Let's move on to shears. If it is character or whatever, shear does not change. You just have a kind of italic, yes or no, the way you would like it. Okay, negative or positive, left and right. The pivot points will not affect the shear at all. Now you have the sizing. If you are in character, you are sizing each character. Okay, notice what's happening. I'll put back the pivot X 0, okay, just to be in the center. And notice now the sizing is happening for every character on the X or on the Y. If you go to words, now you will be sizing each word. Okay, now on the Y, it will be like character, the same. Now, if you go to lines, it becomes a bit more interesting. The X will stretch your line. The Y will still stretch the characters, of course, stretching the whole line. You can add some spacing, see exactly how it happens. I invite you to come over and play. And the possibilities here are infinite. I can't possibly give you all of them. But try to set X, Y, Z pivot points and then play with the rotation. Use the size, see how the X pivot affect the size, and so on, until you have a good picture of what you can do in the Transform tab. We are now in the Shading tab. I want to look at Properties and Softness. Let's scroll down Property. And the first thing you look at is the appearance. You can have a text fill or a text outline. Here you are. So now your text has only an outline. You can adjust the thickness if you like. Okay, play with it the way you want. You can have outside only, which is thinner, or inside and outside on the outline, of course. Okay, I'll put it to outside. Then you have the line style here for the outline. You can have it dashes. You can have it dots. You can have it, I don't know, dash dots and semaphore. That's what I call it. So you have now dash, dot, dot, dash, and stories like this. Cool. From here on, you start with the color. The type of color, you can have solid, image, or gradient. Let's go back to text fill. Let's zoom in at fit. You can change the type of the fill to gradient. Okay, that's the one we want to talk about. So the gradient starts from black to white. You can change this color. Select the first arrow and then let's make it red, and the second arrow, let's make it yellow. Okay, I want it to look good for you. I hope you can see it very well. What determines the style of the gradient are these 4 properties here: mapping angle, mapping size, mapping aspect, and the mapping level. I will start with the mapping level. You can go, for example, for full image. Full image means the whole clip. So now the gradient will start from the bottom till top, and by the way, fills the text with the gradient. That's cool. and then you can have text only. So the gradient will start only on the text. The bottom line will be filled with the first color, and the top line will be filled with the last color. You notice how it's going just from the last line to the top line. Now you can also have it applied to each line. Notice now the gradient goes for each line from the bottom of the line to the top of the line. Pretty convenient. Of course, you can have it word, but we're not going to see a difference now. And you can have it also by character. Let's go by word, and I'll show you how the mapping angle and the rest can work. If you click on the mapping angle and you just scrub through, it has changed the gradient start and end. Now it's ending on the right and starting on the left. You can play with it the way you would like to adjust how you want your gradient to go. We're working on every word from the beginning till the end of the word. And let's see the mapping size. So now you're mapping it. Let's say put it at 0. Notice it has become just a cut, so the gradient in between is gone. And then you can put it maximum. It becomes very soft. Okay, so that is the mapping size. Now, when you come to mapping aspect here, if you take it up, notice trying to blur it as much as possible, and down it becomes also just a simple cut. So actually you can come over and play and decide, okay, if you want to put it on every word or every character, here you are. Let's take down the mapping. Notice what's happening. Change the angle. So really you are filling every single word with the gradient. Let's remove the gradient and go to solid. And I want to show you about the softness here. So notice you can blur on the X, okay, or blur on the Y. Okay, from time to time you're gonna have problems here where it disappears. Don't worry about it, it can still work. So this is the blurring effect. Let's make it a bit small, just like this. Okay, and then you can come over and add the softness. I will add the softness. This is the softness glow, so it's gonna glow if you notice. So this is the softness that is glowing. Now you have softness blend is about how much softness you want. Let's zoom in, I will show you. And then if you take it down, notice what's happening here. So the glow is actually going down. So now we are adjusting how much blur and glow and the softness of the glow you want. So actually the softness blend is the final touch you put to your softness or to your blur, whatever you like to call it. So this is all I want to mention about this tab. I hope this was nice. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. And now you know how to put gradient to your colors, how to add softness and glow it. Remember guys, I mentioned that these tabs are interconnected. So if you come to the layout tab and you choose frame, you will notice that in the text tab now you have the scroll option, which has 3 options: the roll and the scroll and the steal. Let's try the roll. And you have here the scroll position. So it's a rolling now. And that's what's happening. Here you are. You can create now an animation scrolling the text. But honestly, if you come to titles and use scroll, it's much interesting than this one, because you will have problems animating it. The next option will be quite interesting. It's the scroll option. Now you notice the scroll here. You can just scroll left or right. And of course, you can create a very simple animation here using the scroll, of course, if you have the Fusion text. This is one way to scroll your text or scroll your text if you like to use it. You can establish the keyframes, very easy, and you have a simple scroll if you don't want to animate with the video tab just over here. In this lecture, guys, I want to show you how the motion blur will work for you. Sometimes it's very beautiful to have a motion blur, and sometimes it's really not beautiful, you don't want it. Now, you can enable the motion blur from the Settings tab. The first note is motion blur will only work on animations that are within Fusion. If you do any animation within the video, you will not see any motion blur. It has to be within Fusion. So let's create first an animation, then we'll come back and we enable the motion blur and see the difference. To create a good animation, I'm going to go to the transform over here and use lines and create an animation on the y-axis here. So let's say after some time, a few frames, not much, maybe a second to the maximum, I'm going to keyframe the y-axis here. So this is where I want the text. Now I'm going to come back to the beginning and take the text to -90. So now you have a full rotation here. But I'm going to change the pivot point. It's already changed, but I'm going to show you how it happens. So actually it was just like this. Then you click and you drag it to the left. Notice with the pivot Z, you are removing the text from the frame. Here you are, just over here. Yep, it will do. Let's run this animation. I'll play from in and out. Give it time to render. I can see it very nicely. So you notice there is totally no motion blur here at all. The character has been seen quite normally. Let's go back to settings, enable motion blur. Now you have several settings here. The quality here, you can increase it, and notice the quality of the motion. I'm already having problems here. So the quality of the motion blur is better. So the shadows, or what we call samples, are more blurred if you like. I'm gonna keep it to 2. Having set the motion blur, let's come back to our clip. Press Alt / or Option / to play from in and out. Give it time to render, and you can see it's a beautiful motion blur. Not bad. Actually, this is all about the motion blur. It's very easy to use, but remember, it's only in Fusion. From within the Fusion titles, you have very many lower third and titles, be it in 3D or 2D, that you can use, and they are meant to be used from within the edit page. Each one of them will have certain settings that you can change and customize from within the inspector. I'm going to take a few examples here and show you, and each one of them will give you a certain experience. I will start with something very simple, is the title center reveal. You can click and drag and drop it within your timeline. Now the first thing I would like you to do is to select it, right click, and go to change clip duration. Now you notice that the clip duration here is 5 seconds, but this is not really the duration of the animation. The 5 second is the standard duration of a still clip. If you come to DaVinci Resolve, Preferences, inside User, inside Editing, you will find standard still duration is 5 seconds. Of course, you can change it from here. But actually, this animation is not only 5 seconds, it's a bit more. Let me show you. I will select it, press X to mark it, and then just extend it a bit, the marking, so we can play a bit more than the in and out of the clip. Now, if you play your clip, you will notice that you have an in animation and you have the stable, and then it cuts. Well, it seems like we are not completing the animation from here. Usually, any lower third or any title will have an in animation, then a still duration for the viewer to read it, then an out animation, you need to remove it, or a reverse animation sometimes. In our case here, we have only the in animation, if you notice, and then we have nothing. Okay, so it seems that this clip is short. The way to know that it's short is very easy. I will extend it, that's first. Okay, you can go on trying, or you can select it, press Ctrl R or Command R on the Mac for retime controls, if you remember. And you notice you have some blue arrows here and then nothing. It's a bit unusual, right? This is a Fusion clip, remember? It does not obey 100% the laws of a video clip. So if you come over here at the end, there is still a part of the animation that we didn't see, is the exit animation. Here you are, and it ends over here. So actually it's a bit more than 5 seconds, and that's important. Now, if you leave the clip like this, which has more time than the animation, it's okay because you can't see anything. If I enable the video below, you notice I don't see anything. It's okay. So you can also trim it if you like to be very precise. I will keep it up. Let's take another clip here. I will extend this one and bring this over here. I want to show you another one, which is the title text ripple. It has a purpose why I want to show you this one. I will click and drag and drop it over here. Now that I know it's more than 5 seconds, I could press Ctrl R and extend it with the trim, not the timing, with just the trim. Okay, and notice, okay, it's maybe finishes over here. Actually, they are the same timing. If you come over and play from in and out, here you are, you notice that there is the in animation, very nice ripple. Then it stays on the screen, of course, and then there is the out. Pretty cool, right, guys? So actually now you know about the timing. I will stop it here. I'm going to take the last one I want to show you is the 3-line drop in title. I'll click and drag and drop it over here. Put the timeline here and mark it, extend the marking a bit. And from the right, just to show you, I'm going to extend it blindly. I know it's going to take more time. And if I come to the beginning and I play it, you notice here you have 3 titles and it's a very nice animation. It's really elegant. So you can start using this one in your videos. I mentioned that you can customize it. There is a limit to the customization. It means you can change the text, change colors and so on, but you cannot play with the animation itself. I'll show you a tip later on how to retime it. It will be quite interesting how to make it longer or shorter. Let's select this clip and you notice you have in the inspector here 3 tabs for this animation, the 3-line drop. The one on top is top text controls. You can format the top text and add motion blur if you like to. Then you can come over to the headline. You can change the title. You can add motion blur if you like to. And then change the colors, whatever you like. You are actually formatting. And the bottom one text also, change the colors, format it the way you'd like, and add motion blur. This is the only customization available for this clip. Let's take this clip now. So within the inspector now, you have different kind of tabs. You have the main text control is formatting the text. There is no motion blur here. Of course, it's all rippled. And then you have the text glow controls. So you can add the glow size, add the glow itself, or reduce the glow, blend it with the background or something like this. And the third one is about the colors of the glow. You can decide which color you want to use. For example, green, whatever you like. And the last one is the ripple size control. If I go back just a bit, somewhere where it has rendered, for example, over here, you can change the ripple size. Let's make it less. Notice how it's rippling less now. The last one, or the first one, in fact, you only have one single tab for formatting the text, and that's it. So now you can use all the Fusion titles. You know about the timing and you know how to adjust them in the inspector controls. And in the next lecture, I'm going to show you how to retime them, how to make the animation longer or shorter. We are not going to work on the animation. I'm going to just play a trick from here. You might have noticed, guys, that if you change the speed for a Fusion title clip, it's not going to work. Just give you some blank frames there, empty ones, or it's gonna cut it. The speed change here does not work. That's because this is a Fusion clip that has a ton of keyframes. I don't know, some of them are really complicated. You need to go back to the keyframes to change the timing. But sometimes you want to use this and you want to keep it very simple and change or retime the speed within the edit page. The workaround is like this. You right click and you create a new compound clip. Let's call it center reveal. And you create. Now, if you remember, you come to your media pool. In my compound bin here, you will find the center reveal clip. Now we have some kind of a video clip, and inside it, there is some Fusion, some motion graphics, whatever. You could call it a video. Now, to render it very fast, what I'm gonna do is to right click and go to Render Cache Fusion and put it on. So whatever Fusion is inside is rendered, and now I can play with the video clip. Notice when it gets blue, how it's going to be very smooth to play with this clip and change its timing. Now it's blue totally. I press Ctrl R for speed change, and I can, for example, come to the small arrow here, say speed change, and make it 200%. So I'm going to increase the speed. If I play from in and out, you notice that everything sped up. The in animation, the time in between, and the out animation. Everything is speedy. That's one solution. Maybe you don't want this. You want to retime it even better. No problem. You can come over here, okay, and determine where is the end of the in animation. Okay, just over here. For example, you're happy with that. Okay, of course, you know that now. You add a speed point. Then you come at the end and determine the beginning of the out animation. Here you are. Okay, just over here. And then, of course, you add a speed point. So now you have 3 segments. What you can do now is decide, okay, I want to increase the speed on the in and out and keep the time in between constant. So I'll change the speed here and make it, for example, 150. The same here, but 150 will not give us the same time here because we have some blank clips here. Nevertheless, I'm going to change it to 150. Here you are. So now, if you play it from in and out, it's speedy, it stays the same time, but it looks longer. Then here, it's much faster. You can do the contrary, for example. Let's reset the speed to 100%, and here also reset speed to 100%. And then in the middle here, just in the middle here, I'm gonna change the speed to 50%. So I made it much longer, the pausing over here, the still period. Then let's play from in and out point. Notice how it's rendering so fast now. Here you are, you have a longer time over here. And of course, you can change the timing of the in and out animations. Now guys, you have a full control of the Fusion titles, and I encourage you to come over and play with them. You remember this Fusion clip, guys. We used it to work on the Fusion text all over the tabs. To see it clearly, we had to put a solid color just for the sake of the course. But let's imagine now you really want to use this text, so you need to remove the solid color. And I'm gonna go ahead and remove it by pressing backspace after selecting the solid. Unfortunately, you cannot see your text here. You might need some kind of shadow. There is a way to create a shadow, in fact a very nice shadow within Fusion. First of all, make sure that this text is final and the blur here, the motion blur, is also final, and you're very happy from what you have. The only thing that you want to create is the shadow. So the way I'll do it is to select this clip, press Alt, and just drag it down to duplicate it. On the Mac, you will be pressing Option, click and drag to duplicate it. So I have two clips on top of each other that are identical in text and motion. Come to the bottom clip and go to the shading. Within shading, I will change the color to black. For example, you can use any color you like. So actually, I still don't see much. But if I go to softness and increase the softness, for example, to around 3, something like this, okay? I like actually to type the figures here. I'm going to put 3 and another 3 here. So I have 100% exactly the same. Already you can see a kind of a shadow, if you like, or an outline. This is already very beautiful. But you can tweak it by increasing the glow, if you like. That's what's going to happen. Here you are, more. Depends on what you're doing. Now it's very thick. It's a bit ugly. I'll go back to lower values. Here, I think this is fine. Just over here. Give it a second to render and show me. Then I can play with the blend here, reduce the blend a bit. Okay, if I'm happy, that's it. Now, if you run your animation, I press Alt /. That's quite beautiful here. Hopefully you worked on your motion blur a bit better than I have done here. So this is one way to do it. Now we have two clips here on top of each other. If this is bothering you, of course, you can select both of them and right click and say New Compound Clip. And give it a nice name. For us here, let's say text with shadows. And click create. Wow, notice what happened here. You have a black background. Obviously, you're going to have a black background because this became like a video clip and its background is black. To overcome this is very easy. Select your clip and you go to composite mode. Now, there are so many that you can use here, but you want a mode that will not affect the below track. We'll go through composite mode later on. I will click and go for add. Add will work very fine. Actually, add will remove the blacks. So now, if you notice, if I put it off, there is no change to the video. I still have the same colors. The composite mode just removed the black from the top clip. So now you have some kind of shadows. They are very beautiful. You can tweak them the way you would like. And remember, you can right click and say open in timeline. You can come over here and decide maybe to do some more work or something. So it's very clear over here. So this was this small tip for you to add some shadows within Fusion. But also it's more than adding shadows, guys. It's also trying to design a bit more your text and be creative a bit. Let's say you want to create this kind of effect where the video is seen only through the text. Well, it's very easy tip using the composite for the videos. Let me show you how it works. Usually you put the text on top of the video. In our case here, you want to composite the video so it appears only through the text. So it's just logical to take the video and put it on top of the text, just like this. Now you can see the text. If you select your video and go to composite mode, if you choose add, for example, now you're able to see the text because it has added the colors between the video and the text clip. So the add will just brighten the whites if you like. Now there is another option here that you can always use is the multiply. It's a very powerful option that you will see it almost in all video editing software. If you select multiply, so it has multiplied the color of the video with the text. And since the text is white, you will have this effect with the multiply. Okay, that was a short tip. I hope you like it. From within the edit page, you can apply effects to your clip and also customize and animate these effects. If you come over to Open Effects here, in fact it's under ResolveFX, you will find very many effects that are very interesting and very powerful. Most of them can be used with the free version of DaVinci Resolve 15. But the most powerful and the most used, like the lens blur, are only available in the paid version that will be the studio version of DaVinci Resolve. But nevertheless, you can use most of them. It's called OpenFX because you can install also third-party effects, and you will have them listed here if the installation is correct. Now I'll take an example to show you how it works. I'm gonna select an effect that is very odd, that is the dent. Click and drag on the effect towards your clip, and when you have it with the dent sign and a plus or something, you release and the effect is applied. As simple as this. If you look in your inspector, you will find another tab, the OpenFX tab. Within this tab, you will find the effect listed. It could be more than one effect, and you can put it off or on, and you have all the settings to work with this effect. So it's really quite easy now. You can play around and decide how you want to work with the effect. In the dent type, for example, you can choose the type. Okay, I'll take 3 randomly. You can adjust the position if you like to, whatever. You can adjust the size of the dent. You can adjust the strength until it's a black hole or something like this. You can decide how the behavior is going to be on the border. The borders can be black or reflect or so on, depending on the size, of course. And you can decide on the blending. For some effects, there are settings that you can find with the on-screen controls. If you remember, if you click down, you will have OpenFX overlays. So you have some overlays here that will help you customize the effect. In this case, for the dent, you have, for example, the center, and you have the strength. You make it weak or very strong, and you have the size. Not all effects have on-screen controls or 3 controls from here. Let's take an example here and try to adjust this one. Let's make it very small, just like this. And let's decrease the blending. In fact, you are decreasing the blending by increasing the value here. And notice now you have 2 guys. That's pretty cool. If you play with the strengths, you make it small, just like this, you have a kind of shadowy effect. I like very much. Now you can adjust it like this. Okay, I've taken the whole clip. Notice how wide it is. And it's pretty cool over here. But of course, you can come over and animate this effect. It will give you very nice results. Another thing is that you can apply as many effects as you want. For example, I will use the vortex and drop it on the clip. Here you are. So now you have the dent here. If you double click, it will close. And you have the vortex. If you double click, it will open. And you have all the settings for the vortex, for example. Also, you can decide on the order. Sometimes the order is very important. So you can take vortex up, for example, and dent is down, or vice versa, the way you would like. You can also delete the effect. If you delete the effect, all keyframes and everything have disappeared. So actually, this is the general use of effects within the edit page. And I will see you in the next lecture with a serious application and animation of one important effect. In the previous lecture, we applied the dent effect and we tried to adjust it using the settings from over here. In this lecture, we're going to do a serious job. We are going to apply the light rays and customize it as much as possible and then create a simple animation with the light rays. It will serve you as an example for all the other effects that are available in the free version. I will delete the dent effect and then go to light rays, click and drag and drop it on the clip. Of course, you jump immediately to the OpenFX. The light rays effect will take the areas with high luminosity and then create some kind of rays coming out from the areas. Pretty cool effect if you do the right settings. Within the settings, the first option is select the output, what kind of output you want. By default is the final image, of course, but you can go ahead and choose source regions. In the source regions, it's actually showing you where the lights are going to come out from. And then you have the light rays alone. That will be very interesting also for compositing. And you have the final image. That's what we are going to use. Within the source of rays settings, you can have bright regions or edges. Within bright regions, it will take the whole area where you have high luminosity and extend the rays. But then in the edges, it will take only the edges of the area. Notice what's happening here. It's pretty cool, by the way. I will keep it to edges. Then you have the source threshold, how far you want to go or how little you want to go and how far you want to go. Just keep it as 4 is always cool like this. Within the position, you can select from a location or at an angle. Now this is pretty cool. If you play with the angle here, you notice the light rays are coming from the edges, but then you can direct them the way you would like. And actually you can animate this. Then you can go from a location. From a location, you have X and Y position. I will take down the Y, and here you are. You have the on-screen control is only the center, and you can decide where you want your rays to come out from. Okay, so I'll put it just on the corner here. It looks cool for me. Okay, you can do something else if you like. Within the appearance, you decide on the ray drop-off, that is the maximum distance where the rays are going to disappear. And you can have another one which is keep shape of source. So it's trying to keep the shape of the source around the light rays when they are dropping off. Or you can have a bloom harsh if need be. That's pretty cool with compositing. Or you can have bloom soft the way you would like. Then I will go for default soft. You have the length. If you click and drag, you can make the light rays longer or shorter. So I'm going to make them long like this. And then you have the softness. It's very soft. It is very harsh. If you want, I'll keep them a bit soft, just a bit. Then you have the brightness. So you can increase the brightness or decrease it. Now, usually what I do, I change the color first. Go to something, normal, just like this. Okay, so it was white. Now it is this color. Let's take it up. Let's make it a bit more reddish, just a bit. Click OK. And of course, you have the blending mode. You can blend it. So now, this is before and this is after. If you want to preview, there is a setting that will allow you to speed up the preview. If you right-click on the clip, you go to Render Cache OpenFX Filter, and you choose the effect you want to render. In our case, we have only one, so it's light rays. Cool, let's go to the beginning of the clip. I press semicolon. And you notice there is a red line now as starting to render. You can wait for it to render 100% and then play. So I press Alt / to play from in and out point. Not bad, it's pretty cool. And notice how the light rays are being intersected or stopped by the black of the subject itself. Of course, now I'm doing a lecture for you. I'm trying to do my best to adjust it at 100%. And I don't want to bore you coming backward and forward for the adjustment. But please, guys, feel free to come to this clip, add the light ray effects, and tweak it the way you would like. Let's create an animation using the position. I have the first position that is over here. I will keyframe the X and Y. And maybe I will come at the end of the clip, just over here, and click on the position and drag it to the right. Okay, that seems okay, just over here. You can give it time to render. So it is 100% rendered, so it plays in real time. And let's play from in and out. Not bad at all for a first experience if you like. Actually, I like it very much. And this is before and this is after. So you gave a lot of lights, a lot of life to the clip. Of course, guys, feel free to apply the effect and tweak all the settings, and maybe you add another glow or something like this. Just play around with them. It's pretty interesting and pretty powerful. What's important is that you feel comfortable using the effects from the edit page, because later on it's going to get more complicated with the fusion and the color page. Now you're starting your path to advanced levels within Resolve. The color page is the main page to work in. When you have completed your timeline editing, you jump to the color page. Within this section, you will have an overview of the color page, and then you will start with the concept of nodes. That's very important. I'll cover all type of nodes. I want you to feel very much at ease with nodes because they are very easy to use and they are very important. You will see how to work with nodes, create them, label them, put them on and off, and how to use each type of nodes. You will discover that some nodes that seem complicated in concept, they are actually very easy to use to get the best results you want. I'll show you how to use parallel nodes, layer nodes, splitter combiner nodes, group and timeline nodes, and how to combine nodes and how to create shared nodes, and much more about nodes. This concept is the main concept within DaVinci Resolve. Before we start going to the color page and doing color corrections, working with nodes and effects, I would like you to create a timeline with the color correction clips that you have downloaded from the previous lecture. So please go to your media page, navigate to where you have unzipped the color correction folder, click on it and drop it in the media files. Now make the icon a bit bigger, and this is what I would like you to do. There is a guy here weaving, so select this clip and then press Ctrl, select the next clip. You can see the guy, and another one, and right click and say create new timeline using these clips. And here we're gonna call it color correction. And you click create. Then double click on it, and of course it will open in your media page where you can come over and adjust it. And then I will zoom in. Then I would like you to select the other 3 clips, click and drag and drop them in the timeline. Just make a difference a bit because we want to work on them. Now that we have set our timeline, I would like you to click on your color page. And this is the default color page. If yours is not looking like this, come to workspace and you can reset the UI, okay? And then go back and select full screen. Here you are. So we're on, and in the next lecture, we are going to start with the color page. I will explain to you all the ins and outs. Within the color page, you can do color correction, and you can do, for example, motion tracking, adding masks, keying, and stories like this. You can also use the OpenFX that you have seen before. Now, the color page is divided in 2 sections. You have the upper part. And this part is about viewing. You can view your clips, you can view your gallery, for example, and your notes. The lower part here is all about the color correction tools and a bit more. It's actually very easy to use. I will start from the upper part. You have here the timeline. I'm going to put it off so you can see which one it is. I'm going to put it on. This is your timeline. If you scrub through, you can move from one clip to another clip. If you notice, the selection is coming with the clip here. If I move to this clip. Now, usually you don't want to scrub through a clip from here. You can just scrub from here. And you don't need this timeline unless you're doing something very specific. Actually, you can just put it off and you have more space. You have also your media pool. Now, this is a new feature where you can have your media pool from here. It's pretty important. We'll work on it. And then you have your lookup tables or your LUTs. Here you can decide what kind of lookup tables you want to apply on your clips. Then you have your gallery. The gallery is very important. It will allow you to grab stills from a clip and store the color correction information and just drop them over here so you can reuse them on other clips. We will see that in details. On the right side, you will have, of course, your notes. I'll put gallery off. That's how we want to work. And stretch this one a bit more. On the right side, clips is enabled. You can disable them and it gives you more space to work on a single clip. Then you can enable them again. And you have the nodes, you can put it on off. And you have the OpenFX. You have seen that before. You can start applying effects on the nodes. And you have a nice one called Lightbox, where you can see your clips, have a big peak and look at them, what's happening. Did you do the right color correction? You can also see it on black, which is important sometimes, or on gray. You click on the Lightbox, you come back here. Now, if you come to the lower part, you have three sections. The one on the left, where you have certain options, the one in the middle, and the one on the right. From keyframes and on is the one on the right. Within every section, you have several tools that you can use. Actually, if you are on the free copy, you can have only two. The color wheels and the RGB mixer. That's it. Now, when you select, for example, the color wheels, you will notice that you have other dots over here. Okay, so within the color wheels, you have several options that you can select through the dots or come to the menu and select what you like. Now pay attention to some small things over here that are very important. If you come to the RGB mixer, there are no options here. That's it. Cool. In the middle part here, you have your curves. And within curves, you have the small dots that gives you different kind of tools to work on. Or you can choose them just from the drop-down menu. Then you have the qualifier. Same story. You have different options. You have your window. And you create masks here and you play with them the way you would like. You have your tracker that you are going to use. You have your blurs. And you have the key, which is not about keying, but mainly about input and output and certain qualifiers, how to adjust them. And you have the input sizing. On the right, by default, the keyframes panel is enabled. It means you can animate your color correction or your visual effects if you like. Next to it, you have your scopes. That's mainly what we are going to use. If you come to the keyframes and you click on the four arrows here to expand, it will expand horizontally and then you can make it smaller if you like. For the scopes, we'll see that you can expand them and start seeing them in a separate panel. I will close that. And you have the last one, which is the info. Actually, if you think about it, the color page is very easy. Use mainly your color wheels and you have certain options for the color wheels. Come over here, you have other tools that you might or might not use. And most important is curves. And curves have different options. On this side, you have your scopes. That is the main thing you are going to use. And that's it. It's so simple, so easy. What I would like you to do now is come over to the color page and start navigating. Don't play with the tools a bit, don't get confused and don't get absorbed with the tools, what they are doing and so on. Just try to navigate and get familiar with whatever is written on the screen and so on. That's it for the color page, and I will see you in the next lecture with how to work with nodes. Color correction in DaVinci Resolve is based on nodes. So what's nodes? What is the concept over here? Well, it's very easy. If you notice, you have a starting point and an end point here that you cannot move. And you have a line coming from the input towards a node and a line coming from the node towards the output. So actually, this is the input. It represents your clip as it came from the edit page. So if you have effects from the edit page, this clip here will have also the effects. Then it goes towards a node. Within a node, you can apply color correction or OpenFX, and then they will be rendered within this node, and there is an output to the final clip that you can see in your monitor over here. So a node is like a container. It will store all the color corrections you have done on this node, plus the visual effects you have added, and then it will render them and give you a certain output. As simple as this. Let's take a simple example, it will be clear. You know about OpenFX, okay? Let's take, for example, some very obvious one, the box blur. You can click on the box blur and drag it on the node. Now, you notice this node now has the icon here, OpenFX box blur. So in this node, there is a box blur applied. So you notice you have the input as it came from the edit page. Then within this node, there is an effect that has been rendered, and there is an outcome that you can see over here if the node is active. And that's all the concept. Is very easy. Now you can add several nodes. Don't worry, I'm gonna add nodes and later on I will show you how. Let's add another 2 nodes, for example. From the graph, you can see there is an input, and the node here, it has an effect, but the second node, you have applied nothing. You can move them around, and the output is still the same as the previous one, and so on. Let's apply another effect. For example, a light rays. We work with this one and drop it over here. Now the second node has the effect light rays. So what's happening? From the source, the first node, you already applied the box blur. Second node, you compounded with the light rays. And third node, for example, let's take something that we know, JPEG damage. So now the graph goes like this. Initial, first effect, second effect, third effect, output. As simple as this. I will add another node now. Okay, and then do some color corrections. For example, I will play with the gain, whatever you like. I'll explain this to you. So now the graph goes like this. Initial, first effect, second effect, third effect, color correction, output. As simple as this. And you can play with them, decorate them, put them up and down, and the story is like this. This is the whole concept of nodes. In, out, in between nodes with some effects, and they pile up, and that's it. In the next lecture, we see how to work with nodes, remove them, add them, and stories like this. And now it's time to start manipulating the nodes within the graph over here. The nodes menu, of course, is under color. Actually, the whole menu is about nodes. You have the nodes, how to add them. There are very many nodes that you can add. You can reset the nodes. These are the 3 options here. You can have some grading options. We'll see that later. And other options all about nodes and stories like this. Now also you can right click in the Canva, inside the Canva, and you have certain options here that you can use. Mainly the first one, but it has a shortcut you can always remember. You can also right click on a node, and you have several options here that you can use. We'll see them all. Notice something else also. We have selected this clip and we added several nodes, and we added some effects and some grading. You notice here the clips that we didn't touch yet in the color page, they have their border for the clip number gray out. Okay, just gray. But the clip where we have added nodes and added a color grading or an effect, the border here is rainbow. So if you have this rainbow here, it means certain effects or grading has been worked on the clip. Now I will close the OpenFX and I want to reset the graph here. There are several ways to do it. You can go to the color here, go to reset. You can reset a selected node. So I will be resetting only this node that I have selected. It's this one over here. Or I can reset the grades and keep the nodes. And if you choose this option, here you are. Notice all the grading disappeared and the effects also, but the nodes still exist. In the timeline, you will notice that 01 clip, the one that we are working on, now the border is grayed out. It means no effect or grading has been applied to this clip. You can also come back to color and say reset all grades and nodes. The shortcut is Control Home or Command Home on the Mac. Or you can just come in the middle here in the Canva, right click and say reset all grades and nodes. Here you are. So now we are back to the initial state and there is only the initial node and no grading or effects have been applied to this clip. Let's go into adding a node. You can add a node through the color. If you want to complicate things, come to nodes and you have here, you can add serial node, parallel node, a layer, and a splitter or an outside node, a floating node. Also, you can right click on a clip and go to add node and you have the options over here. Serial, serial before, parallel, layer, and outside. In normal practice, you are always interested in serial nodes. We will also learn about the parallel nodes. It has almost the same effect, but a different way of working. The shortcut is the easiest thing to use. It's Alt-S or Option-S on the Mac. Here you are. I added a node after the selected node. If I select this node again and press Alt-S or Option-S on the Mac, here you are. You added a node in between these 2 nodes. Let's add another one, and let's put it here. Let's add some gradings. So I'm going to use the primary wheel. Don't worry about what I'm doing now. I will explain to you the primary wheel later on in detail. Let's say we add the gain, as simple as this. Now notice on the node here, there is a small graph appearing. It says primary balance. This is primary wheels. This means that a primary balance or primary grading has been applied. You can decide to put this node off. So you click on its number. Here you are. Another one, you put it off. By the way, guys, the clips here are numbered 01, 02, 03. And the nodes are numbered. There is no correlation between the numbering of the nodes and the numbering of the clips. Okay? You can also decide to right click and reset node grade. Here you are, everything disappeared. I will add now, but I'll make it more. Okay, so it's so obvious. So since you introduce some primary grading on this node, it will be very interesting to label this node and give it something, descriptive of what you added here. So you can right click on the node and go to node label. Sometimes the cursor will appear for you to write, sometimes it doesn't, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna call it primary. And please guys, remember to press enter, otherwise if you click somewhere else, it might disappear. So now it's very clear for me. On this node, there is a grading applied and it's a primary grading. Let's take another node and do, for example, the same. I will label this node and say, for example, contrast. And press enter. And come over to the contrast here and take it up or down the way I would like. I will take it up, okay, to make it obvious. So now this node contains a primary grading and this node contains contrast grading. You notice the concept here is so easy. Let's put them next to each other. You can put them the way you would like, arrange them the way you would like to think. You can also think about it as a mind map for your grading and effects. Now let's play with these connectors, these lines over here. You have here two kind of input and two kind of output, the green and the blue. The green input and output is for grading and effects. The blue is for matte and transparency. You will rarely use this blue unless you're doing something sophisticated. You can decide to change the connection for this clip, for example. You can click on its input and drag it. Notice I'm dragging the line here. And for example, you want to disregard it and get directly connection to the primary here. Now notice there is a line that became red. It means this line is going to be deleted. Here you are. Now you have a floating node. You can put it aside and say, okay, I want to keep this one which is grading for later on, for example, or you can simply delete it by pressing delete. I will undo that. Then you can re-establish the connection by clicking and dropping. Now notice what happened here. You have input to this node and there is nothing connected to the output. So you can connect directly if you like. That's one. And notice the line that's going to be deleted. Or you can directly connect to a clip or directly connect to another node, any node you would like. So you play with your connection. But actually it's very useful. Let's say you don't want to see the contrast. Let's take this one and put it here. And you have the contrast now floating and it doesn't affect at all, but still is there. You want to put it back, for example. Okay, let's take it from here, put it over here, and here you are. And notice the red line. You put the contrast. So actually, it's pretty easy to work with nodes and the lines and so on and adjust them the way you want. The concept of the connectors or the lines is very easy. I want to draw your attention to the keyframe over here. You notice you have corrector 1, 2, 3, 4. When we started, it was only corrector 1. These correctors are the nodes. This is why the numbering, if you like. So corrector 1 is node number 1. Corrector 2 is node number 2. Over here, you can actually animate your color grading. And this is extremely powerful. You can actually animate the contrast, the gamma, whatever you like. Let's right click over here and say reset all grades and nodes. And we are back to 0. And in the following lectures, we're going to do some real grading. Parallel nodes. You are going to use a lot the parallel nodes, and they have a concept that you need to acquire to use them very correctly. For example, I have the first node here where I have done some basic corrections, nothing to worry about. I will add a serial node using the shortcut Alt-S or Option-S on the Mac. Then on the second node here, I would like to add a parallel node to this node, the one that is selected, this one. You can come to the menu and right click and go to add node, add parallel, or the shortcut is Alt-P or Option-P on the Mac. To this node, you have created a parallel node, and then there is the node mixer here, the parallel node mixer. What's powerful about parallel nodes is the information in the previous node is sent to both the parallel nodes. Okay, so you have full information from the previous one on both nodes. And then they are mixed back through the parallel mixer over here. So how do you use this one? I'll give you an example. For example, you want to change some colors within this image. I will select them using the qualifier. Don't worry about it. Later on, I will show you a lot about qualifier. And for example, adjust the gain, make it brighter. I will come to the other parallel node. And for example, I select the red part, just for example. And then adjust the gain if you like. Take it down. I'm going to make it dark so you can see it. Here you are. So notice now you have taken all the information from the previous node to this node and you change certain colors, and on this side you also change other colors. The great thing I have done with these two parallel nodes is much easier to do than having serial nodes. Layer nodes. Layer nodes are pretty powerful when you want to use the concept of layers. Meaning, like in Premiere Pro or After Effects, you will put layers on top of each other and you can composite these layers. I'll give you an example of how to create and composite a couple of layer nodes. I'll select these three and press delete, they're gone. I will create a serial node over here. On the new node, I will right click and say add node, and you have add layer here. If you come to your color, you go to nodes and you have add layer node, and the shortcut is Alt L or Option L on the Mac. Here you are. So now you have two nodes that are acting as layers. The top layer is the lower input. The bottom layer is the higher input. Visually, if you want to see it, it should be something like this, but still you have a mix-up here. Nevertheless, let's put them back. So this being the top layer, for example, you can take the saturation to 0 and come to the layer mixer here, right click and go composite mode, and for example choose what you want to composite and how you want to composite. Okay, I will choose multiply just for example. And of course you can come to the top one now and add some grading if you like to, do whatever you like. So the layer nodes operate exactly like the concept of the nodes, where you can composite them, you can add more layers if you like. And the lower input is the highest layer, and the top input is the lowest layer. If you come to color and you go to nodes, you have add splitter combiner node. The shortcut is Alt Y or Option Y on the Mac. Let's reset all this. I will right click and reset all grids and nodes. If you right click, you don't have this option over here. Okay, you have to go to color and nodes and add a splitter combiner or use the shortcut. Now notice what happened here. The first thing you have is a splitter. It has split the previous node into 3 nodes. Each node will contain the information about one single channel. The first one is the red, you notice the red dot here, and then the second one is the green, and the third one is the blue. Then on the right side or on the output, you have the combiner. It recombines the red, green, blue to give you the output. Now for what you use this? For example, you have a strong color cast or the red is very dominant in your video. Then you can use the splitter to control only the red or the green or the blue. Or if you're doing some grading and you want to control the channels individually and separately and then mix them again. I'll give you an example here. If I select the first clip, this contains the information about red. If I increase the gain, I will be adding only red. If I decrease it, of course, I will be adding now some cyan. I will reset this one. Now, if you take the second clip, of course, you will be adding only the green. If you are adding gain, and if you are removing, you will be adding some magenta here. I will reset it again. And the last one is about blue. So you can add blue if you like, okay, or remove blue and you will be adding some yellow. Here you are. So you are actually controlling the RGB channels individually and then mixing them back. From the color menu, you can go to nodes, and inside here you have outside node. what's an outside node, how to create it, and what's the benefit of having an outside node. I'll give you an example. This is the easiest way to show you. Make the clips a bit bigger here so you can see them nicely. And then I will create a new serial node. Of course, it's Alt-S. I will select it and come to Power Window here. Don't worry about Power Windows. I will explain them to you later on very much in detail, and I'm sure you will master them because they are fantastic to use. I'll create a circle, just a simple circle here for our example, and I will select the butterfly here. Now, within this node, I can control the colors within the power circle. For example, I make it brighter. Okay, as simple as this. Now, later on, I want to control everything that is outside this circle. How would you do that? Well, the easiest way is to right-click and go to Add Node and create an outside node. So now, the previous node is controlling everything inside this circle. The next node, the outside node, is controlling everything that is outside the circle, just automatically. And then, for example, you can increase the blacks, make it darker. You have now control of what's inside a certain area within your screen, within the circle, and then you have control of what is outside this area. And this is how you create an outside node. Now, if you right-click and add node and say add outside node, you're back to the previous one. So usually you add only one outside node and that's it. I will show you here how to compound nodes. It's very practical when you want to arrange your chart here, or even you don't want to see what's inside the node is set, you finish from it. I will add here a serial node and take the gain up, give some whites for example, add another serial node here, and in this serial node I'm gonna take it the lift down. Another node, for example, I'm gonna hike the saturation. Actually, I'm trying to do some very bad color correction here. Now I have 3 nodes here. You could select the 3 nodes, right click and say create compound node. If you select this option, the 3 nodes disappear and they are now into one. This compound node, you can double click to change its name. For example, basic. This is basic color correction. Press enter. Now you have changed your mind. You don't like what's inside here. You want to change it. The way to see what's inside the node is to right click and say show compound node. Now you can add a further adjustment. For example, I don't know, you reduce the gain or whatever you like. And then when you are set here, you can right click, says exit compound node. Now on this node, we didn't put any effect yet. I can, for example, play with the gamma. That's the mid-range. Okay, make it dark, something like this. So now notice we have grading inside the compound node and we have a grading on the compound node. Here it is. Now if you decide, okay, I don't want to use the compound node anymore, I want it on the flowchart, you can right click and say decompose compound node. Now notice what happened. Whatever you put as grading on the compound node alone has been disregarded because you brought back the original nodes, and of course that compound node now and whatever grading is on it has disappeared. Now compounding nodes is very practical for you to arrange the graph if you like, and also to set something and don't change anything inside. You know, you just lock the nodes inside. I hope you will use compound nodes. In DaVinci Resolve, you have the possibility to share nodes. You can select a node from a clip, mainly for color grading, and then decide that this is a shared node and share it among other clips. Let me show you how it works. I have here the first clip where I did some basic color correction, nothing magical. And then I want to create some grading. Simple grading, not much. I will select the last clip here and, for example, drop down the green to give it this kind of look, if you like to. Then I would like the other clip where already I have done some color correction to share the same look of this clip of orange. The best way to do that is to make this clip a shared clip and take it to the other clip. And to do that, you right click on the clip and you say save as shared node. Now it has a name, shared node. Let's double click and change the name for green, for example. And notice the double arrows, meaning this is a shared node. It can go among clips and it's locked. Now I'll go back to my first clip here and I want to add the same node. So I will right click on the last node here and add node, and you notice at the end I have here green. This is the name of the shared node we have saved. I will just apply. Notice that it has appended to the graph our green node. So now you have both of them the same. Now by default the shared node is locked, so you don't change it by mistake. But if you want to add more on the shared locked and share them with the other clips, then you will have to unlock it. So you uncheck lock node, and then you can do, for example, a different adjustment just like this. Okay, we make it more greenish. If you come back now to the clips where you had the shared node, you will notice that the same changes has been affected. But now why this is very useful? You can now continue the work here and do some other adjustment for this clip and come back to this clip and also continue your work and do some other adjustment if you like. So actually you're sharing a single node and you are not sharing the whole node structure, which is very practical. I will introduce you here to the timeline nodes. Any clip that you select, you will have two options here for now. You can have more options. You have the clip and you have the timeline. Clip means you are seeing all the nodes within the graph for this specific clip. If you come to timeline now, this is the graph which is empty now for the whole timeline. Any node that you add here and you apply color correction or whatever effect you apply will be applied to the whole timeline from the first clip to the last clip. Let's add a serial node here to show you how it works. I'll take this node and notice it's blue. I will hide the blue, simple like this. So now this clip has become quite blue. If you come to your thumbnail here and you right click, you can go to update all thumbnails. And you notice that an update has happened and all the clips have adopted this node or whatever grading you have done to this node. Now the timeline node is like you applied a node at the end of every clip graph. So you come here, it's like you applied it over here. So it's the last node that is executed after all the clip nodes. And the hierarchy goes like this: clip, then timeline. The timeline node can be used to apply, for example, a LUT on the whole timeline, or to do the last grading, if you like, for your whole timeline. Be careful how you use them, and after you use timeline nodes, make sure you're checking every single clip. In DaVinci Resolve, you have the ability to group clips and apply effects on the whole group. Let's see how this can happen. We have here 3 clips. They are on the same subject and somehow we can group them. To group the clips, first of all, you have to select them. So you press Ctrl or Command on the Mac and you click on each clip. So now there are the 3 of them selected. You right click on any of them and you go to the group submenu over here. And you have the option add into a new group. Here you are. Let's call this group doll because there is a doll somewhere. And we click OK. Now you know these clips belong to a group because of the chain link just over here. Okay, you have the chain link here. It means this clip belongs to a certain group. To know which group it belongs to, you can right click and say to groups, and here it is. It belongs to the group doll. You can add another clip to this group. You select the clip, you right click and go to groups and doll, and you can assign to group. Here you are. So now this clip is assigned to the group doll. You can also remove it from the group by right clicking and you can say remove from group. Now let's select one clip in the group, and if you go back to the graph and twirl it down, you will have 2 new options: group pre-clip and group post-clip. What does it mean? If you go to the group pre-clip, now you are in the chart of group pre-clip. Any effect you apply on any nodes that you put here will affect all the clips before the clip chart. Let's say, for example, we make them all blue. Here you are, make them all blue. You notice all the group has become blue. So this effect over here will be applied before the clip nodes. Okay, notice that now the first node from this clip has already inherited whatever was in the group pre-clip. Let's go to group post-clip. In the group post-clip, whatever effect you apply to any of the nodes here or collection of nodes if you like will be applied after the clip nodes. First, you start with the group nodes, then the clip nodes, then the group post clips. So this is the last effect that you will apply on the whole group. For example, I don't know, let's make it very dark. Okay, something like this. We are making them even yellow. Now you notice how they all became yellow. So the order of execution here is very easy. You start with a group pre-clip, so you start with blue, then the clip itself, so you have color correction for the clip and grading maybe, and then you go back to group post clip. This is the last one for the group, and then if you have anything in the timeline, it will apply it, of course, to the whole timeline. So this is the concept of groups. This assignment is about you getting very familiar with the node graph over here and how to add nodes, how to play with them. I would like you to open Resolve 15 and start adding nodes, for example, adding certain effects on the nodes, anything to play with, and move the nodes, play with the connectors, for example, see exactly how it works. It's very important that you get very familiar with nodes so you can later on be very comfortable when you are studying the color correction and the color grading process. So come over here and play as much as you want. Add things, it doesn't matter if you're doing the correct things, but just please be very familiar with the node graph and the nodes themselves. Let them become your friends. It's a lot of powerful techniques. Before we start working on color correction and color grading, there is something very important I need to bring to your attention, is the concept of color correction versus color grading. Color correction is a science, is a method, is a technique if you like, where you bring your colors into balance, where you make sure your whites are really white and the black are really black and the color in between have a good balance. And the main goal of color correction is to make the image look correct, to look as natural as possible. Let me show you an example. This is how we got this video from the camera. With the correct color correction, this is how it's supposed to look. Now all the colors are balanced, the whites are whites and the blacks are blacks. Now when it comes to color grading is an art. Its goal is to give a new look, a feeling, according to what you want to portray in your video. It's about adding to your story. Just imagine that you have a comedy movie graded like a horror movie with these dark colors and these bluish impersonal colors. So it doesn't work. And if you have a horror movie graded nicely like a comedy, with these bright colors, you will never have the right feelings. So there is quite a difference between color correction and color grading. We want to start developing your skills for color correction, meaning how to balance all the colors within the image, get the whites to be real white and the blacks to be real blacks. And I will show you several methods. When you get this correctly, and you have the right colors for the image as they are supposed to be, you can move on and start putting your own mood or the mood that is supposed to happen within the video. When you're working with color correction, there are 3 terms that you need to get used to and get very familiar with. It is highlights, midtones, and shadows. If you look at this image, the highlights will be the bright colors within your image. For example, this area here on the right, or even his face, you notice it has some highlights and the white here, it's highlights. The shadows are the dark area within your image. For example, the glasses over here, the spots that you can see, these are all the shadows or shadows. And the midtones is everything that comes in between the highlights and the shadows. In any color correction software, at least the respectable one, always have tools that will control the highlights and the midtones and the shadows independently. Meaning you can brighten the shadows or you can darken the highlight, for example, and control the brightness of the midtones. You also have tools to change the brightness of the colors within the highlights or the shadows or the midtones independently. So highlight, midtones, and shadows are the 3 terms that are very important within color correction. Scopes. When you're doing color correction, you usually don't rely on what you see on your monitor, unless your monitor is 100% calibrated and it's a professional one, and also your room has the right colors and your lights are the right lights. So it's a kind of big setup. but you can do very good color correction using those scopes. If you come over here, if you have the keyframe highlighted, please highlight the scopes. The parade will appear. If you click on the 4 arrows here, you will expand these scopes. Now you have 4 kinds of scopes. You have the parade, the waveform, and the histogram, and you have the vector scope. In learning how to read your scopes, the most important thing is the highlights, shadows, and midtones. Remember, we did that in the previous lecture. Within the parade and the waveform, your highlights are on top over here. Okay, these are the whites or your white colors. The top line is pure white. On the bottom here, you have your shadows. This is the dark colors in your image. And the last line here is pure black. In the waveform is the same. You have your highlights on top and you have the shadows on the bottom and the midtones are in the middle. Top line is pure white and the last line here at 0 is pure black. The histogram operates differently. On the left here at 0, it's your shadows. And on the right at 100, it's your highlights. And in between are the midtones. The vector scope is about the saturation of the color, or how much color you have within your image. And it has the primary colors, that's red, green, and blue, and the secondary colors, that is yellow, magenta, and cyan. We'll talk about this in the next lecture. Now you will use these graphs to adjust your colors to obtain pure white, pure black, and to balance your midtones and to adjust your saturation over here. How to precisely read the scopes. On the right corner, you have 3 icons here. You can put one scope up, that's the waveform now. You can change, for example, to parade, or you can put 2 up and decide which one you want to see. For example, you change to vector scope or you go back to waveform. And you can put them the 4 up as it was before. I'm going to put them 1 up and go to the waveform and just scale it down so it fits the video. I'm going to show you something interesting. How to read the waveform. On the left side of the waveform is the left side of your frame. On the right side of the waveform is the right side of your video. And you are reading from left to right exactly according to the video left to right. Top to bottom, you are reading from blacks to whites. And if you look at your frame here, you notice you have a lot of white here that is represented by this white over here. And also here you have some kind of white that is around the midtones and the whites. Also you have certain black here that is represented just over here. And then you have some white here. It's most probably his sleeves and his neck over here. So left to right is like the frame, and up to down is blacks to whites. So you can really determine how these colors are spread. You notice, for example, in this area you have blue, then under it there is green, and then under it there is red. They are not equally spread. There is little red compared to blue. If you come to the menu for waveform, you click on the dots over here. You will have Y, that's the luma, and red, green, blue. If you click on Y, you will cancel red, green, blue, and all you see here is the luminance. How bright are your colors? And they are all mixed here. There is no way to know which one is red, which one is green, or which one is blue. You can also work on one color at a time. For example, I take the blue, and you notice now you can see only the blue and decide exactly how you want to work with the blue. And then you can use only the green if you like, or the red only, and the luma, which puts all of them. You can adjust the brightness of the waveform. You haven't touched the image at all, just the brightness of the graph. Let's go to another waveform. I will click here and go to parade, for example. Now, the parade is the same as waveform, but will display 3 graphs. You have the graph for the red, green, and blue. And the graph for the red starts from the left, that is the left of the frame, and on the right is the right of the frame. It will help you a lot to match the red, green, blue. So you want the same graph somehow, or the same top and bottom for red, green, blue. We will go through that in detail, don't worry. Within the parade, if you come to its menu, you can put on the luma. Here you are. So now you're seeing the same graphs, but they are all white. If you like it, that's very fine. I don't personally. I prefer to see RGB so I don't get mixed up. Now let's change and go to the vector scope, and you notice here you have the options here. One of the main options is show skin tone indicator. If you check it, show you that on this line you should have your skin tone. It's independent of the race, by the way. You will already see it over here. Now I think you know how to read these scopes. It's as easy as I told you. Don't complicate things, make them very easy. I can assure you, as soon as you learn about the color wheels, you are able to do some very good color correction. Color wheels. And we are going to cover the primaries wheels. Now, what is primaries? Primaries is about the three primary colors. That is the red, green, and blue. And the secondaries are the magenta, cyan, and yellow. Please keep that in mind. Later on, we're going to use it. So that's why it's called primaries. So what are these wheels about? Remember we talked about shadows, midtones, and highlights. So this is where you control them. On the left over here, you control the shadows. On the gain, you will control the highlights. In the middle, gamma, you will control the midtones. So it's so easy. Shadows, midtones, highlights. The offset, you will control all of them in a certain way. I will show you. You have two controls. You have the wheel over here that will control the brightness for the shadows. And the wheel over here, of course, under gain, will control the brightness, how bright are the colors within the highlights. You brighten or you darken the midtones. And then you have this small circle in each one of them. The circle, if you take it up or down, whatever direction you want, it will control the colors. It will add or remove certain colors. To reset, you can just click on the round arrow here and it will reset. Here you are. This is reset, and I can reset this one. So we'll use the lift to control the shadows, gamma to control the midtones, and the gain to control the highlights. Let's do some correction if you like, so I can show you the rest over here. I will take these shadows down. Usually you always take these shadows down unless it's crushed. Okay, so I'm trying to achieve certain pure black here. It doesn't matter, just an example now. And I'm gonna take the highlight up. Now notice what's happening here. The highlights are not moving up. The whole graph is being stretched. Okay, guys? You notice how the stretching. So actually you are stretching more the red and green and blue all around the midtones and even the highlights. Notice also if you play again with the shadows, how you are trying to stretch or compress the colors. So let's say this is okay. Number 1 and number 2. Number 1 has the contrast. The contrast is white versus black. Notice how the contrast will stretch all your graph to get you more black and white. So the contrast try to achieve to give you maximum white and maximum black. And in between, it destroys all the midtones if you go too far, of course. You can double click on the contrast to reset it. Let me give it a certain value, for example, just like this. And you have the pivot. You notice the contrast started from this line, the middle line it starts. Okay, I'll do it again. Notice how it starts from the midline. Okay, notice these guys are not even moving. With the pivot, you change. You decide, okay, I want it to start from this line. You can't get it 100%, but somehow. And you can get it up if you like. So you're starting from the upper lines. This is about the pivot. It's going to take some practice, guys. I will reset the contrast by double-clicking on the name. Then you have saturation. Saturation will add colors or remove colors. Notice what's going to happen to the graph here when I remove saturation. And the only color you have is a grading or a shading of black. You can increase and notice how the colors are going to spread. Very important. So you decide on the spread of the colors and hence you add more colors. So the red is living alone, the green is living alone on the graph, and the blue is living alone, so they are all shining and bright. I will reset that. Now you have the hue. The hue is like cycling among the colors. Notice the graph, what it's going to do. If I take the hue down, notice that it's changing towards another color. Notice like here you have the blue on top. You notice how the blue is on top and the image is blue. That's hue 0. If I cycle again, notice how now the other colors are coming on top. Here you are. Now the green is coming on top with some red, but the prominent green is on top, so the image is green. If you cycle even more, of course, you are going to go back now towards the secondary colors, and then, of course, you go back to blue on top. So this is about the hue. Let's go to number 2. You have temperature. Temperature will add the colors, will make it warmer or colder. If I increase temperature, notice what's happening. The red is going to be the highest in the graph towards the highlights, and then it's going to gain temperature. So adding temperature is about killing the blue and maximizing the red in the highlight. All this you can read from the graph. Now, if you take down the temperature on negative values, I think you guessed it, is the blue that's going to be very prominent and the red is going to be less prominent. So the blue will go towards the highlight and you will see a lot of blue, and the red will go towards the black, and you start killing the red, it's going to become somehow black. That's temperature. Tint is like temperature but milder, you will say. Notice what's happening here is, let's say, the fragile person here, which is trying to change your colors but in a milder way. It just tints them. Still play on the graph to put one up. You have here the MD, the mid-tone details. You can increase the details of the mid-tones. Here you are. Notice how it's spreading. So I'm increasing the details of the mid-tones. Or you can decrease the details of the mid-tone. As simple as this. Notice how you kill the image is somehow blurred or something like this. So these are the mid-tones you're playing with. Color boost will just boost your colors. It means it's going to spread them in a certain way where they all have a certain place that will make everything shine. Too much is ugly, too little or negative, minus, you are back to black and white. Now you have the shadows. So we're going to play, of course, with the shadows. Notice I'm going to take all the shadows up and I'm going to take all the shadows down. There is a bit of stretching, but actually you are moving the whole graph towards highlights or towards shadows. So actually you're spreading the shadows up or down. HL is the highlights. It's going to do exactly like shadows, but a bit better. It's going to start stretching, compressing the whole image, but not getting more blacks if you notice. I will double click. So actually, after talking so much, this is all about color wheels. And if you want to reset everything, you just click on this round arrow here. It will reset the whole primaries wheels. So the concept is very easy. Lift, you work with the shadows or the blacks. Gain, you work with the highlights or the whites. Gamma, you work everything in between. With what you learned in the previous 2 lectures about primaries wheels, you can start color correction. Remember guys, color correction is not about fancy things. It's about just getting your colors to be correct. Meaning getting the whites to be whites, the blacks to be blacks, and then the midtones to be, in the range of the midtones. There are 3 steps to color correction. First step is adjusting the exposure. Second step is achieving white balance. And the third step is adjusting the saturation or adjusting the colors if you like. So let's start with adjusting the exposure. Adjusting the exposure means getting your whites or your highlights to be in the highlights levels. We are using the waveform here. And getting your shadows to be in the shadows level, as simple as this. And then getting your midtones to be balanced according to this dotted middle line over here. Let's do that. I will take the gain and I will lift the highlight. Here you are. So I'm taking whatever is supposed to be white in the picture, these are the highlights, and taking it towards the highlights up there. Okay, I'm gonna stop over here. Then we need to take the shadows or the blacks in the picture and take them down to be in the shadows area. So I'm gonna take the lift and go down, as simple as this. Cool guys? Now I can go far down. I don't like it. You notice how it became too black. Or I can go not far down, then it looks like faint. So let's go just over here. I'm gonna crush a bit this area. Now if you take it over here and put your scopes over here, and you notice that this area is over here. And it has from highlights, that's the sleeve, up to blacks here. I think we balanced it quite well because we already have it as, right black and right white. Now let's play with the midtones. I'm going to take the midtones up. Okay, look at the graph. I'm not looking at the image, I'm looking at the graph. Or down. Well, I think this is cool. What do you think, guys? It's quite balanced. Now we take a peek at the image. Remember, your monitor could be cheating you. So you want to rely on the graph. I can say that we achieved exposure here, not to bore you infinity to make it 100%. But you can come over and adjust the gain and the lift until you get exactly what you want, from the graph of course. Now we want to achieve white balance. White balance is very easy. If you look over here, I'm sure you notice, if you don't have a black and white monitor, that the green and the blue and the red are separated. What I would like in this area is to achieve pure white, meaning I want the three of them, red, green, blue, to be aligned on top of each other. That means white balance. Only in this area. Don't try to do white balance in the shadows, okay? Just over here. What you can do here is to use the primary bars if you like to, or you can use the simple white balance just over here. It means you click on it and you go around in your image and decide what is 100% white. For example, the Steve over here. Here you are. Notice the alignment. This is before and this is after. You notice, guys? So just aligning them, as simple as this. It's not gonna have a movement, not jumping around. That's the white balance. Now you have pure white over here, which is excellent. You achieve the second step, which is white balance. Now let's talk about saturation or colors. Obviously his hands are not natural. This guy is extremely white. Now it's time to adjust the color. You can start by playing with the saturation and take it up until it's a certain point where you are satisfied. But also, you look at your graph and notice how much you are spreading the colors. Okay, if I look at the red just over here, I know without looking at the image, I'm going too far now. Look at the red where it is. If I take it too down, I know now, okay, I messed up. That's black and white. So over here, I'm happy with that. If I take a peek at my image, it's cool. The skin is looking very well. Remember what we said in the vector scope. The skin is over here. Now, I'm not going to adjust this now, but you notice that I have some good results already. Not fantastic, but very good results. Let's go back to the parade now and notice what is white balance here. It means the red and the green and the blue are aligned. If you look at this line over here, this is the white balance line, okay? And they seem to me very aligned. Maybe I would want to shift the blue a bit up, but that's gonna cost me a lot on the image. So for now, this is how you do color correction. In summary, very easily, you fix the exposure and try to use the waveform, where you get the highlights to go up and the shadows to go down, so the whites are really white and the blacks are really black, and then you adjust the mid-tone here playing with the gamma. Then you achieve white balance using the picker over here. That's the easiest way. And then you start playing with the saturation. You want more colors? Very easy. Try to play with the contrast. Just try. It's not always the rule, but you can add, for example, the contrast. Oh, look how I'm opening the graph. And you won't get more colors, but you spread more the colors. I think this is beautiful somehow. Let's play the video and see exactly have we done a good job. Well, the colors here are not bad. His hands are looking cool, even the back of his hand. And then the green is a bit strong here, but it's okay. Notice the color behind. Quite cool. We have some dark here area. It's looking pretty fine. Here is okay. Behind the blur. Well, actually, guys, while talking to you, I achieved really a good color correction. And this is color correction, not more, not less. Don't add any LUT, don't add anything. Don't play with the offset too much, or the gain, or the gamma. Just make sure that this graph is looking spread, natural, and is looking like all the colors are balanced. Now we agreed that basic color correction is fixing, first of all, your exposure. You want to bring the highlights of your video towards the highlight zone, and you want to bring the shadows within your video towards the shadow zone down there. Now I showed you how to use the gain and the lift, and of course the gamma. There is an easier method in Resolve 15, is to pick one point that is pure white and one point that is pure black, and then the exposure will be adjusted according to these 2 points. Let's first try an example. I will go for the gain. You have this plus sign here. It says pick white point. So you want to pick a pure white point, not any white point. Point that has the most white within your frame. So you click on it, you select it, and you come to your video. Now there are many white points here. The sleeves, the neck over here, and maybe the other sleeve and so on. And also you have white point just over here. The way I'll do it, I'll pick the white point from the main subject. I will not go to this area that is not important for the video or the context of the video. I will pick something from my main subject and decide exactly what could be 100% white. Let's say we pick the neck here and decide this is now 100% white. Let's go back to the picker and go back to the point, and you notice now the color has changed. It's now red 254, 254, and 254. So actually it's really white 100%. You can see it just over here. Let's go for the black. If you select the black, you want to select what is supposed to be pure black, 100% black, 000 for RGB. If you look at your image here, of course you can select this dot. That's not interesting. This is not on the subject. Select something that is important within your frame. For example, there is a shadow here. That's pretty interesting, by the way, because it's supposed to be 100% black. And if you look at the colors now, red is 75, green is 102, 109. So it's going to be quite some correction. But I will select this shadow here. Now this shadow has become 100% black. And notice I have almost a very good color correction. Maybe too dark because the way I picked this point. You can reduce it if you like. You can lift a bit the shadows. Okay, I'm looking at this area. This is not very important. Later on, I will grade it. And I'm cool with it. I can also reduce the gain. You find out I have too much white. Here you are. You're done. So using the pick white point and pick black point is a very fast way to adjust the exposure. From time to time, you would want to readjust again using the wheels over here. What I will do, I'm going to reset and give you a counter example. I will go for the gain. Now, what is white here? Sleeves, maybe they're not supposed to be white. So I'm going to go for something very white, this patch on the wall here, which you notice is not in my main subject, is not in my main frame. It's just on the side here. If I pick this one, notice now this area has become quite good with the white. Now I will go for black and decide, okay, this point here is supposed to be the black one. I will pick this one. It actually didn't work at all because I picked from somewhere that is not really good and is not about my subject. But you notice in this area, well, I got the very nice colors, but the guy here now is bluish. You have a blue cast. So actually it did not work. Let's reset and go back to choose from our guy. I will go for this leaf, for example. Not bad. I will go now for the shadow. Maybe I can choose this point here, but I'm sure they're not pure black. So the shadow here is the one I could find. If I go for the glasses are not pure black, guys. You know that very well. There is shadows, there is something like this, there is the glare of the light. So this point is still the best. It's too strong. So we'll take down the highlights, okay, just over here. And then we take up the shadows. Here you are. Well, that's pretty good. So actually you notice that these 2 points, picking them randomly does not work. You have to be a bit precise on how to pick them. Focus on your subject if this is what you want. Of course, from time to time, you want to focus, for example, on the horizon or stories like this. Within the color wheels, of course, the primaries wheels is the go-to tool to adjust your exposure and get some white balance. But also there is the primaries bars. The primary bars will work exactly like the primary wheels, but then you can control the primaries, red, green, blue, independently or all together. Usually when you're using the primary bars, you will not use the waveform. You will go to the parade, and of course you can see the red, green, and blue. Within the bars here, you can click and drag, so you can adjust the way you would like. Okay, I will reset. Or you can use the mouse scroll, and this is what I like. You can scroll up, and here you are. You're adjusting all the colors. This is the Luma channel here. It's all the colors. Notice that the bars for red, green, blue did not move. And this is quite interesting because you will notice that you did not adjust individually the red, green, blue. You're just adjusting the brightness for all the primaries. Now, of course, you can adjust the primaries one by one. I will take the green, for example, and lift it up. Okay, not exactly what you want. Or take the red down and the blue down if you like to. So you have a certain effect here. I will reset the whole primary bars. Now note, whatever adjustment you do in the bars, for example, I take the gain up. If you go back to the wheels, of course, it has already affected the wheels. Okay, they are all linked. Let's reset this one. If you come to the shadows, the same story happens. You can take them all down. Okay, I'm using the mouse scroll, or you can take them all up, or you can play individually with each one of them. Here you are. Okay, so it's a pretty powerful tool if you are patient and you want to do a very good job. I will reset. The way to work here is, of course, to start with the gain or the highlights. You want to lift the highlights. Okay, here you are. I like using the mouse scroll. I don't like clicking and dragging. It's too speedy for me. So we achieved here some good highlights. We don't have white balance. If you notice, the red and the green and the blue are not aligned. Now, let's go to the shadows and take down the shadows. Here you are. Very nicely. You can come to the gamma if you like. You can adjust the gamma altogether if you want to. Take down a bit the shadows. Okay, I'm not even looking at the image at all. Now that I have the exposure pretty good, not fantastic, but it's pretty good, I want to adjust, of course, the white balance. Let's go to the waveform. And you notice it is not very good over here. These colors, I can see blue and the green and the red. We need to align them. The way to do it in the bars is to go back to parade and make sure they are quite aligned. For example, in the highlights here, I could shift up the blue very slowly. Here you are. And you notice my graph is getting almost aligned, 100%. Maybe I'll take down the red a bit. I will try, or take it up. Here you are. They are aligned at almost 100%. Let's go back to the waveforms. And you notice here it's much better. I need maybe to work on the red. Go back to the parade. The red is too high. I'm going to take the red a bit down, just like this. Really, using the mouse scroll, you're achieving very good color correction. The primary bars, my advice to you, are very powerful, and I advise you really to work with them. Don't go directly to the wheels. Now, the primary bars will present a challenge where you're looking at each primary color and you want to adjust these, correctly. Let's go to gamma now and lift the gamma. Okay, something like this. Too bright, we go down a bit. We are quite cool here. I'm looking at certain colors. Not bad. In fact, we have done a very good job. If you like to, for example, you can increase the red. Okay, now you are really color grading, not color correcting. Okay, or not. Okay, I'll bring it back to 0. Notice I'm reading the figures here while manipulating the bar with the mouse scroll. So actually, this is about the primary bars, and it's really very easy to work with. It's up to you to train a bit. It's up to you to make sure that you know how to use the primary bars. From time to time, I can assure you the primaries wheels will not work for you. And you will have a cast, meaning one color that is above all the rest. You will have to come to the primaries bars and adjust this color if it is red, green, or blue. Now, of course, you can come to the contrast and increase the contrast. I always like doing that. And maybe I increase the saturation. Okay, not bad at all. Well, I think I got some very nice colors. I'm looking over here. I got the yellow here, and I got all the colors here. And I hope, guys, you come over and start playing with the primary bars. Power windows, or simply windows, are the most amazing feature in Resolve. As soon as you complete this section, I am sure you will be adding windows to all your color grading. Actually, they are very easy to use, even when combined with tracking. I will take you through the different type of windows, how to apply them, and how to use them and modify them with the on-screen controls. And you will meet my favorite, the gradient window, and I will show you how it works. Windows in DaVinci Resolve are very powerful and very useful, and you can use them for color grading and color correction. Let's see how to work with windows. If you are on low resolution, I think windows will come somewhere over here. If you are on high resolution, window is just in the middle here. Now, when you select window, you have the window area you can work with. On the left side over here, you will have the windows that you can apply, and the windows that you can add, and of course you can delete some. On this side you have the transformation for the window, transform, and you have the softness. Now by default you have several kinds of windows. You have the rectangle shape, the circle, the polygon, the pen or the path window, and you have my favorite here is the gradient windows. Now let's add a window. To add a regular window, and only one regular window, all you have to do is to put it on. That's it. You can come over and make sure that your power window is on so you can see the window itself. If it's off, you won't be able to see the window. So I'll put it on, and you have very many dots here and so on. It's very easy to work with. First of all, you can click in the middle and drag, and here you are. You can position it anywhere you want. You have the points here that you can click and drag and decide how you want your window to be, and really decide on the area it's going to cover. Now for this window, you have the feathering here, or the softness if you like. You can soften on the four sides individually. So you have the right side, the top side, bottom side. You are just feathering here. So you have the first rectangle, which is the window, and then you have the feathering from outside. This is the outside feathering here. You can adjust it through this point, and you have the inside feathering. Of course, you can rotate it the way you would like. If you look inside your node, you will notice there is a gray area. The gray area is the area that will not be affected with any effect or any color grading or correction that you will do. The highlighted area is the one that's going to be affected. For example, I will add the gain, and you notice it's only within the window that the effect has taken place. Of course, if you reduce now the feathering, it will be just very sharp. You can come over here also, play with the feathering the way you would like. If you don't want to see this window, then you can just click on the window here. It will be, taken out. You can reset the window and cancel all your work for Windows using this button over here. If you want to add a circle window now, that's pretty nice. Most of the time you use it. You have the feathering, of course. You can size it the way you would like. Okay, if you come to the corner, you can size it just like this, the way you would like. I will reset. I don't want it. And then you have the polygon window. It's meant for you to add more points. You just click on the bar and move them around, and you add small points. I'm sure you are going to come over here and play the way you would like. I will reset and delete this one. Then you have the pen window, which is very interesting. Now you can literally create an area the way you would like. If you click and drag, you will have it as Bezier for the point. Notice, so I click and drag, I will have it Bezier. Then, of course, to make it a window, you need to close it. You can come back and move the points wherever you like, adjust them, work on their Bezier if you want to. For example, anything that might fit your color correction. You can come over and soften them from here. You will not see the softening on screen controls, but you can soften them from here. And you can decide on the softening, is it from the inside or even on the outside, the way you would like, and then come back and adjust this softening just from over here, or the softened area. Let's add more gain. Okay, and you notice here, the area you're working on within your node is the area within the window. I will reset here, and then you come to my favorite window is the gradient window. This window will affect, just like a gradient. Notice what's happening on the node when I move it. So it's going to affect from this line, okay, towards the arrow. Of course, you can rotate it, and actually it's very nice. If you add, for example, some red in the area, notice what's happening, then you can come over and adjust it. I will reset everything. Now, let's reset this one and add some gain so we can see the difference. Let's say I add a circle here. I want the circle to be on his face, just like this. I'm going to make it small. Okay. Now I want two other circles on his hand, and later on I want to track maybe. The way to do it, you cannot put on and off this one. This is the main one. But you can add a circle just from over here. You click, and the circle is added at the end of the list. Notice here, these are the additions. So now I have another circle, for example, make it small, put it on his hand here. add another circle if I want. That's the big one. Let's come over here and put it on his other hand, for example. And let's put off and see. Wow, we have done a great job. We have only added highlights on 3 circles or 3 windows. I will reset. So this is how you add. So I want to delete the extra circle that we have put. Just press delete and they are deleted. Okay. Now you cannot select a circle from here, for example, and delete it. Doesn't work. This is a default window and you cannot delete the circle window. All you have to do is to reset. Now usually what we do, put a window here, put the on-screen control, here they are, and then put it on his face. Now you notice any color grading that I will do just over here is going to affect what's inside the window. If I want to affect what's outside this window, remember that you just right click and you say add node, and it will be an outside node. Here you are. Now in the next node, you have inverted the selection, and notice whatever is outside the window from the previous node will be affected here. For example, if I dim it, here you are, you notice that it's taking the inverse or the outside of the window. Very rapidly, this was all about windows. It's so easy to use them, and it's so easy to add color correction and color grading and even to track them, we see later on. So I invite you here, come and play with the windows just to get familiar how to move them around and so on. And in the next lecture, we are going to color correct, or actually in between color correction and grading for this clip that has a certain problem, and I will show you that in the next lecture. Let's do some color correction using a window or a power window. Now let's look at this image a bit. If you take it over here, you will notice it's like divided in 2 pieces. There is the left side. Look at its graph. I will go actually to the waveform, you can see it better. Look at the graph. The graph is up, so somehow it's overexposed. On the right side is somehow underexposed. Overexposed and underexposed by the 512 line. If you have more colors above the 512s and shooting up, it is overexposed. If you have more of the colors and shooting down, it is underexposed. Now this is not bad. There are some of them which are terrible. Let's take this one for example. Notice here. So this part over here is very overexposed. You can see it. And this part up to down, up to here, it is really underexposed here. So let's go back to the one we want to work with. It is the other one here. And we need to do some color correction. Now the problem when you have something like this, if you color correct one side, you're going to have problems in the other side. Let's test it a bit. Let's, for example, go for the gain and decide that the white color is something very white. Let's say her face, just over here. Now notice what happened. The overexposed became very overexposed and the other one tried to adjust a bit. If you go for the blacks now, and let's say that the back of her head just over here, for example, okay, is the black. You notice now the right side is okay, but the left side died completely. It's overexposed. So this doesn't work. The best way here is to use a window. I'm going to take a square window or a rectangle window. Click on it, enable it, and let's cover the left side. So I'll come over here, okay, position it here, stretch it down, as simple as this, and then stretch it to the right to cover up to this pillar, then increase the softness. Okay, we can work on the softness later on if it is messing us up. So now let's start adjusting. We select the node and right click and go to add node, and what you want is an outside node. So the left node will work with the left side, the right node in this case will work on the right side. Let's take the left node. For example, I'm gonna push the gain. Let's bring this guy over here just to show you how it works. It's gonna be nice. Let's move up the gain. Okay, you notice because of the window, only what's inside the window is moving, and that's cool. So you can decide exactly what you want to do here. Let's say that's okay. Let's go now to shadows and notice how much we have moved the shadows. Okay, that looks fine to me as a start. Let's go to the second one, and now we are using this part, and let's lift the gain. Now in this case I usually go back and forth just to make sure that the parts are not really clashing. Since you have seen, I'm going to remove from here, and then I'm going to go for the lift and take it down. Here you are. Okay, that's pretty cool. Mind you, I could have used the pick white and pick black. Now you notice it was very easy to color correct using the window. Now what you can do is select the last node and add another node. In this node, you can play now with the contrast if you want to for the whole image, okay? Because we did most of the color correction, now we're just adding, and then you can add the saturation for both of it. That's cool. Now, I don't know if these colors are okay, but this one seems a bit too yellow for me. If you want to achieve white balance, you can go to the parade. And what I will advise you here is to achieve white balance in each one of them, not both of them at the same time. So not in this node, maybe in these nodes. But for the sake of showing you how color correction will work with Windows, here you are. This is a very good example. Cool, guys. I hope this was useful. I did the color correction here, but it's far from being perfect. In the next lecture, we will add some grading to this part and see how it works. In the previous lecture, we got some good results. We can make them better. Now, in general concept, as soon as you finish from color correction, that is exposure, white balance, some of the saturation, then you are starting color grading. Whatever you add, it will be like color grading. You don't have to change all the colors and stories like this, but as soon as you start adjusting the image to look even better, then you are color grading. That's my general rule. Some other colorists will tell you something else. But I like it this way, mainly that I know that I moved one step forward. I will show you here how to use the gradient window, and it's very interesting. It's one of my favorites here. So I will add a new node just at the end here, and using this node, I will add a gradient window. So the gradient window comes with a bar and an arrow. The bar is where the grading is going to start, and the arrow is where it's going to be heading. So I'll take it over here, okay? And just turn it around, and notice here you have some lighting coming. How about if we stretch it just over here? Cool, guys? So now you want to see, okay, what have you selected? You can look at your node and you can see exactly what you have selected. But better yet, you can come over here and there is the highlight. If you switch it on, you will see how the window is working. Unfortunately, you have to go back here and select again the power window on screen controls. So now this is the part that you are selecting, the part that is not gray. And the part that is gray is not affected by the gradient. So let's stop just over here. We are going to try, of course. Okay, I like it that way. It looks good. I'm going to put off the highlight so I can see the whole image. Now my purpose here is to add the gamma to get some details from the background here, if possible. But I'm not going to look at the graph anymore. I'm going to look at the image, and hopefully your monitor is well calibrated. So now I'm going to take down the gamma. Okay. Am I getting any more results? In fact, it's not bad at all. Let's take down the lift, make it a bit darker. Okay, we recovered some very nice effects. Let's look at the highlights now. That's what we have affected. And then if you put it off, this is the original, and this is what you have worked now. Pretty interesting, guys, don't you think so? Now let's go back and get the power window here. Try to stretch it. See exactly what's happening. Notice if I move it around, how it's going to affect differently. Okay, depends on what you want to do. So the gradient here will work very nicely. Actually, even coming up to here, I like it very much. Depends on your taste now. We are really grading much more than color correcting. I'm going to take it just in the same line here. I think this is cool. So this is how you use the gradient, and it's really easy. Remember to create a new node and not to work on the last node where we played with the saturation and the contrast. Actually, I took them down a bit. This is another window, that is the gradient window, that you can use to get this kind of effect. This is before and this is after. Quite some beautiful results. And this is before all our color correction and grading, and this is after. Pretty nice. Remember here the button for the highlight. It will show you how the window is operating. Here you are. It's operating on this area. It's operating on this area. And this one, there is no window. So that was about how to use the gradient window and how to do a bit of grading. If you don't like it, that's cool, guys. Come over here and mess with it the way you would like. Remember, there is no more rules anymore. You might look at the graph, it looks whatever you want. It really doesn't matter, but what's coming up on the monitor is the most important. Let's try to color correct and a bit color grade this clip. Now, this clip has a serious problem. The camera is inside the house, right, guys? And he has taken a nice video of the guy playing. Nothing mysterious, is very nice. But you want to color correct it. One way to color correct it is to kill the outside, make it very bright. So you work on this area over here. But then you're losing a lot of nice details. Another way is to kill the inside, or brighten or darken the insides, and you get the feature of the outside. It's obvious from the graph that this is split in two. That's what is apparent here. But actually, if you look at it carefully, there is a mixed area here. The light is coming and it's influencing our subject. So actually, it's not like split in two at 100%. There is a mixed area here where you have to balance the colors. If you want to use power windows to do this kind of job, you might be thinking, okay, I'm going to use the rectangle. That's easy. I'm going to put it over here and then stretch it down and then move it over here. Okay, cool. Then I will use the outside. But I would like you to think a bit. This drum, is it inside or outside? Actually, it's inside. So let's lift this one up. So now you say, okay, the drum is inside. That's very fine. But actually here is not inside this area. So you're going to have a big clash if you try to correct like this. You need another window over here. And also, how are you going to join these two windows? You might say, okay, fine. I'm going to use now the pen. I'm going to come to the pen here and do, my window just like this. Okay. And then I'm going to use feathering. Fine. But, guys, it's not going to work. I wonder where to put this, inside or outside. I'm going to put it outside. Actually, it's wrong. It's partly inside, but taking lights from the outside. So the pen, though you can trace whatever you like, that's very fine, but it's not going to work also because the area is not defined at all. Now, what is the best solution? This is what I do. The best solution is to use gradient and color correct on the gradient. Here you are. I'm going to add the gradient and take care of the outside area first. I'm going to bring my gradient here and take it just like this. Okay, that's a bit rough, but it will give you an example. Okay, let's stop it over here. So now when I color correct, if you look, I'm going to color correct from outside till this guy here. It makes sense that his face has more light from the outside to the inside, even if the camera is inside. His hand also the same. It seems this is going to work. So I will put the power window here and then try to work with the gain. So blindly, I'm going to give it the gain up a bit and take the lift down, and it's a lot of down if you notice. Okay, so that's what's happening, how the graph is going this way. I can extend it a bit. Well, that's not bad at all. Let's remove the highlights. And we have a very good result, guys. Notice I did not lose anything from the outside. I can take it up even more. Okay, just over here will do. And I think here it's okay. So actually, I color corrected the whole thing inside and outside using the gradient. And I love this. You might say, okay, let's do now an outside node. I'm going to add an outside node. Well, the outside node is not going to work, I can assure you. Because if you start adjusting now, the outside node is starting from here. Notice what's happening here, put the highlights. It's actually starting to work from here down. That's not exactly what you want. The outside node here will not work again. What you need is another node, Alt S on Windows or Option S on the Mac. On this node, I'm going to add another gradient. I'm going to bring it to over here. First, let's rotate it so it doesn't exit. Okay. I'm going to put it just over here and take it straight up. Okay. So actually, it's not the outside node. If you take the highlights, the first guy is working up to here, right? And the second guy is working up to here. Maybe we can adjust them even more to see exactly how we can mix them at 100%. Here I'm going to take it up like this. Okay, fine. So now let's add some of the gain. Okay, not too much. Then let's take down the lift. Here you are. Not bad at all. You see, it's working very nicely. Now, of course, you can add a new node, Alt S, and on this node, you can play with the contrast. We are working very fine, and the saturation. Of course, if you were not talking to me, you will have done a much better job. But notice what I have used. Using the gradient and having this mixed area instead of having the outside area has given much better result. If you think about this image, yes, his face should be bright because the light is coming from outside, and here it should be darker because the camera is inside and there is no light and you can see it over here. And his hands have a nice color, and notice how we have done a great job over here, the drums and so on, we have all the details. Of course, guys, if you sit back and do it smoothly, not only about the concept but also about adjusting the gradient at 100%, you will have fantastic results. Your practice activity and your assignment. It's very important that you indulge in this assignment. Actually, it's very nice. Now, you want to take this clip, it's number 4 in the timeline for me, and you want to color correct it and a bit of color grading to turn it from what it is, okay, that's how it is, to this one, the new one. Now, you're not gonna get it at 100%, but you can try, and you can try to make it even better. I'll take you through the steps of what I have done. Maybe you can do even much better. I put them all off, put the first one on, that's the original one. In the first node, or the second node, I color corrected over here. So I adjusted the whites and the blacks and balanced the colors. And notice I have a very bright area that later on I color corrected through a window, and you guess what kind of window is that. The next step was to use saturation and a bit of contrast to adjust a bit the colors. The last step, and the most interesting, I added a window to bring up this piece here, this piece of glass. If you play, you notice it's moving a bit, so there is no need of complicating with tracking or stories. You can just put a window over here and play with the gain and the lift, so you can get this kind of colors. This is before, and this is after. It's nice to bring it up. Now, I brought it up to be a bit dark. Maybe you can do much better. So this is your assignment, and please indulge in bringing the beautiful colors here, and maybe you can add more windows, work something out, make it beautiful. Go to your delivery page, render the video. Learning how to use the RGB curves always seems hard, but I made it very easy for you here. You will learn all about the custom curves to start with, even how to do color correction with curves. You will also learn how to work with all the other curves, such as the hue versus hue, the luma versus saturation, and all the rest. Remember that the RGB curves is a very useful and interactive tool that will help you adjust colors and create impressive color grades. By the end of this section, please feel free to experiment as much as you can with the RGB curves. Let's explore together the curves. If you are on high resolution, the curve icon, or the one that brings the curve region, is just over here. If you are on low resolution, it will look something like this, and you can select the curves. I go back, and then I bring in the parade. Now, if you come to custom, you will notice that you have 6 kind of curves that you can use. Hue versus hue, luma versus saturation, and so on. They are very interesting and very powerful to control your colors. You could select the one you want to work with just from here, or click on the buttons here and cycle through, decide which one you want to work with. I'll come back to custom curve. Now, within curve, you can control the highlights, that is the top right corner. You can control the shadows, that is the bottom left. And in between here, you will control the midtones. For example, if I click on the point for the highlights and take it down, I will be taking down the highlights. If I go towards the top left, I will be taking up the highlight. So this is down and this is up. By moving the highlights, you notice you did not affect the shadows at all. Now, if you click on the shadows and take it to the right, you will be taking down the shadows. If you take it up, you will be taking up the shadows. And notice you affected the shadows without affecting any of the highlights. Now if you come in the middle here and just click, you create a new point. With this new point in the middle, you can control the midtones. So if you take it up or down, you will be controlling the midtones. Notice that you did not affect the shadows or the highlights. If you want to remove this point, all you have to do is to right click on it and it's gone. Now notice that when you take the highlights down or up if you like, and you take the shadows down or up, you are also affecting the midtones. Unless you have a point in the middle, I will reset that, put a point over here, and now you can control the highlights without affecting the midtones, and you can control the shadows without affecting the midtones. I will reset this. Now, why do we use curves if we can do all this work within the primary wheels? That's because of control or precision controls. You can add a point to control, for example, the midtones and take it up. But also you can add more points and adjust the curve the way you would like, and subsequently your colors, so you have much more precision and much more controls over the colors the way you would want to control them. I will reset all this. Now notice here you have a chain link. When it's on, it means all these colors are linked to a single curve. So now we can see only the Luma curve or the white curve if you like, but if you move it, you will also be moving the red, green, blue curves. I will reset that and remove the chain link. By default, it will go to the Luma here, the Y. So now when you work on the Luma, because the chain link is off, you are only working on the Luma curve, and the red, green, blue remain unchanged. You can select the red, for example, and start working on the red alone. That's because the chain link is off. Okay, you can see the red. You can select the green, or because you can see the green over here, you can just click on it and start working. And now you can see the blue, and you can click and start working on the blue and adjusting the colors the way you would like. I will reset all this. Within curves, you should notice that if you select a point and go towards the right bottom corner, this corner over here, you will be taking down the colors. Here in this case, we are taking down the highlights. And it works also for the shadows. If you click and go towards the right bottom corner, you are taking down the shadows, as you can notice from the graph. If you're working with the midtones, going towards the right bottom also will decrease the midtones or take them down. If you go towards the top left corner, you will be increasing or taking up the colors. Here you are. You can see it on the graph. Also for the highlights, you can do the same. And then if you have a midtone, you will be increasing the midtones here. Let's take this one here and this one here. You can see it on the graph now. You are really taking up the midtones. So the right bottom is about decreasing or taking down. The top left is about increasing or taking up. I will reset all this. Now in the next lecture, we'll see about the other options that we have over here and the soft clip. Because you already know about color correction, how to get the highlights and the shadows and lift a bit the midtones or adjust them, then it will be interesting for now to try your hand to do color correction for this image using the curves. So we have the parade here. I don't know if you would like to use the waveform. At this stage of the course, I think you can make the right choice. But I will use parade because I can see all the red, blue, green. Usually with curves is always the parade. From the graph, you notice you need to lift the highlights and take down the shadows. Before you start, make sure that you have the link is on. Okay, mine was off. So you're using the three colors at the same time. Then you click on the Luma point for highlights and you drag it up. Towards the left, of course, is going up. So you can decide where you want to stop. I will stop just over here. Notice I have a problem with the blue. I need to lift the blue a bit. Let's work with the shadows. Of course, you click on the point for shadows. You take it down. That is towards the right. And the shadows now are cool. Actually, you're having very good correction. Now we need to work with the midtones. So notice what you have here. If you go up here and take it up, notice which part you are taking up. It's mainly this part over here on top. I will cancel this. If I go down for the midtones and take it up, notice what I'm taking up. It's mainly this part over here. So you have the choice here to decide which part you want to take up and which part do you want to take down. So I will come in the middle here, click and take it up. Okay, that's my decision. Maybe you'll find something better. I'm looking also at the image over here. It's brightening up. It's quite cool. So we have this portion here. Should we take it up? You'll notice here you have a lot of concentration of colors. It is this part over here. If it doesn't work, you don't care. You remove the point, then put another one and start working. Here we are, we're lifting up. Are we getting good results? Actually, we are. There's something important also. I'm recording through my monitor, but the recorder I'm using Camtasia maybe is not taking all the colors at 100%. So there will be a difference between the colors that I'm looking at on my monitor, which is somehow calibrated, and the one you are receiving through Camtasia, the website, and then through your monitor. So actually this graph with you might look different on your monitor. For me, it's okay. For you guys, you need to do the graph to see exactly how things are appearing for you. Within the curves, let's look at the other options. You have the possibility to copy a curve to another curve. For example, we know that these curves are identical. So if you remove the chain and change one curve, for example, I will take the Luma just for example, then I would like the red to become exactly like the Luma. The best way to do it is to select the curve you want to copy from and then come to the menu and say, okay, copy to red. The red did not disappear, in fact. If you click on red only, you will notice the red now, it's identical to the Luma. You can select the red now and decide the red you want to copy it to the green. And here you are, the green is exactly like the red, like the Luma, and so on. Now there is a nicer option here, which is editable splines. I will select it. And notice what happened. When you select a point now, it has two handles. If you click on one and start moving it, you can adjust 100% your curve. And notice now you are having Bezier curves, and then you can do any adjustment almost that you like. That's what's happening. The first one is only one single handle, and the last one is one single handle. It's all about precision and control and doing the graph the way you would like. I will set this graph. Then we are going to go to the next option, which is default anchors. But before, I will remove editable splines. And I'll go back and say add default anchors. Here you are. So notice what happens. It has added points in strategic areas, not randomly. And every 2 points will act as an anchor for the middle one. First point is about the high highlights or the upper highlights. You can select the point and just adjust the way you would like. Notice that the other 2 points are acting as anchors. So nothing in the curve is changed except what's under the control of this point. I will undo this another time. Then if you take the middle point over here, also the extremity points for this middle point are acting as anchors. Here you are. So actually now you are even more in control of the curve and how you want it to work. If you move a middle point, for example, the other 2 are acting as anchors. I will reset this one, put the chain again, so all the colors are linked. Go back and add default anchors, remove the chain, select the red. You have the same thing for each color now. You can move the red and work on the colors the way you would like. So this is how the curves is about precision, is about controlling the colors through a curve, doing all the color correction and all the color gradings that you need. From the curve, we have seen only a single curve, which is the custom curve. That's because you can customize it the way you would like. Let's look now at the hue versus hue. All you have to do is to select it, or you can go to the second point here. Hue versus hue. What does it mean? Actually, you can translate it into color versus color, meaning you're going to select a color from the curve and change it to another color. That's what it means. Remember when you played with the hue here, we are actually cycling through the colors, changing them from blue to red to blue again. Though you can put a point and another point and start playing with the curve. Well, that's very interesting. You change things almost randomly unless you know exactly what you're doing. I will reset. There are 2 ways mainly to work with the curves. You either select a color from over here, or with the color picker, you select a color from within your image. Let's start from the colors here. Notice the colors. You have the primary colors, red, green, and blue. Okay, I skipped one in between. Then you have the secondary colors, that is yellow, cyan, magenta. And notice the color wheel over here. Red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, magenta. Exactly like this. So you're not going far. This is not random. So you could select a color from here and change it to another color. I will click on the yellow. Notice what happened. 3 points were created. The extremity points are the range of the yellow from over here to over here. The middle point is the yellow. And actually you will change the middle one, and the other two will act as anchors. So if I click here, I'm changing now the yellow towards purple. Here you are. So you notice I changed to purple wherever was yellow. In fact, we are selecting only one node, which is this node, and we are working just over here. Then you can go down and select another color for the yellow. Now the yellow has become green. You can decide how do you want it, and also you can add more points. Okay, so let's go like this. So now we have different kind of colors. So the yellow range now is 2 ranges if you look at it. Now it's 3 ranges if you like, something like this. Okay, don't be very happy about the curves. Maybe the influence is not better. To remove a point, all you have to do is to right click on it, and you can remove the last one if you like. Then you can come back and put another point and just move it. I'm explaining this because it applies to all the other curves. I will reset this one. Let's select the red now. You notice here you have the 2 anchor points. Okay, these are the extremity. Because the red will extend from this point, it goes forward and it turns around to this one. So you can imagine how the line comes here and then it turns around to the line. So the anchor points are this one and this one. So the right extremity is this point and the left extremity is this point. So if I grab the red, I can take it up, and notice how it's coming up from both sides of the graph. Now I'm changing whatever is red, I'm changing it. Now it's purple, and down maybe it's gonna be green. Beautiful. Notice every single pixel that has red here has been changed to green. That's pretty powerful. Of course, you can come around and start playing and doing other stories if you like to. I will reset this one. Let's select, for example, the green. Now you have the 2 extremities and the green in between. I will move it up and down. And when you see nothing happening, it means this area or this image that you have doesn't have any green or doesn't have any influence within the green. Okay, so really you're not changing anything. Notice the graph is not moving. So I will reset it. Let's take the blue just to show you. This is the range of the blue, and then you can go up and down and nothing is changing because blue influence here is almost nil. The second way to change the colors is to select your color from the screen. Now we are on this node and we're working on this part. For example, I'm gonna take the red over here. Now notice how it's narrower because I'm not selecting all the red. I'm selecting a specific color over here. And this is the range of the color I have selected, the 2 extremities. I can click on it and take it up. Notice what's changing. Notice that there is a difference between what she's wearing and the color. It wasn't like this before. Then I click and drag it down. Notice how the change are. Of course, you can take it left and right the way you would like. Now, if it's not good for you like this, you are missing something, you can extend the range of the color. Here you are. Okay, so if this point starts moving with you, no problem. My mouse is very sensitive. You can just come to the hue rotate here, select the point, come over here, type 0. You are back to 0 here. Now we go back and we can change what you want. Notice when I extended the range of the 2 extremities, some other colors started to change around. This is because we have more range here. If you can click and go to the other side, so now the point is over here. Okay, I'm adding very much of the range. I go back and put it 0 so it doesn't move, and then other range now is being changed. Let's come to the first node here and select the red over here. Notice how narrow it is. Then I'm gonna change the color. Here you are. So it's changing the color of the butterfly. It's keeping some kind of red here. I can extend the range. Here you are. And notice what's happening. This is narrowing the range. This is extending it. I'll put it back to 0. And you are changing the range of these red colors over here. I reset it. I will add a new node. Come with the color picker and select the red. So now we're taking the whole image with the last node. And the red here, I'm gonna increase it. Here you are. Let's extend a bit the range, just from here a bit, to include all the butterfly, and even from here, put it back to 0. Then notice we have changed all the red towards purple and stories like this. Okay, pretty cool and pretty nice. So when your editor will come and tell you, or the chief editor come and tell you, this girl was dressed in red, make her dressed in blue, this is how you do it. Hue versus hue. But also there are other methods that I will show you. So this is about hue versus hue, and I talked a lot because I love it. It's very interesting. And actually, when you shoot a video, mainly at home, and you change the color of the clothes, they're all like, I don't have this shirt. The next curve in line is hue versus saturation. What does it mean? Hue is color, and saturation you have seen, it saturates the colors, if you like, make more colors or less colors. Okay, that's a naive explanation. So hue versus saturation means select a color and increase or decrease its saturation. As usual, you can come to one of the colors here, primary or secondary. I will choose, for example, the yellow. And then you have the 3 points as usual. The 2 extremities define the range of the yellow we have selected. And the middle one is the color itself. You can click on it and take it up. You will increase the saturation, as you can see. Of course, you can take it left or right and decide exactly what kind of saturation you want. I will reset this. Also, you have the possibility to select a color, and I'm gonna take it up. This is the yellow again. And over here, you have a button that says turn it into Bezier. Look at it. Now you have the Bezier handles where you can influence more the range or create, kind of a graph where the range is less influenced even rapidly. And this one, for example, less influenced coming up towards the color. I already said that. You also can use the picker. If you come to the on-screen control, select the qualifier. And for example, let's select this red over here. And let's take it up. You notice you are increasing the saturation on this red. Is becoming some orange stories like this. And you can make it almost gray if you like to. That's pretty cool over here. Let's reset this. Take this node where we deal only with this side. And take this color and make it gray. So lady now is dressed in gray. Now one more note, saturation here, the default or the middle line is 1. Also you can select a point. You can increase the hue range. Here you are. Or the hue input. You can select the other one. And instead of playing with the graph, you can just scrub here and you change the range and the point position. Now you can click and change the saturation the way you would like. That's it. Let's see about hue versus luma. This is the fourth one. And it says here, take the color and adjust its luminosity or its brightness. For example, I can take the yellow and you have the 3 points. The extremities are the range and the middle one is the color. I can click on it and increase the brightness of the yellow. If you notice, from very bright, it became completely white, to very dark, here you are, it became almost black. You can also, using the qualifier just over here, select a color or a range of color. Let's take another one from here. And let's select, for example, this color red. And increase its brightness or decrease it until it's totally black. Now, this is pretty cool. Over here, we changed her clothes already several times. You can take yellow, for example. It's over here. And then increase its brightness, as you can see, or decrease its brightness. All the other things apply the same. But the hue versus luma is very interesting when you want to change the luminosity or the brightness of a certain color within the curve. The luma versus saturation curve is very important and extremely useful. You can control the saturation for a certain brightness or certain luminosity. So you select your brightness, Luma, and change its saturation. The curve itself comes with two already set points. On the left, you are controlling the shadows. You will add the saturation for the shadows or remove the saturation from the shadows. On the right, you will be controlling the saturation for the highlights. You add saturation for the highlights or you remove the saturation for the highlights. In the middle here, you will be controlling the saturation for the midtones. If you add a point, you can take it up to add saturation for the midtones, take it down to remove saturation from the midtone. As you can see here, some shadows still have some colors and some highlights also still have some colors, but the midtones colors have disappeared. You have also here 2 points. One will set a point for the shadows and one will set the point for the highlights. So from the first point on the left to the black point, it is the shadows, and from the first point on the right to the white point that you added is the highlights. You can come now in the middle, add a point, and control the midtones even more without touching the shadows or the highlights. And this is the most important thing within Luma versus saturation. Of course, you can add now more points and narrow down the saturation the way you would like to control it. For example, something like this. You remove loss of saturation for certain parts of the midtones. That is, for example, is over here and over here. And you increase the saturation just in the middle here. So Luma versus saturation, it's an important curve that will control for you the saturation for selected brightness. The last curve is saturation versus saturation. And it's a very important curve to balance saturation within your image. The point here is to select all the colors that have a certain degree of saturation and change their saturation. So you're selecting according to the level of saturation and then changing the saturation. The curve comes with 2 points. On the left, it represents the least saturated. You can see it from the color black, which means no colors, no saturation if you like, or the least saturated. On the right is the most saturated. You can see it because you have white, it means you have colors here, so it is saturated. This curve can solve the big problem of balancing saturation within your frame. For example, if you come over and add saturation, you notice it's adding saturation to all the colors. The one that are oversaturated and the one that are saturated and the one that are not saturated. So actually it's a uniform increase, which doesn't work in this case. I will reset it. The way to solve the problem and to get a balanced saturation is to come over to the left where you have the least saturation and take it up. Don't take it up too much, just take it up over here. So what do you notice? You notice that certain colors that are not so saturated, you increase the saturation, like the lady over here. You then go to the most saturated, just on the right here. You click on it and take it down. So all the colors that are very saturated, we are going to take down the saturation. Don't take it down to the maximum because it will become now grayscale. Let's put it just in the middle here. So actually you decreased the saturation for the over-saturated and you increased the saturation for the undersaturated. And now somehow you have a balance here. If you now increase the saturation itself, you are almost increasing uniformly. Of course, you need to work on the curve here. So actually, saturation versus saturation will help you to balance the saturation within your frame. You can decrease the saturation on the oversaturated and increase the saturation on the undersaturated. Using qualifiers or secondary color correction is the key to creative color correction and color grading. It's about isolating certain regions from your video using certain elements such as the colors themselves, their brightness or saturation, or even collecting color info from your video. It will take some training from you to fully master them. But then you will not be able to survive color grading and amazing looks without qualifiers. You will cover here the 4 methods in qualifiers: HSL, RGB, Luma, and 3D. Each one of them will give you a certain color isolation depending on what you are working on. You will also learn about mattes, how to refine them, remove grains, shrink them to get the very right isolation you need. I'll also give you an example on how to remove green screen with HSL and 3D. Qualifiers or secondary color correction. Secondary color correction or qualifiers in DaVinci Resolve is about isolating a specific part of the image or a specific subject, for example, using certain color components such as hue, saturation, luminance, or actually drawing it on the screen. You can even create areas using the RGB colors. After you have isolated the subject, you would have created a key. On this key, you will be able to use any color correction to change whatever is needed in terms of colors, luminance, hue, saturation, whatever you like, and using your curves or the primary wheels. Now, practically, you will use the qualifier palette, where you have 4 options here: HSL, RGB, Luma, and 3D. Using the qualifier palette, you will define a key or a match if you like. And then when this is well defined and you have refined it, you can go back and use whatever color corrections you have at your disposal to be able to change the colors the way you would like. For example, here I have done just an example for you. We'll do it together again. We have changed the colors from green. You notice the beautiful green here. Well, the director wanted it a very monotonous, something like autumn and so on, with a future behind there. And this one, for example, you will notice that we removed the green from here and replaced it with also something, monotonous or autumn if you like. Then we will work together on working on the eyes of this guy to make them from this color to something green. So the concept goes like this. You will use the qualifier palette and use any of the 4 if you like. And then you define a key. This is the key here. And then you refine the key. And then you apply your color corrections the way you would like. So actually, that's it. It's very easy, very simple. You can also use it to do green screen keying if you like to. In the next lecture, we'll jump in and we'll start with the 101 for qualifiers, which is the HSL. Let's start with our first clip. I removed the grading I have done as a demo before, and together we are going to start afresh. Our mission is very easy. We are going to select the green grass and change its colors. First of all, we will select our green grass and refine our selection, including every part and excluding the parts that we don't want from the green. Then we're going to have a matte and we are going to refine this matte, then play on the color correction that we want. For this, we are going to use the HSL qualifier. The HSL qualifier is based on the hue, saturation, luminance. That's why it's HSL. The hue is the color you are going to select. The saturation is the saturation of the colors that you are going to select. Luminance is the luminance of the range of colors you are going to select. And then from here, you can adjust your selection. Let's start. You have here 3 pickers. The picker itself, that's the one you start with, the remove color picker, and the add color picker. So we start by selecting a certain color, then we can add and remove, and of course we can adjust the values over here. Now please guys, if you select the plus and try to get something, it won't work. So make sure you are selecting the picker. On the right side here, you can remove softness and add softness. I will show you how it works. On this side, you have 2 tabs, tab number 1, tab number 2. It is about the matte finesse. You are going to refine the matte using these properties over here. So let's start by picking a color. I would like you to select the picker and do not click once. Click and drag. I will start in the dark green here and move. Notice how it's adjusting the colors or the choice of hue, saturation, and luminance. I will undo. Let's say I start from here and go over here. You notice how they are working and being adjusted. So what do we have here? From the hue, it has selected this range of colors. You can see the green over here. From the saturation, it has selected this range of saturation according to the first pick. And it has selected a certain luminance. Now, how do you know what has been selected? You go to the highlights here and you put it on. In the highlights, you have two options. You have the options for the highlight. It will show you gray and colors. Gray meaning all the colors you have not selected, and whatever color you are seeing here are the colors you have selected. The black and white is the matte, and we are going to work on it later. So we'll go to gray here, and we notice what hasn't been selected and what has been selected. In the qualifier, you can start working here. You can click and change the selection. Here you are. Now we are selecting blue. Okay, now we are selecting green. Not our purpose. But also you can extend the selection. You can click over here and extend it. Okay. Or you can come to the width and extend it from here. Now notice when you extend it, you add. When you shrink it, you remove colors selected. So I think the way we were was the best. Then you have the softness. Notice here what's going to happen when I change the softness. It means it's going to soften your selection. Notice some colors are disappearing here, but not all the colors are disappearing. It's only the softness. I will undo. The symmetry here, if you take it up, it will work on the left side for the softness. Take it down, it works on the right side of the softness. I'll put it back to 50. Saturation. This is the saturation of the selected colors. But you can add saturation and decide like I want more saturated colors to be selected. Not much is happening in our case when we take the high up. This is the high. But if you take the low up, it means the low saturation will be eliminated. You are narrowing the saturation selection. Not good at all for us. I think we are cool here. Luminance, if you notice, is not going to do much effect unless you go for high values or lower values or something like this. Luminance is not effective in our case here. Now the best way is to come back to the picker and decide to add colors. For example, we need to select this range of colors here. So I'll click and just drag. It's okay. Then add these colors. I don't want the three here, but I want this guy. So now you have created your matte and you want to refine this matte. Now usually what I do, I put off the highlights and just increase the hue or play with it. So I have a certain change. Now I can know very well what has been selected, what hasn't been selected. Notice this tree is going to be very outstanding and we have selected these colors here. Let's try to deselect them. It's not going to work. And you notice too much has been deselected. So I have my own matte using the hue. I will undo the hue. Up to now, we have completed the qualification for the colors, or we completed the selection of the colors. In the next lecture, we're going to work with the matte and refine the matte. Let's start refining the matte. Put on the highlights and go to the real matte, which you can find by clicking on highlight black and white just here. So this is the matte. Now you want to refine this matte. You want to make it, smoother if you like. Of course, you come to the matte finesse in the tab 1. The first option is denoise. Now notice how the white is very coarse or the black is very coarse here. Denoise will make it smoother. So the selection is somehow being blurred at the end here. And it's very useful, by the way. Then you have clean black. It's about cleaning the black. If you had some dots of black here, notice here we have some dots of black inside, but that's clean white. And let's try the clean black and see exactly what happens. Okay, I'm increasing the clean black and it's shrinking a bit. So I think clean black is cool. Just increase it a bit here. I'm looking at these dots. Actually, it increases the black within your matte. Now, of course, I know that you already know whatever is black is not selected and whatever is white is selected. Sorry, I forgot to mention this. It's exactly like the other one, okay? You notice? So what is white is selected, what is black is not selected. Now let's clean up the white. So these dots must disappear. Okay, fine. I think we are doing a good job here. Then you have the blur radius. The blur radius is about blurring the contour of the white. I'll show you that later on. You can come to tab 2 and here you have the mode. You can shrink, grow or opening and closing. If you select shrink, of course you're going to shrink the matte. It means you're going to shrink the white. Here you are. I will undo this and then we'll come back here when we have done quite some job inside. My matte is okay. I'm gonna go back to original one and add the hue and see exactly what is happening. In fact, we have done a great job, except that some of them, the trees, are being selected. Well, you can sit back and play with the hue, saturation, and the matte finesse to be able to remove these colors. So now let's give it the right colors that we want. I will reset the hue and I want to go towards brown. Here you are. Okay, not bad. Just here will do very well. Well, according to my monitor, it looks very nice. So now I did this, but it's not complete and some things have changed. Let's add an outside node, outside node here. And if you play with the hue, you will notice what you have been selecting on the outside node. And if I play with the hue, I will notice what the outside node is controlling, the sky and so on. You can do some adjustment, but of course you're going to affect the sky. So maybe we leave it alone. We don't play with the hue. Well, we can play with the saturation a bit. We're going to saturate the sky a bit. Okay. And if you add some contrast also, it will affect. So this is before and this is after. I hope you learned a lot about the qualifier. Of course, in the next lecture, we're going to see RGB from another clip, and it's going to be easier because you already know a lot of these things. In the previous lecture, guys, we work on the HSL qualifier, and we did our selection for the green and we got a certain result. In this lecture, we are going to work on the qualifier RGB, or the RGB qualifier. So what I've done, I duplicated the same clip and I removed all the gradients so we can see them side by side and decide on the difference of how the selection is being done between the two qualifiers, HSL and RGB. Let's start with the RGB. The concept here is to select certain colors that will contain a certain amount of red, certain amount of green, a certain amount of blue. For example, if I select over here, it's going to have this quantity or this amount of red and this amount of green and this amount of blue. It's not like you're going to select blue here, green here, and I don't know, some red over here. No, guys, it's going to be a single spot that has a certain range for red, green, blue. And of course, you have the same low, high, low, soft, and high, soft for all of them. Let's go ahead and start our selection. I will select and click, just one click over here. And then I'll bring the highlights, of course. So notice the selection now. It's almost perfect. It has selected the green that I want, even over here. And it has selected part of the trees. Notice even it has selected the shadow. So the selection for red, green, blue is a bit different. And that's what makes all the difference in the qualifier. They don't do anything different. Only the selection is different, and the way you can select is also different and can allow you or forbid you from doing certain selections. Now, since selection is good, you would want to refine it using the low soft and high soft for all the colors. I will start with the red here. Let's say if I increase it, I'm not seeing what's happening here. I'm deselecting certain areas. I don't like it. I will undo. I will go for the high soft and see what's happening. Absolutely nothing, and I will undo. Okay, so it's 1-1. Let's come to the green here. I can move the green and change this selection. Okay, that's too much. In fact, I'm gonna undo. I'm happy with that, but maybe I will increase the low soft. Not bad. I'm deselecting now. I can see that, but actually it's doing quite well. I don't mind this selection here. It's gonna still give you black and you will have the green. Let's play the video and see the whole selection. The road is very fine. Less is deselected from the trees here, which must give us a nice look. There is some deselection over here, no problem about it. Actually, I'm gonna use it. Okay, now let's go to the high soft and see exactly what's happening. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Okay, so I'm gonna put it back to 1. Let's come to the blue and try to stretch it. Notice what's happening. Start selecting a bit of the sky. Okay, and now we are deselecting more. That would be interesting. Actually, I like this selection because it's gonna give you some very nice colors over here. So actually, this is the method. Quite different from HSL, but still your selection is different. Something about videos, guys. No video is like the other. Even if it's shot in the same camera with the same lighting and same everything, you will always find differences. Some will work better with the HSL, some will work better with RGB, and some will be very feasible to work with Luma or 3D. So it's up to you to test and to experiment which one you want to use. There is no rule here except the results that you want to get. So let's go now to the matte, of course, and want to refine the matte. I play the video here. And you notice our matte is not bad and doesn't have much noise, except over here, for example, the noise is okay, meaning this dancing pixels if you like. I can denoise it a bit while it's playing. I like doing that sometimes. Okay, not bad at all. And I will stop it now because I want to see the black. I think the black is very clean. If I increase it also, it will be a bit better. I'm removing certain colors. Let's clean the white. Okay, no, I don't want. I want to keep this kind of look here where you have a mixture and here you have a mixture. The blur radius maybe will increase it a bit. Actually, this is very fine. I do not want to change the ratio of the in and out. Okay, it's pretty fine like this. I will cancel it. Come to number 2 here. We could shrink it a bit. Let's go for shrink and we go maybe for 1 or 2. That could give us a result. So if you play it, notice is a kind of noticing and knowing exactly what you're doing. I don't like it here. In fact, what I would like to do is to grow it looking at this. That's much better. Okay, notice here, I changed my mind. In fact, it's better to grow the matte. So I guess we have our matte and it's pretty beautiful. Let's go to the original now and let's change the hue. We want to get it around 64, 60 something. Let's check this one. It is 61. Let's come over here. Let's add it at 61. Are we getting the same results? So that's the previous clip. And that's the new clip. Well, actually, it's up to you to decide which one you like most. They are very much identical. This is the new one. And this is the old one. And it's like pretty cool, guys. I hope you understood the difference between HSL and RGB. In the next lecture, we are going to work amazingly with the Luma, which is very interesting. Let's work with the qualifier Luma, or the qualifier brightness. The qualifier Luma is exactly like the HSL with hue, saturation, and luminance, but hue and saturation are put off. And it isolates colors according to their luminance or their brightness. And this is very useful for these kind of videos where you have lots of contrast between the background and the foreground. So let's start here. I will take the picker and pick a certain color. Here you are, something like this. Then go to the matte itself. I don't even go here. It's okay. I can go directly to the black and white. And the matte is looking good, except his eyes maybe. Let's try low soft, increasing it. Okay, no, we are picking more of the eyes. I'm going to take it down just a bit. Okay, just a bit. And then try the low soft. Not bad at all. Then we're going to come to matte finesse and clean the black. Here you are. I'm trying to remove whatever is inside these eyes. Now let's clean the whites as much as possible. Fine, let's try with this matte and we see exactly if we get a good result. I'll go out from the highlights and I'm going to use the gain to add some yellow. Here you are. Well, it's working very fine. Notice pretty good because we're getting white, black and yellow over here. I'm going to increase it a bit. Increase a bit on the lift or the shadows or even red if you like to. Okay, yeah, that's giving him this dirty look or this very mean look. I think here we went too far. Let's put it back. We changed his colors, but he still look very natural. This is before and this is after. Now he's a yellow beast instead of a white bird. Here you are. If you play the video, yes, not bad at all. Well, the point here was to show you how the Luma will work, how you can work with contrast, in fact, with brightness. And this is a very good example. Of course, there are other things here you can do. The way you will qualify the colors or isolate the colors, you can have different results. Now, I worked on the whites. How about if you work on the blacks? Or try the shadows. Instead of selecting the whites like I've done here, you will select the blacks here. See exactly what's going to happen and how you can work with it. This was very easy about the luminance or the brightness, but please keep it in mind because sometimes it's extremely useful. I had to bring in a new video here that has a lot of colors so we can work on the Qualifier 3D. Now basically the Qualifier 3D has a different concept from the SSL and RGB in the way you do your qualification for the colors or the selection of the colors. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have a video where you want to select the blue and the red. Well, in this case you can make your graph just like this here, the bar, and let's move it over here. Whatever you turn this bar around, it really doesn't matter. You're gonna go through other colors. You're gonna select the blue, and to select the red, you will have to select the yellow and the green and the cyan. Quite a problem. Look at your mat over here. It almost selected everything. So in HSL and in RGB, you're always selecting a range. You are not selecting a color. When you go to the 3D qualifier, you have the possibility to select selected colors if you like. You have the option to show a path, meaning you are going to draw certain path from which you are going to pick or qualify the colors. You have two modes, the YUV and the HSL color modes. You can experiment which one works better for any video you're working with. And you have the softness. The way you select colors here is by clicking on the picker. You can always click on the plus over here. It will work in this case. And then make sure that the highlights are off so you can see the path you are drawing. And I'm gonna select something just like this over here. Okay? Go back to the highlights and you will notice that it has selected the colors that were in your path here and some other colors that will match. In the qualifier, there is a plus with a color. And you have the RGB for this color. So you notice this color has a lot of blue, 159 of green, and the red is 110. So this is the path for the first selection. Let's remove the highlights and let's take another path now. You can use the plus or the picker, it will work. And let's take, for example, the red. I'm gonna do something like this. You notice I'm doing it on the apple. Okay, now I added so much. And now, if you go to your highlights, two colors have been selected and they are not continuous. You notice selected red and blue. I'll go back to 3D. So here I have blue and red. There are two paths now. And you notice the plus sign. It means these are added. So actually we took a lot of colors here. We could delete this path and go back and draw another path. For example, this one over here. Okay, for the red. Actually, this is what we want. Now we have a different path and different colors. We go back to the highlights. Okay, this selection is much better. So this is the way you keep on adding path until you get the result that you want, independent if the colors are next to each other according to the color wheel. Let's say you want to add green now. For example, I will add green just for the sake of the example. Okay, look at my mat and here you are. Green has been added and you have the path being added. If you take, for example, a negative and decide that you don't want the floor over here, you can draw over it. Okay, we'll see the path now. And then remove the highlights. It's a red path, meaning it is minus. You are removing it from your color selection. Though it didn't remove much, but it gives you the point. You can take another minus, for example, and remove, let me see, this area over here. You say this one I don't want. So it has added a negative path, meaning I'm removing from there. If you look at it now, didn't do much, but you get my point. So this is the concept of 3D qualifier. You're just creating some path from which you can select the colors that you want or the colors that you don't want. Now all the time try to go from HSL to YUV and see exactly the results if you like them or not. It's actually very powerful, but I needed to give you some examples that are demonstrative of what I'm doing and not like we are working something serious. Because in the next lecture, we are going to try to use the 3D qualifier to remove colors from a green screen. That will be a bit practical. How do you remove green screen from a clip in DaVinci Resolve 15? We are going to try it now. Let's go to the edit page. And in the qualifier clips bin, you have a green screen here. You can click and drag and drop it on V2. It is on V2 because later on I'm going to take a background and put it on V1 and then, composite together. I'm going to delete now the background and go back to the color page. And in here, I want to try to remove the green screen and see exactly how I can get it perfect. Now, first of all, this is secondary colors, and you need to use the qualifier. You have several you can use: HSL, RGB, Luma Impossible, and 3D. Don't jump directly and say 3D. 3D could be easy to use and will give you good results. But actually, you are removing a single color, which is the green here. You want to isolate the green and remove it completely. So HSL could be very useful. Let's try. I select the picker and make sure the highlights is off and pick a certain color. I'm going to get nearer to the subject as much as possible. I think I will come near to the hair, just grab as much as I can. Okay, it's not moving. This is the color I got. If I go to the matte now, notice it has selected the green and it has deselected the subject. That's not exactly what we want. We want to select the green and remove it completely. So I will have to invert. Now let's go to our black and white. And by concept, we know that the white is what we have selected and the black is supposed to have become transparent. But actually, this is not happening in our output. This is because the output by default is set to composite. It will always composite whatever you have within the clip. You need to set a new output, which is an alpha output, meaning this output will make sure that whatever is transparent stays transparent on the output. To add an alpha output is very easy. You right click, says add alpha output. The blue one here is your alpha output. And you notice you have the blue square here. So it just makes sense to link the blue square, we talked about it, this for effects and stories like this, to the alpha output. Here you are, click and drag, pull it over here. Now we're getting some results, but we still have some green, of course, we need to work on. Now, if you decide like, okay, I have the alpha output and that's what I want, I'm going to delete the upper one, the link. Now the whole work is gone. This is because though there are two outputs, they're going to composite. And you're going to take the alpha and add it to the subject, like in the qualification here, and they will composite and you will have a single output. This said, let's start cleaning up our matte. So I selected this green color and it's okay. I like to try again. Okay, maybe this is better. Try again over here. It's pretty rough, by the way. I'm gonna go next to his hair. We tried this. Then we are going to start cleaning the matte. I will clean the black. Now, if you clean the white, that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna increase on the borders. You see the borders here? So maybe we forget about cleaning the white for now. You can blur the radius. Notice how you are blurring the radius on the surrounding, something you don't want to do. You can shrink it in and out. I was going to shrink it in and see the effect. I don't want to eat the ears or something, okay, or take out the details. I think that will be cool. Let's come back to number 2, and we have shrink here, and let's put 2. It's working a bit. Now, we still have some colors here. How about if you add this color without doing a disaster? Okay, that worked fine. Not bad at all. Let's go now to the matte itself. I'm gonna go back and clean up the white just a bit. And then go back to normal. I don't have any noise. It's working very fine. So the HSL qualifier can work from time to time on your videos and you can have good results. Let's go back to the timeline and take our background and then extend it. We go back to the color page. And of course, we wanted to work on the clip itself. So I'm going to select this clip over here. Go to the primary. Just try to give it more color, more vibrance if you like. Something like this to merge with the background. This looks nice. So we have done the green screen using HSL. So please, I beg you, do not disregard the qualifier HSL to remove green screen. Sometimes it's extremely useful. In the next lecture, I'm going to show you how to remove the same green screen with the 3D qualifier. And it's going to be fun. In the previous lecture, we used the HSL qualifier to remove the green screen from this clip and we put a certain background. In this lecture, I want to show you how to use the 3D qualifier to remove the green screen. Actually, it's going to be a bit easier, but it depends on you and depends really on your video later on. I want to show you both methods and you decide which one is good for your videos. So let's start here with the 3D. I will select, and the way I work is to create short path around the subject. Short because if I want to delete them later, I'm not deleting everything. Don't go doing like this, so it won't work. So I will invert it now and select more. So I'm adding another path here, and maybe I'll select one here. Not bad, it's getting better, and one here. So actually you feel free to add all the path that you want to add. This one I think it's a bit far. I want to take it nearer, so I'm gonna come over here. So this kind of short path is much better. Please don't do something like this or like this. Okay, that's not real. Let's go back now to the matte. It looks good here. Let's go to the matte black and white and let's clean the blacks. You notice there is a lot of noise. So I'll stop over here and clean the black. That's it. That's pretty cool. Okay, and let's go back to the normal view. It's looking pretty good, though the subject has moved. You don't worry about it. And actually, we have done a great job. So the key or the most important thing in the 3D key is the path you are going to draw. Now, if you do short path, it will be even much better. I think this is even excellent and we didn't take much work. Maybe you want to shrink a bit the radius here. I think it's done. Let's go back to the timeline and take the background, press Alt and just duplicate it, or Option on the Mac, and you click and drag. Go back to our color page, and actually we remove the path. We have done a great job here. You know the trick now, you know how to work on the finesse, and you know how to do it very right. So it's up to you now to refine your matte, to work with the colors, maybe make them a bit better. Make sure you're selecting the right clip. Okay, we take down a bit the gain and take down the shadows a bit. So we give them some spirit and we try to merge them with the background. Your assignment for this section is to change the color of the eyes of this bird. This is before and you want to change it to any color you would like. Try to use HSL qualifier and the 3D qualifier. Also try your hand on the RGB. It's pretty easy, but you will get used a bit on the qualifiers and how to use them. In the next lecture, it will be a tutorial and I will give you 2 examples of how you could change the eyes here. So please guys, jump in and start creating and start changing the color of the eyes of this guy. Make them beautiful, make them green, whatever you like, and do the right qualification for the color. Our mission here is to change the color for the eyes of this bird. Okay, you can make them blue, green, whatever you like. So let's put it in the timeline. I'll click and drag and drop it inside the timeline. Okay, I'll take the sound only selected and press backspace to delete it. Now I want to show you 2 ways. So I press Alt and just click and drag and then I duplicate the clips. Go back to the color page, select this clip. Get the guy to be looking at us. I will start by using the HSL qualifier. I'm going to zoom in and then start selecting. I will select the bright areas. Here you are, just like this. Go to the matte, see exactly what I selected. Actually, it's not bad. We need to clean the black from outside and clean the white to make it a bit bigger. Then I'm going to make it a bit bigger, the input-output ratio. I will go to the second tab and go from shrink to grow and make the radius a bit bigger. Okay, I like this. Now I'm gonna change the color, the hue, and put it to this color. Let's remove the brightness. Here you are, is not bad. This is gonna stay black, that's the way it is. Let's go to 100% and play our video to see exactly if you have done a good job. Actually, it's pretty neat. I hope you have done this before you come to this lecture. Now I'll take the second one here and I will go now to the 3D and make the guy look at us. Zoom in the same way we have done before. Use the Alt to bring it over here, Shift to take it down, and then I'm gonna start using the picker. So I will draw a line just around here. Not bad. I could draw a line just over here. Let's see if this will work. Go to the matte, and we selected too many colors. Let's reset. I'm gonna draw just over here, and then that's over here. Let's go and see what we selected. Not bad. If I go back to the matte, it's okay. Let's now clean the black from the outside, clean the white from the inside. Let's see the whole image. We didn't select anything else. So let's go for the hue now, make it somehow green, and go back to the normal one. This is our selection. We remove show path, and if you play, you have a very nice bird now. He has green eyes, and it's very beautiful. Actually, guys, this is to demonstrate to you how easy it is to work with DaVinci Resolve and the qualifiers. In this section, you will learn how to stabilize a shaky video, and how to use the blur tab and the sizing tab, how to track using cloud tracking or point tracking. DaVinci has one of the best trackers in the video industry. It's very efficient and usually used with Windows to track certain regions for the purpose of color grading or even color correction. Stabilizing your video. We have here a pretty shaky video, and we want to stabilize it. To stabilize your video, you will come to Tracker, and then from the Tracker, the options here, Window, Stabilizer, you select Stabilizer. Now this is the Stabilize button. It will analyze and stabilize your video in one click. You have 3 modes to stabilize: perspective, similarity, and translation. Each one of them will give you a different result depending on your footage. So if perspective is not the result that you want, you can choose similarity or translation. I will stick to perspective and click on stabilize to stabilize the video. Notice it's analyzing and stabilizing at the same time. Let's go to the beginning and play our video and see the result. You have here the option for camera lock. If you check it, DaVinci Resolve is going to assume that your camera has been on a tripod, is not moving at all. I will uncheck it and play the video. I want you to notice behind here how the door is moving. Okay, so the camera is moving. Now let's put it on a tripod. That's camera lock. Stabilize again. And if you play, you will notice now behind here there is no movement at all from the door, or very smooth movement. That's because the camera is considered to be on a tripod. How does the DaVinci Resolve work on your video to stabilize it? Let's play the video a bit. I will disable stabilization, bypass it. You notice that when I enable it, there is a kind of zoom. Notice this is without it and this with it. If you remove the zoom and keep the stabilization, if you play, you will notice that it's actually moving your video in 3D space, and you have these black areas here. And with the zoom on, they will be cropped out, and of course there is a zoom in. If you remove the camera lock, you will have 2 options here that will be highlighted. The cropping ratio. This is how much it's allowed to crop to fix the zoom. For example, if I take it towards 1, you notice now it did not crop so much, it adjusted the zoom so you have more shakiness. If you take it to 0.25, that's the maximum in our case, stabilize it again. You notice now the cropping is at its maximum, and there is quite some stability. For this video, for example, we can go for camera lock. That's what we should have done. Put it on the tripod and then stabilize. And here you are, you have a perfectly still video, and it's quite fast to use the stabilization. So this is about stabilization, and I hope it was useful for you. If you have any shaky video, you can use it from over here. In DaVinci Resolve, you have the possibility to add windows and to track these windows using the tracker. So within the tracker, you don't go to stabilizer of FX, you go to window. Let's do an example. Let's add the window first. We will add a circle and just make it bigger to cover all her face. Let's make the feathering even bigger, or the softness. Let's rotate it a bit. So you adjust your window. Notice I am on the first frame. So now let's say this is okay. This is what you want to track. I'll make it a bit bigger, take it down. I get her chin, and okay, I think this is cool a bit, not much. I would work on it more, but that's okay for our example. After you set up the window, you go to the tracker, and from the frame where you have set your window, you start tracking. You can track backward or forward. In our case, we are going to track forward because we are on the first frame, and you can track the pan, the tilt, the zoom, the rotate, and the 3D. Actually, you have two kinds of trackers, the cloud tracker and the point tracker. And you have clip and frame. Actually, you will use this after you have done the tracking. I will click to track, and notice these small crosses here are the tracking points, and DaVinci is using them to track her face. Some of them are outside the area that you are interested in. You could eliminate them. We see that later. It's no big deal. In fact, it's going to track it at 100%. Now it has finished tracking, so you can come back and play your video. I will play backward to show you, and notice that the window is quite stuck to her face the way we have adjusted. Now you notice here you have your tracking data. The purple one is about the zoom, and actually it hasn't been used at all. If you zoom in just from here, you will notice that you have the other tracking data. You have the pan, green, the tilt that is somehow blue, and you have the zoom, it went up, and you have the rotate over here, and 3D does not exist because we don't have any 3D. So now you have done the tracking, but somehow down there you want to adjust the window a bit. You have two options. You have the clip and the frame options. If you are on the clip option and you adjust it, it's going to adjust on the whole clip. So if you go backward or forward, wherever you go, the adjustment that you have done to the window will be for the whole clip. I will undo that. But if you are in the frame mode, that's going to be interesting. Let's come over here, for example, at 3 seconds and decide that you want to shrink or rotate it a bit. So I will rotate it just like this randomly, it doesn't matter. And I will shrink it a bit. Now the changes that you have done here are keyframed. You can see a keyframe over here. You have a keyframe in the beginning, keyframe at the end, and you have this keyframe here. Actually, the frame level is gonna interpolate the changes that you have done from the previous keyframe. That's the first keyframe. And if you play, notice how it's gonna change and move the window according to the next keyframe. You notice, guys, in fact, I didn't have to do any more tracking. It did it automatically. You can navigate through keyframes using the keyframe navigator here. So if I come over here and I decide, okay, I want to make it smaller. Okay, we're taking an example. Notice what's going to happen. From the beginning, it's going to start interpolate for all the keyframes. So at this point here, it's going to get smaller. Notice we are at this time. And then, of course, it's continuing later on. So notice how it's working on the tracker here. Right? So this is the first interpolation for this keyframe. And then you have another interpolation. So actually, tracking and animating the tracker is very easy, very simple, and you can do any changes that you want. I will undo the two keyframes here, and let's add some color adjustments. For example, I will take up the gain, make her face brighter, take down the shadows, okay? Now she's looking a bit different. Then you can create an outside node. That's what we usually do. And in the outside node, now you will adjust the environment from outside. I'm gonna do something just like this, you know, take it down even more and take the rifts down. Okay, so she's looking like, I don't know, outstanding, whatever you like. Let me come back to the node. If the tracker is not working very fine with you, you can decide to remove the pan, the tilt, the zoom, any one of them, and do another tracking. So actually, it's very easy to use the tracker in DaVinci Resolve, and I encourage you to start tracking. We didn't do a great job here because we're talking about the tracker. The point tracker. Within the tracker, in window, of course, you will go to cloud tracker or point tracker. The cloud tracker will track a whole region or a surface. The point tracker, on the other hand, will track a single point. It is very useful when things are getting mixed up within the window and you're losing the tracking. Let's see how it works. First of all, you have to add a window. And then I will add here just a circle window, for example. Just put it anywhere. It really doesn't matter where you put it. If you want to use the point tracker later on, you can adjust it the way you would like. I'll just put it over here. Then you come back to the tracker itself and select a point tracker. Now, if you try to track now, it will tell you no live features to track. This is because you need to select a single point to track. And the way to do that is by using the Add Track Point just over here. You click on it and you have a blue cross opening for you, and this is the track point. This is the point that's going to be tracked. You can adjust it the way you would like and put it on any spot you deem that's what you want to track. Okay, I will do something like this to see it. So now I want to track this single point just over here, this white point. Then if you go back to 100%, let's see it clearly, and you start tracking, you notice that it's tracking whatever you put on this point and is disregarding everything else. And also you notice that the window is following the track point over here. Now it has completed. If you come and play, notice that the window is following the track point. Now, as simple as this, you can set your window the way you would like, whatever you like. Let's say you want to put something on the forehead, or you want to play around. Okay, something just like this, just to show you. Now, if you play, you will notice that the window is following the track point that you have tracked. Okay, this is about the track point. It's very useful from time to time when things get confusing when you're tracking the whole window. How to introduce blur, sharpness, or mist to your video. In the blur tab, you will have three options: blur, sharpen, and mist. Let's stick to blur first, and you have a radius, horizontal and vertical ratio, and the scaling. The scaling will work only in sharpen and mist. On the radius, if you go up, you will be introducing blur. If you go down, you will be introducing sharpness. If you notice now, they are all ganged, the RGB, and you are introducing blur or sharpness to all the colors. You can ungang and then introduce, for example, sharpness to the red and introduce more sharpness to the green, and then introduce some blur to the red or whatever you like, for example, something like this, depending on what you're working on. You have a very nice effect here. I already said that. You have the horizontal and vertical ratio. Let's zoom in a bit and let's introduce some blur. Now, notice if you go up within the ratio, you will be introducing some horizontal blur. If you go down, you will be introducing some vertical blur. You can also ungang them and introduce vertical or horizontal blur to a certain color if you want to. Here you are, something like this. I will reset this one. After the blur, you have the sharpen, which will work exactly like blur. If you go up, you introduce blur. Down, you will introduce sharpness within the radius. And if you introduce sharpness, you can use the horizontal vertical ratio to go vertical or horizontal the way you will want. You have the scaling, where you can introduce more sharpness for all the colors or less sharpness for all the colors. So you will adjust your sharpness here, and you can manipulate it a bit with the scaling so you can get the right results that you want. Within sharpen, you have two other properties: the coring softeners and the level. I will go to maximum sharpness. The level will act on the edges. Notice how the edges are going to be less sharpened, okay, or more sharpened. The default is 0. Now you have the coring effect. If you add the level, it will affect anything else but the edges. Here you are. You notice you are not touching the edges. Let's reset all this, and let's go now to the mist. The mist is a mixture of blur and sharpen. If you go up on the radius, you will add some blur. If you go down, you will add some sharpness, and you have the scaling that can help you also adjust the sharpness. Of course, it will be interesting to take the colors separately. You can also play with the mix that will allow you to mix a bit more the sharpness and the blur. So the blur tab will help you introduce sharpness and blur and mist to your video. The sizing tab. Within the sizing tab, you have several options: the edit sizing, input, output, node, and reference sizing we will see later on when doing color grading. In the edit sizing, you have several properties that you can change. For example, you can pan to the right or to the left. You can tilt if you like, take it up. You can rotate it a bit. When you work with the edit sizing, it's similar to working in the edit page. And you notice here in the transform, you have done the same editing. If you reset from here or do the changes from here, you also have them in the color page. So edit sizing is similar to editing the transform within the edit page. You also have the input sizing. The input sizing is about sizing the input. This is the input point. So you will size before you get to any node. For example, if you pan left or right, you notice it's not even registered in the node here. You are just doing this on the input level. I will reset that. You also have the output sizing. The output sizing, if you notice, is jump to the timeline. So any sizing you do in the output sizing will affect all the timeline. For example, if you use the blanking or the cropping, you crop 100 from top and 100 from bottom. You will notice that all other clips also have been cropped. Now notice within the timeline, you did not create any node. The output sizing is working on this output point just over here. There are no nodes affected. I will reset this. If you come to node sizing, of course, you have to go to the clip and you will select a node. Let's select this clip. You will select a node and do your sizing from here. This is a pan, for example, a tilt, a zoom, whatever you like. If you notice, the node sizing has happened inside the node and it's showing you the sizing icon just over here. If you go to the edit page, nothing has happened here. The transform remain unchanged. If you reset from here, nothing will be affected within the timeline because you did all this resizing on a certain node. And of course, all the other nodes remain unchanged and not affected by this resizing. The reference sizing is about resizing when you are using the gallery here. For example, grab a still and you want to view two stills at the same time. We'll see that later in detail when you're doing color grading. I will just undo. This is about the sizing tab and its options. Let's talk a bit about the primary colors and the secondary colors. If you open your vector scope, you will notice that you have red, green, blue in a kind of triangle over here. And also you have yellow, magenta, cyan in a kind of triangle over here. Now, if you come to the primary bars, you could, for example, add blue. And notice what's going to happen in the vector scope when I start adding blue. The blue is just over here. If I add the blue, the whole graph will move towards blue. Of course, I'm adding in the highlights here, which is okay. You can do the same for the leaves if you like. So the whole graph moved to the blue. If I want to add green, also the graph will move towards green. Make sense? If I add red, same will happen. That's very fine. What about if I want to remove one of the primary colors, or in fact reduce one of the primary colors? Let's go to the primary wheels. It's better set here. You notice this is a color wheel here. You have blue and yellow, like you have blue here and yellow, and you have magenta and green, like you have magenta and green over here, and of course you have the red and cyan. So if I want to add red, I will just click on the circle here and go towards the red. That's fine. But if I want to remove red or reduce red, if you like, it has to go to a certain color. If I go away from red, I'm going to go towards cyan. Here you are. So now you're going towards cyan to remove red. Okay, you get the concept. So to remove red, on the wheel here, you will go towards cyan. On the wheel here, you will go toward cyan. Let's say now I want to remove the blue. And of course, if I remove the blue, I'm going to go towards the yellow. It shows very nicely over here. This is adding blue, and this is removing blue. And of course, you will be adding yellow. So there is no run away from a color. You either add this color, RGB, and reduce the other colors, or move towards another color. Let's say you want to remove the green. You notice the green is here. You go towards magenta. This is it. And go towards magenta. Now, if you go to the parade, this could be even more visible here. If I start removing the green and going toward magenta, notice what's going to happen in the parade. So actually, you reduce the green, of course, from the highlights here, and you added the red and the blue. According to your image, is going towards cyan. If you want to remove the red, notice what's going to happen here. You have reduced the red, but you have added greens and blues inside your highlight, and hence you have this kind of cyan. So actually, you are always balancing the bars in a certain way. You have more of one color and less of the other two colors. Reduce one and increase the other two. Now, in general, if you come back to the vector scope, red, green, blue are called the primary colors. Yellow, magenta, and cyan are called the secondary colors. And notice in the primaries wheels, you are working mainly with the primary colors. Even with the primaries bars, you're playing with the red, green, blue, which are the primary colors. Now, this is a very important concept for you to consider when you are grading. If you decide you want less blue in your image, so you take down the blue, I'm not gonna have, no blue. You are going to go towards the yellow, and your image is yellowish. I hope this simple explanation was very good for you, and it's important to notice how colors are moving within your charts, so you are able to do some very good color grading. Lookup tables or LUTs are predefined color gradings that you can apply directly to your clip, to your timeline, to a group, or even to your whole project. To access LUTs in DaVinci Resolve 15, you will come to the LUT tab over here. If you click on it, you have all the LUTs within DaVinci Resolve. Of course, these are not all the LUTs. You can import some, you can create your own also. Now, LUTs usually are divided into two categories. The one that will correct the camera if you shot in S-Log or log, and the one that will give you a certain film look that has been proven. The one in film looks, this is a proven LUTs that have been used in the market and so on. You can rely on them if you like. You can tone them down if you want to. Now, the way to work here is select a clip, the clip you want to apply the LUT to, and just hover, and it'll show you how it looks when the LUT will be applied. You did not apply the LUT yet. Okay, let's go to Blackmagic Design. There are some very strong ones. This one is very strong green. So you notice I did not apply it yet. It's still in the preview mode. To apply the LUT to your clip, you just select the LUT itself, click and drag, and drop it on the node. And here you are. This is applying LUTs on nodes. I will undo this. It's better from time to time that you apply a LUT on a selection. For example, I will select these three clips, right click and make them a group. Okay, that's what I would do. Any group name will do. And I have the option here to apply the LUT on the group pre-clip. Okay, so before anything that happens within the clip or post-clip. Now, if the LUT is a correction LUT, it's better to put it on the group pre-clip. If the LUT is a design LUT where you make things beautiful and so on, then it's better to apply it on the post clip. I will select post clip for this example, take our very strong LUT and drop it here. If you find that the LUT is strong and you want to reduce it, tone it down a bit, you will come to the key tab over here. And in the key tab, you can control the key output. This will control whatever effects or color grading you have on this node. The key here is about this node. So I will reduce it. For example, if you go to 0, everything disappears, or you can go to 50%, 60 or 70%, something like this. So now you applied a LUT on a group, and it is post after you do all the work. Fine, I will just delete this node and remove all this from the group. Here you are, removed from group. Now, from time to time, you will want to apply the LUT on the whole timeline here. But just be careful, when you use the timeline and you add a node, remember that the timeline comes last. This cannot be a camera correction LUT. It has to be a design LUT. So if you create a node here, remember it's going to be at the end. I like to put it here to remind myself even. And you apply this LUT, okay? Here you are. I'm going to tone it down to 0.7, that's 70%, not bad. Now you notice everything in the timeline has been graded according to the timeline. It's very interesting and very beautiful. Okay, so I will delete this one also. Let's go back to the clip. Let's try with LUTs for camera correction. If you remember when we worked with the color correction, all these clips came from the array camera. And actually, if I select all of them, I press Shift, and then come over here and say reset all grades and nodes, I removed all the work we have done before. Now, these clips are from the array camera and they are flat because they are shot in log. So there is a need for a good LUT here from the array to color correct them first. The best way to add for this kind of color correction from the camera is to select all your clip, and instead of adding it to the timeline and stories like this, you add it directly to the file because it's really before the input. To do that, you just right click and go to LUTs. You notice here you have the LUTs. It's a 3D LUT, and then you can use the array, and you have array Alexa log C, and here you are. Now all the clips have been color corrected as per camera specification. You notice the grading does not appear in the color page here. This is inside the file. If you say, you can select them all again or one of them, whatever you like, and right click, and to remove the LUT you say no LUT, and it's gone. So actually it's very easy to work here. You can choose the LUT that you want, apply it to a clip, a group of clips, or to the timeline, whatever you like. I'll see you in the next lecture with more about LUTs. You can apply LUTs at the project level in your settings, but remember, when you apply LUTs on the project level, it will apply to every single timeline and every single clip in any timeline. To apply LUTs on the project level is very easy. You come to your settings over here, click on it, and then if you come to color management, the second tab over here, it is lookup tables. You can apply LUTs at the input level or the output level, even for video monitoring and scopes. Let's take the example of input. You can click down here and try to select any of them, or you can click on the three dots over here, and they are better organized if you like this. You can come to film looks, for example, Blackmagic design, and let's use the version 3 for 4K. And then to apply it to the whole project, you click save, and here you are. Notice every single clip now has the same LUT. If you want to remove it, you go back to the gear here to the settings, and you come to 3D input. You click on the 3D points. The first one is no LUT selected, and you click save. This is very helpful if you are taking from a certain camera like we have done for the array, and then you are doing camera correction. Now, you could also create your own LUT and save it to use it in other projects or to use it on your whole project if you like. For example, if I want to create a LUT here, first of all, I won't do any color correction. I will not go for the gain and the lift and stories like this. Just want to create a look. For example, here we can take down the gain and take down the lift, make it darkish a bit, and go for a blue color for the gamma. Something like this, aggressive, bit of blue, something like this. So it's a bit dark. I'm going to take it up a bit. So I like this look, for example. Okay, you could do anything you want. You can go reddish, whatever you like. And then you can save this LUT. To save the LUT, you come to the clip where you have done the grading. You right click, and you have it just over here, generate 3D LUT cube. And I'll click on it. It will take you to the folder where you have support and LUTs for DaVinci Resolve. And then you give it a good name so you can remember it. I will give it test blue, for example, and click on save. And now it has saved the LUT. If I want to apply the LUT to the whole project, remember first of all to reset this node, because you will apply the LUT twice. Then you come to your settings and go, for example, as an input. You click on the three dots, and here you are, you have the test over here. Or you can come over, press T for test, if you remember the name. Where is it? It's over here. And you click and you say save. So using LUTs on the project level, it means you have already made your decision and you know exactly this is the look that you want. How to copy grades from one clip to another. For example, we have the three clips. They look similar, shot from almost the same angle with the same camera. I want them to have the same color correction and the same color grading. How will I do that? I select one of the clips. I will do the color correction. I will go for white. Here you are, this is white. And I will go for black. This is black. And then I want to give them a different look now. I will create a new node, Alt S, and then I'm gonna take it around the yellow just like this. Doesn't matter, just make it nice, okay, and funky. So now I did the color correction and the color grading for this clip. I would like to copy everything to this clip. Well, obviously, if you come over here, you can copy paste the nodes. But the way to do it is to select the clip where you want to copy the color grading to, and then you go to the clip where you want to copy the grading from, and you click on the middle mouse button. I hope you have a middle mouse button because in DaVinci Resolve, you need it. So I will click on the middle mouse button, here you are, and it has copied all the gradings. Now notice what happened exactly. It copied and overwritten all the nodes. So these are the two nodes from the clip where I copied from. The original node that was in this clip has been overwritten. Let me show you an example. If you come over to the third one, let's do some bluish funky thing. Then, having selected this clip, I will go to the original clip where I want to copy the grading from, and I press on the middle mouse button. Notice what happened. It has overwritten all the nodes here. It has removed the old one and put the new one. So actually, this is a technique that is very useful within DaVinci Resolve, and you really need to learn about it. We have learned how to copy grading from one clip to another using the middle mouse button. That's very fine. But if the clips are very far away, you have to do a lot of scrolling, and they are in different timeline. It's gonna be pretty hard. Different project, impossible. There is a much better alternative and much more flexible. Let's say, for example, I want to create a vignette here, adjust a bit the colors, and copy this vignette to very many other clips. I don't know which one yet. The best way is to start creating. So I will create here the vignette, make this bigger a bit, make it the circle bigger, something to fit our need just for the example. And then, of course, I'm going to create a node, a new node, add outside node. On the inside, I'm going to lift the gain. Actually, I can even color correct it if I want to. Okay, that's one. And that is a black. We need a black. That's a black. Take up the lift a bit. Okay, that's fine. On the outside, I'm going to take down the gain. Okay. I'm going to make it very obvious so you can see the difference. So now I created the vignette, and let's say I like this grading very much. Now, I would like to copy it to other timelines and to other clips over here. The way to do it is to grab a still, and in this still, preserve the information within this node. The way to grab a still is to right-click and say Grab Still. The still will appear inside the gallery. This gallery off, this gallery on. If your gallery is looking like this, please guys, switch off this one, select stills one, and remove the list. So now I have a still here that contains the information of these nodes. How do I know that? You right-click here, and you select Display Node Graph. Here you are, you can see the two clips. There are some other options, we'll see them later. So this still here contains this information. If I go to the next clip or any other clip, I can go over the still and say exactly the effect. This is without, this is with. Okay, you notice? If I right-click here, I can apply the grade or I can append to the graph. If you do apply, you notice now it has overwritten whatever nodes were for this clip and has replaced them with the nodes from this still. I will undo that. But now, if you go, and which is much better, to append node graph, and that's much better and it's much more flexible to not overwrite everything. If you had done some work here, it will be gone. In this way, it can stay over here. I will come to the next clip and do exactly the same. Right click and append to the node, and here you are. We added the two nodes. Now, not something important. You cannot edit this still. You already grabbed it and you cannot re-edit it. Let's take another example. From here, I will do the color correction. I notice I have two clips almost identical. And then I will grab the whites from somewhere. Let's say here. I will grab the blacks. Okay, just from here. And then maybe lift a bit the gamma or take them down. Okay, I'm happy with that. I will add the gain towards the blue just to play. Then I will come over here and grab the still. So now I have another still can come to any other clip and apply this still. You notice I will right click and say append to node graph. So this is the best way to work using the gallery here. This is a technique that you are going to use to color correct and color grade the whole project. I can assure you it's the lazy guy technique, and it's very convenient and very consistent. When you're working with grading, there are many times where you want to compare 2 clips or even more, 3 clips, to see exactly how your work is going, where are the differences, the similarities, and even to check about the highlights or the shadows and the midtones, to check your work at 100%. Now, going back and forth won't do it. So there is a very nice option in DaVinci Resolve. It is the split screen over here. You click on it, and you have several choices. You have the group if you like. You have certain highlights modes. The neighboring clips, I will choose this one. And you notice I selected this clip. It's giving me 2 before and 1 after. Notice 1, 2, 3. I can select any one now. It will switch again. Here you are. So I can compare now my work, how it's going. This might be a bit too small. Instead of playing with the clips, you can go to the workspace and say viewer mode. You have the cinema viewer. The shortcut is Ctrl F. So you see them on a big screen. You can even play if you want to, but it will play the shortest time. To return, you press another Ctrl F and you're back. You can also use the other viewer, like the enhanced viewer, where it's a bit bigger. You can see your work exactly. And the last one in the viewer mode is the full screen viewer, which is Shift F. So now you are on full screen, but you still can choose what you like from here. Now to go back is Shift F. Now you have another option that is selected clips. So let's select this clip and press Ctrl or Command on the Mac. Another one. Give it some time. Here you are. Now you can select all of them and go to viewer mode and cinema viewer. And you can look at your clips. Have you done a good job? Compare them and stories like this. So this is about the viewer mode. And you will be able, using this option, to compare your clips. There are other options here, such as the version and the version and original. We'll see that later. It's a bit advanced and it's a lot of work, in fact. I hope you went through the course lecture by lecture. You didn't skip any. And you took notes and you practiced and did all your practice activities. Now it's time for you to put the whole project together. And your first step is to complete the video editing. So you have a 100% video that you can start color correct. Now this is my work here. These are my ideas maybe. You could do much better, I'm very sure. You have a lot of clips that you can use here. And try to use all of them. Notice from the walk on the roof, I didn't use any of them yet. You can try to do something nice just at the beginning. And of course, whatever was great in the middle of the course or in the beginning of the course, now you know how to do much better than this and to create something fantastic. Even the lower third here, you notice that's not pretty nice. You can do much better. And of course, the text here and the outro, you can create something beautiful. So your mission now to really absorb everything you have learned in DaVinci Resolve is to complete, first of all, the video editing. Cut your clips, distribute them like I've done here, maybe even much better than that. Try to create something original, something that is totally you. Now, this video editing, let it be you. Not just put the clips together. Create your own style. Let it be the style that you want to adopt later on as a video editor. Do this job and we'll move on to the next step. When you have completed the video editing and all your clips are in place. Now I can assure you this job is not going to happen at 100%. You are going to come back to the edit page and try to trim more or less and to adjust your clips even more. So let's say it's perfect for you at 80%. 80%, by the way, is great. Then it will be time to start color correcting. So you'll come to the color page. And here, starting from the first clip, you want just to adjust the colors or to do color correction. So color correction is very easy. You could create a new node. I will press Alt S here or Option S if you are on the Mac. And then you pick your white. Remember, we have done this. That's the easiest way to do it, the basic way. And then pick the blacks, for example, just over here. Find your white balance if you want to. Okay, it's already balanced, this one, not bad. And then you adjust your gamma the way you would like for this video. Here you are. So you are actually only color correcting as basic. Do not push it, do not add colors, do not do anything. The next thing within color correction from time to time, which is not in this project now, if you come to your parade, you might notice that one color is overshadowing the rest. For example, let's take the green here. You notice here there is a green cast. You will see it from the parade where the green has more influence on the highlights or the shadows. So you want to come over and balance the green here. It might already have been done through your white balance, or if there is too much green, maybe you will want to balance. The same goes for red or blue. Now you move on to the next clip, and you have to be careful. From time to time, you have the tendency to say, okay, this clip and this clip are the same. Guys, be careful, because this clip and this clip are not shot from the same angle. So there is variation in the lighting. Maybe also has used a different camera. So you need to color correct this one independently. So as usual, primary wheels, you pick white, you pick black, and then you go for the white balance, you adjust your gamma, make sure there is no color cast, for example, and you go on for each and every clip. When you're doing basic color correction, I advise you to correct every single clip. Do not use shared clips, do not use timeline, nothing. Every clip is like a fingerprint. They are all different. Then you complete all your project here, you corrected all the clips. Even if there are 300, this is your job to be done. There is no shortcut for color correction or basic color correction. When color correction is done, you move on to color grading. When you have completed color correction for all the clips, this is when I call upon your imagination. This is when you want to start give a feeling, a look to all your clips or to the whole project. Here you can use groups, you can use timeline, you can use the gallery by grabbing stills. You have learned all these things. And you can do shared clips if you like. So it's all about what you have learned and how to apply it. But the most important is to create a video where people want to watch, where their feelings are involved. You can go for a blue cast, you can go for a yellow cast, I don't know. You can take each clip, for example, or a group of clips. For example, we can take these clips, the 3 of them here, and grade them in a certain way where it seems very dangerous, yet they're doing nothing almost. And maybe you take the other clips, the sitting guys here, and make it, I don't know, sinister, like the guy jumping over them and the guys are dead instead of being asleep. So whatever feelings you can give them, go ahead. And you decide what you want the viewer to feel. If you want to go for a cold story, go for bluish. You know, put a blue cast everywhere, maybe on the timeline. If you want to go for this warm, where the viewer is feeling the jump, maybe you go for this red, orange colors, the warm colors. And if you want to make it, I don't know, sinister, darken it and add a lot of blacks all over. But what's important here is use your imagination, use your creativity. Don't forget to use the window to track. Stories like this, whatever you like, this is up to you now. Now, the most important thing is don't mix too much. For example, these 4 or 5 clips have a certain look, certain feeling, and the other clips, you know, they are very cold or something like this. Try to make it balanced all over your video. It will look marvelous. So I leave you to color grade, take your time, play, and we'll move on to the next step. So now you have achieved the main work. You have done the video editing, it's perfect. You have done the color correction, it's almost perfect. You have done the color grading. I can assure you, you're gonna go back and change it and play with it again. But you have done the best. You give it a feeling, you give it a mood, something like this. It's working. Of course, you're a beginner, so don't worry about it. Just make it look the way you would want. Don't care about critics. It's time now to start delivering. You will come to the deliver page. And here you want to render your video. You could choose, for example, the custom or H.264, that's pretty good. Or maybe for now you can use the YouTube 720p or Vimeo, but go to 720p. All our clips, for the sake of the course, I made them all 720p. Now, if you go to YouTube, that's very fine. In the video tab over here, the export video, change maybe from QuickTime to MP4. It will be more compressed and smaller files. For the codec, keep H.264. That's the best. Very good compression. And the resolution, of course, 1280 by 720. That's 720p. Frame rate 25. All our clips are 25. Now, when you come to quality here, you can go automatic and say best, medium, or best, least, if you want, lower qualities or smaller files. Or you can go to restrict to and restrict to the kilobit per second. You don't have to use 10,000 for 720p. 10,000 is excellent for 1080. For 720p, you're better off using 5,000. Actually, it will give you very good quality here. For the keyframes, leave it to automatic, and the rest, make sure that the pixel aspect ratio is square. Don't go CinemaScope. It's gonna give you a funny size. You come to audio. If you are on H.264, that's the only option you have. It is ACC. And you can data rate, you can make it better if you like by writing 320 if you want to. But 196 will give you very good results, by the way. Very little work to do on this page. And keep it to stereo. Now you can go to the file, decide exactly where you want to save. And you go to add to render queue, just put it over here. You can do another one, add it again. That will be enough and you will start rendering. So actually you would have completed the whole job. Please do that. It will be very interesting to see a complete video from you. And let's work together to have some fantastic video editing and color correction and color grading in DaVinci Resolve 15.